Happy Wednesday, everyone. I'm back. I'm Evie, but I'm back. You'd think I'd be back and I'd be, like, more awake, but I'm back, but I'm EP because I am physically tired and not mentally tired now, but hello. I have the hiccups. For some odd reason, I also have the hiccups. I need to take my meds. Welcome back. Thank you, Devouring. So, today we're gonna start stream by debugging the Minecraft server, because the Minecraft server's bugged. I need to move some players. And then we will do other stuff. We have videos to edit. Games to be played. Ponk! No, wait! Hi! Regular. I'm regular now. I'm a regular Elaine. My brain is like, I still want to hop in the server. Yeah, it might be better now for you. I'm not exactly sure how it'll be for your PC, but it might be better because I've removed things. I say so we don't go near my base. I broke the game. No, it's okay. I'm gonna fix it. You can't hop in. Damn you, Devouring. Huh? Oh, my bonkers. Alright, it says I backdated the mod. So I'm in single player, and I backdated the mod, so I'm gonna see if it still breaks it. Create enchanted. What was it? Is it the disenchanter? What broke it? What broke it? Something. The disenchanter? Okay. Disenchanter. And then if I boop boop. Okay. I mean, I'm in creative. And I think maybe the latest update of that mod breaks it, because I just did it in single player and creative and it's fine. So I think we'll try that first. We'll try backdating the server first. Or not backdating the mod pack, because that one seems to be fine. Here, I'll do it in normal. Yeah. Hold on. I'll even try some EXP potions. Thank you for the help. I missed you guys so much. Let's see, potion of ancient knowledge. Where is it? Give me some of these. What the fuck is it called? How's your vacay? Did you take pics with your key ring? I took two. Because it was harder to do than I thought. Hold on. It was great. Hold on. I just want to fix this Minecraft thing and then we can talk about it. I thought it was an EXP potion. What? Am I stupid? Is that not how it works? Bottle of enchanting. Thank you. Elaine abandoned us, but okay. She's back. I did. I'm sorry. I missed you guys. Okay, hold on. Okay. Now I have 6 levels. Pop. Yeah, he's good. He's good. Okay, so that just means we probably just have to backdate the mod, which is fine. That's an easier fix, in my opinion, than what we were gonna do, so that is a-okay. Okay, so let's talk about my... Oh, wait. Let's talk about my vacation after I post videos and do stuff. Because I forget how to do this whole thing. No, I don't. It's been in the back of my mind. I just am waiting and I'm tired. I'm so EP, chat. I actually literally just woke up from a nap right before stream. Oh, what the fuck? ¿Qué estás tú? There you go. I'm back. White pet. Twitch.tv/maincoow. post. And I have a lot of fun things to talk about. I think I have pictures to send myself as well. My brain! Okay, that's good. I need to comment on this video, and then I need to post a TikTok video, and then we'll be set. I can't move my camera because I can't see the top of my monitor. No. Guys, someone pinged me on the Discord when the server's up. Will do. Got you, fam. Please, I can't forget my manners. I got you. The ADHD meds. What? You take it. Okay, so that's good to go, and now I just gotta do Squishomo. You got it, Captain. Hello. Nope. There you go. Alright, gotta go. As it should be. No, only I know how it should be, and I should be anything I want to be. What was I thinking? Oh, right, so today is the, did you know? And then that would mean it's did you know 2, right? Yeah. Video editing, did you know 2, did you know? Tags. I also have to edit like fucking like 5 videos today, which I wasn't prepared for, but we'll do it anyway. So today might be a bit of a long stream, but we're here for it. I gotta take my meds. Which one is this one? This is this one. Oh, Elaine! Yes, what's up, Sheppy? What's up? Blue, blue, blah, 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 blue, blah, blue, blue, blah, blue, blue, blah, blue, blue, blah. Alright, cool. I may or may not have bought a house with horses. Whoa! That's so cool. What the fuck? That's crazy. I hope it's beautiful. I hope you love it. I'm so excited. We've been saving for years. That is amazing. Especially in this economy. I'm so proud. Great job. What are you gonna name your horse? You have a name that you're gonna name your horse? Do you know? Do you know a name? I'm so excited though. That's awesome. I love it when my chat thrives. It makes me feel like I'm thriving. Hee yippee! Congrats. Boop, 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 boop. And then public, and then publish. Alright. I guess I should do my VOD too, but let me send a picture to myself. Let me send a picture to myself so I can talk about my vacation. Actually, multiple. Because I don't think all of you are in the Discord, so I can show them off here. This one. There's a little buried. This one. And then this one. And then foob. And the things that I baked. And I think that's most of the vacation outside of the pictures. His name is Medicine Man. That's very cute. My friend and I are letting my friend is letting me have the horse that I bonded with already. Oh, Naked Man, your house is room for horses. I thought horses did that. Horses can be in the house. Horses can be in the house, in my opinion. Okay, so we started off my vacation with baking some goods. I baked some brownies. They're actually really thin. So the plan was we put really thin brownie like pieces in s'mores. So it was graham cracker, marshmallow, brownie, and then graham cracker. It was really good. It was really good. And then that night we went out for dinner, and I learned how hard it is to take a picture with my little keychain. But it's okay. I think it comes out cute. I just have to, to be honest, I didn't take a lot of pictures while I was out because it was so fucking hot. My balls elastic. They were sweaty. But yes, so I got this drink. It was the basil hibiscus lemonade. It was really good. And then I got some spicy Korean barbecue with kimchi fried rice for that dinner. It was really good. So glare will be an issue. The glare wasn't too bad. Balls melted. This is true. Balls melted. The glare wasn't too bad. It was because the keyhole ring is right here. It was kind of hard to like hold it without getting my fingies in the picture. Peanut butter walnut brownies. Yes, they were peanut butter walnut brownies. And then there was a pop-up Ren Fair. It was a mini Ren Fair hosted by Mike Bennett, which is a local artist here in Oregon. And he makes these really cool, like, I just love his whole aesthetic, and he's about bringing the community together, and he's super cool, and he has, like, he has his own shop called, Wonderwood, and it's this cool little cafe, community space, super cute, yeah, Wonderwood. And it's super cool, and there's mini golf. This is the artist himself. I actually saw him in person. I did take a picture because he was very busy. He was busy helping out his staff. And, like, it's super awesome. It's super great. And we gotta go. We didn't do the mini golfy this time because there was the little mini, like I said, mini pop-up Ren Fair. And I went, and I dressed up. I wore my cute little horns that I made for the last year when I made to Ren Fair. And wore a cute little dress and stuff. And it was fun. And there was this pole with a bunch of, like, stickers on it. And there was this one, like, metal sign on the pole. And it says, and the village idiot will resort to name calling. And I thought it was cool. It's like a little metal thing that was posted on there. I thought it was cool. Someone's back from holiday. Hello, Kieran. I've missed you. Hello. And then, thank you. We went camping. Did I take any pictures of the campsite? Let me check. I don't think I did. It was so hot, dude. It was so hot. I was like, I'm so tired. Oh, yeah, I took one picture of the campsite. It was so hot, dude. It's crazy. But this was kind of like the back of view, and this was our tent. This was our tent. We had a tent, and we slept in tent. Sleeping in the tent wasn't too bad. As every was saying, the title is an insult, thus name calling. The title is an insult. Yeah. But yeah, it was really nice. It was hot, but it was nice. I was really hot, so I really didn't take that many pictures of the campsite. And then on the way to the campsite, we stopped by Walgreens, and it turns out there's Skibidi Toilet Mystery Collector figures, and I wanna shoot someone. Myself, maybe, but, like, the creator of this, definitely. Like, what the fuck do you mean that there's Skibidi Toilet minifigures, or mystery figures? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean someone went out of their way to make Skibidi Toilet Mystery Collector figures? I just had to share that with you guys, because, like, I was fucking crazy. What even the figures would be for that? The Skibidi Toilet Mystery Collector figure. I think it was so funny they were on clearance, too. Ew. They're so bad. I mean, I kind of like this TV head. This one's kind of cute. The rest of them suck ass. Hi, Oso. Hi. Hello. I'd be insulted if they didn't make merch. If you're going to rot the minds of young, you better make some money from it. That's valid. How you been doing, Cool Bean? I'm good. I've been hot, so opposite of cool, to be honest. I've been very sweaty we're good now. We're back in our AC fueled office now, so we're doing pretty poggers. We then went on a 2-mile hike. The whole thing was meant to be 7 miles, but we only did 2 miles because my balls were going to fall off my body. But you were always looking, huh, homie? Oh, stop it! Please stop it! And then we went on a hike, and I have pictures on my camera, but I don't have my camera with me right now, so I'll do that tonight, and I'll show you guys tomorrow. But one picture I did take on the hike were these berries. There were berries. And one of my family members on the trip was like, I should eat these berries. And I'm like, don't eat the berries. Because we didn't know what they were, but they were like, for science, do I eat the berries? I'm like, no. No, for science, you do not eat the berries. You do not eat the berries. But it was cool. It was cool. It was a really nice hike. I got a flower press. I will take pictures of it tonight. I don't think they're probably not dry, but like I took like tiny, like little flowers, little flowers and tiny little leaves. And I pressed them, the next day. The flowers kind of shriveled up, so may not have any fresh flowers in there, but definitely have some cool like leaves and stuff in there. And so I will check those later. We went on the hike, and I have, for those of you who are in the Discord, you've seen this picture, I have my teddy bear. His name is Bartholomew, and he's a jellycat bear, and he came with us on the hike, and he was supposed to have overalls, but I didn't end up finishing the overalls because I redid a huge section of it the night before. But it's almost done. Like, I think I'll finish it by this weekend. He'll have cute little overalls. Because my plan is to do the front panel, the little shoulder panels, and then I'm making a little, like, pocket. So I could put, like, flowers in his pocket or something, or little trinkets. Cool bear. Almost as cool as me, but still cool. Oh, so you are way cooler. And then I got a little, like, collector's pin for doing the hike. And I put it on him. Because I thought it'd be cute. And then, we also went to the farmer's market because we wanted some fresh-ass berries. Hi, Hikarunion, hi, welcome on in. Sorry, I can't speak. My brain is, like, dying a little bit, but hi. Sorry, I took a water break. Alright. After that, okay, we went to the farmer's market because we wanted some fresh cherries and blueberries. It's pretty fucking pog. I love fresh fruit. It's amazing. But one of the nicer things I got, I haven't, because, I don't have a full-time job or anything like that, and my main income comes from you guys and doing commissions where I can. I don't normally splurge on stuff, but I gave myself a little bit of a tweet. We got a little bit of a tweet that mama let us have. I got a necklace. It's this necklace. It was handcrafted. Why doesn't it want to open? What? Why isn't it opening? Open link? What? Okay. We got this necklace. It was handmade by an artist. I met them. They were super nice. And it's like, I don't know if I told you already, but it's Globy. This is my rebrand. Oh! I figured it was you, Globy, because I recognized the emote. But hello! For those of you who don't know Globy actually animated one of our logos. The logo before our most recent one. Where is it? It's not this one. Yeah, it's 2.0. They created they helped me create and animate this one. This is not the animated version, but here we go. It's really cool. So if you can check them out. They're awesome. But yeah, so we got this necklace. It's got like crystal or like, I don't know what this is. It's like a stone. But like, it's like carved rose beads with these. And then it's got like these cute little crescent moon metal charms on it that remind me of like 3 different things. A wishbone, a moon, and then a horseshoe, which are all like good luck things. So it's like my new main necklace. And then I also got from the same person this ring. It's like a handcrafted, welded together little dainty flower ring that they made, and I adore it. And I was like, do I get it on top of the necklace? And I didn't know, and I wasn't sure, but then I put it on, and it fit, so I was like, so now I have those, and I feel very pretty, and I got to splurge on myself a little bit. I feel really pretty with the jewelry, because I don't normally, I've been trying to be very good about not buying jewelry and stuff like that, because, you know, money's gotta go to rent goes first. I did also at the Ren Fair get a bunch of stickers, because a lot of there were like 40 plus vendors, and a lot of them were like selling art, and they were like having like $1 stickers, so I bought a bunch of $1 stickers to fill out my water bottle. So now I have like this, oh, actually I could look them up, cryptic tattoos, I don't know if they're gonna have it on their Insta. Oh my god, this was them. This was them. Did they have the sticker of the rabbit? It's like this, jackalope sticker. Oh my god, they have Jake the dog! Bruh. But yeah, they had a bunch of cool art and stuff. No, it's not that one. Oh, it was that one right there. Oh, I keep, like, going, oh, because I think I see it, but then I don't see it. I should follow them. Follow. But no, they had, like, this jackalope one. It's, like, the symmetrical jackalope one that was sketched. It was really cool. And then I got a fey cow one, so it's like this cow that's like all like, I should take a picture of it, honestly. Fey cow. And then I got this, there's this one vendor that had these like amazing like almost like fucking, they were just such goblin energy. I don't think I have, they're not in my purse, they're somewhere. These stickers, and it's just a goblin that says I am at my limit. Hold on, wait, let me look up the artist. Binky and Crumb is what their thing is. Binky and Crumb. I love them so much. So they were selling their stickers. Yes, yes! And fucking, they're just so amazing. They had, like, all of these there. So they were selling them for like a couple dollars each, and we got the I Have Ended a Man's Life, because I just love it so much. I just love this like fucking art style. It's fucking crazy. And then we also got the this one was really funny. There is darkness inside me, yet I remain whimsical with this cat. They have the other cat. I think it was mainly we got two of these ones. I have Wenches Love Me, Pastries Fear Me, because that's just me. And then, oh, fucking ad, go away. And then, I don't think we got That's It, You're Going in the Suit, but I really like this one. That's It, You're Going in the Suit was really funny. And then Dress for the Job You Want, Bread Enthusiast, and the one Pixels one, and so we got that one for Pixels. And I think those are the only ones we got. Yeah, I don't think we got the other ones. Though, they had one, this frog, Anyway, Here's Wonderwall. I fucking love that one. And, like, they have these, like, nightmare, like, horses that I love. I just fucking, I love them so much. And, like, I really loved their stuff. I just love this, like, medieval style of things. They have medieval pet portraits. That's fucking crazy. I might have to get one for Moira someday. That's amazing. And then, like, hand paint everything. That's really cool. But yeah, I really loved their stuff. Do they have the goblin? I don't know how they have the goblin. There's like a goblin that's like, I'm at my limit, and like that's the one they were selling for super cheap, and I got that one. I wanted to show you guys. Tattoo ticket. This is cool. This is a digital download ticket. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, we love local artists. We love real artists. We adore them. Oh damn. Do they have it on here? Oh yes, I love this. I actually saw this in person. I asked if I could have it. I asked if I could buy it from them, but they're like, I'm so slow to sculpt and paint things. It would be like $300, and I think that's outrageous. And I was like, no, that's completely valid. But I had to at least ask, you know. They don't have it, which makes me sad. This is like the actual artist, though. Oh my god, her art is so ethereal. I love it. Yeah, this was her. She was super cool. She was super nice. And it was really hot, and I felt bad that they were all sitting outside in the heat, just dying. But yeah, that was like my trip. And that wasn't every single moment, obviously, but it was really fun. And I had a great time, and I missed you guys a lot. And my payment for missing you guys and not being able to be here is that my balls came off my body. My balls were not attached to me anymore. They were on the floor. But I had a great time. And I'm happy that I went. I'm happy that I went. Alright. V204 needs to be V205. Milk Club mods. Hopefully. This will be okay. Let's add a file. Let's do this. This is Milk Club mods. V205. And does he all decided to go to a place without AC? Yeah, we did. We did, but it was like, cause at night, well, I mean, that's camping for you, right? It's like you go out to a place, you just kind of be with nature. And to be fair, it was really nice, like just not in the middle of the day, which was fair because we were doing stuff in the middle of the day anyway. And in my opinion, camping is to me, at the very least, not a winter thing. It's more of a, what do you call it? A fall thing, in my opinion. Spring and fall. But nonetheless, I had fun. I had a great time. At night, it was super nice. But I still loved it. Still had a great time. I gotta go to a mini Ren fair. I got a pretty necklace and a pretty ring. I'm good. I'm vibing. I am not at all upset. Reverted. What is it? Copy. Hopes of fixing. Crash bug. Necklace is really cool. Thank you. Or like August, but July is a bit rough. It is, but you know, it is what it is. It is. Add file. Okay, that should be good now. I go to file manager, and we're gonna go to mods. Now we gotta go to, what is it called? Create enchantment. This one. Trash. And then open folder, mods. That should be all updated. And then I just gotta type that the server is restarting. Oops. Oh, I forgot to say server. Server restarting. Restarting. Honda. Obama. Dalai Lama. Okay. Alright, now the Milk Club is restarting, and hopefully the update will go through and everything will be okay. But we will test that later. Okay, so 6. I have to post Toridoki's episode on social media. I did it yesterday because we were coming back and I was just too sleepy. And I have to edit Aunt Gobbo's video because I have to redo a part of it. So, yeah. Honda. With Obama. Okay. I also have to do some art commissions and stuff today, too, so. Got a lot of stuff to do today, chat. VODs 2025, the 9th. I will say, while I didn't get to it for the VODs, being able to schedule videos out for while I was gone was really nice. 7, 8, 1, 8. It was nice not having to deal with it, considering that, like, I also should have had... Unfortunately, I couldn't have, like, a comment pre-posted or anything like that, but it was nice overall to have my stuff, like, pretty much, like, good to go. Like, I could just go on vacation. I'm close to 2,500 stars and 1 million milk bucks! That's crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. What are you gonna do with all those milk bucks? My word. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many of those every day? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okie dokie. This is almost at almost the cool milk kid he is, but he doesn't get it because that's VIP and like he already VIP. Alright. But I don't know. I should redo the Ongabo thing first, I think. Oh, I have to send something to Pixels, because I did this earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where is it? This is how I send from mod to normal viewer. Is this real? Do you not want to be my mod anymore? Is the oh man, that put the sword in the stone to never be removed again. Stop! I also have to set up crowd control for peak. And I'm really lazy. Oh shit, right. How the fuck am I supposed to do this? Select peak from the CC. Oh, I have to download crowd control? Okay. I guess we're doing this live because I honestly wasn't prepared for this. Literally, I think it was like yesterday. Noble was like, y'all want to play some peak? And I was like, yeah. And then I was like, oh shit, we gotta do crowd control. Well, will be fun for you guys. It'll be fun for you guys, cause you all can fuck with us and stuff. It'll be cool. Crowd control. The boopus is so off. Log in with Twitch. Oops. Otherwise. Open crowd control desktop application. This is cool. Oh, you can't see it anymore. Continue. Peak. You're almost ready to start. Remember to copy your interact link and share it and pin it in your chat. Okay. CC link. Okay. Game library. Hold on, I want to add multiple. What? Okay, so peek. Select peek. Install the mod using our desktop app. Launch the game using the CC. Press start and test effects. You find the full weapon EX and CC mod package. Okay. Click to install. Okay. Kiss her, love her. That girl is poison. Okay, crowd control is configured. Configure Steam overlay. I don't want to do this. I'm too lazy. Customize pricing, launch game. I'll be set up. Okay. Alright, I think I got it. I think I figured it out, chat. I think. I hope it's plug and play. If it's not, I'm gonna be so sad. I'm too tired, man. I'm too tired. Is the rope? Oh, she wants me, really does. Alright. Let me fix my chair really quick. My blankie is falling. I don't like it. I have like a blanket on my chair because apparently the Secret Labs like fucking material, the fabric material that Secret Labs uses for their chair kind of just scratches my ankle and like just really fucks it up. So I had to put a blankie on it so it would stop happening. Oh, my back. Blech. I'm like trying to decide if I want to mirror my room or not. I like have this like small urge to like mirror my office, but I don't know if I really want to. It does. I might. I'll look at it after stream. So it would kind of be a lot of work. But we'll see. It's like a maybe. It's a big maybe. Alright, I gotta do things and stuff. I kind of want to end with doing art. We have things. My brain is like fizzling. Okay, I need to change back into normal mode because I need to record this script. Hi, Rhino. How are you doing, buddy? How are you? I hope you are well. Hello. Okay, I have to fix. Okay, fix the Minecraft server. Edit videos. And then I'm like tied on what I want to do. Okay. I have to prepare a different thing too. I forgot. I gotta prepare another thing, chat. I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vine. Love it and I hate it at the same time. Yet all of our sins from the daylight. Hiding from the daylight. The daylight, running from the daylight. The same time. Yeah. Nice. What I've spilled. Do a peak TikTok is labeled. That is labeled sneak peek, and everyone is just walking around crouching. Not sure if you can crouch. You can. I'm pretty sure you can. Darkness in the distance. Of the way that I've been living. Oh, sister. How I love it and I hate it at the same time. I know I drink the poison from the same vine. Love it and I hate it at the same time. Alright. I'll just post them now so I don't forget. Because I don't have an alarm for today. So I'll just post them now. Alright. This should be good. Yeah. Alright. Lounge. Dedicated away. Server is reset with new update. Is update to fix a big bug, crash bug. Let me know if it doesn't work though. Okay. Excuse me. I'm gonna close Minecraft now. Close group. Okay. Okay, I have to, okay. I'm trying to, like, decide what I want to do. Okay, I want to finish, because it's very important, I need to finish the Ongabo edit. And then after we finish the Ongabo fixed edit, we'll then go in and do enshrined stuff. Don't we all want to finish? Oh, yeah. There was a TikTok that I saw, it was like, oh no, it's 10 p.m. and I didn't get everything I wanted done. Whoa there, mama. It'll be alright. I was like, what the fuck? I just liked it a lot. It was like, whoa, mama, it'll be alright. You're still going to heaven. And which was this girl doing it. And I was like, what? Okay. Yay. Alright, I want to move these to here. No, these go in the little guys folder. Oh. The bros, there we go. Whoa there, mama. 800. What is this? What is this screenshot I took? Oh no, this was just for, I didn't take that. My bad. I think I delete this too. Trying to think. My brain is off. Okay, so now I gotta re-record the video for this guy. I just don't remember what I was wearing in it, so I gotta move stuff around. Relax there, Johnny Bravo. That's what it kind of sounded like, not gonna lie. Like, hold on. Oh there, mama. Oh. Get stuff done before 10 p.m. Oh, I can't find it. I'll have to. I learned why Artie doesn't. But why? Why? Is it because he doesn't want to be my friend? I'm kidding. Oh God. I have so many things to work on. And so little brain power. Where is it? Where's Ongabo? He's our hero. Actually, hold on. Where is it? No, go over there. No, I broke it. Because he has a crippling addiction to it, it won't be able to sleep or- What do you mean he has a crippling addiction to it? Coward. 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 This shit up on me. Don't fuck this shit up on me. No, he's a coward. Don't say good on him. He's a coward. Shit off on me. 1, 2, 0, 8. Oh, this is the wrong one. This one. Monty. 800. He's a man. He's a hero. 00. Okay, cool. And it was Vika. Then Gordy, and then Cabal. Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around? Me and you in awkward silence, don't you dare. This one is 6. Nekomiki is 7. Listening to you harp about some rename. 8. Rename 9. Camilla Bombay is 10. I talk to you. Oop. Rename 12. My Furious rename is 13. Nikdo rename is 14. Ainelota is 15. Rainy Ren is 16. Did I move it into the wrong? Oh, no, here it is. Okay, cool. Pog. Oh, it still does them weird. Ah, fuck, I forgot. That's what I get for being away for a little bit. Okay. What was I wearing? Was I wearing anything special? I don't remember. Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. I sound like a... Let's see. Projects. Okay. Oh man. Okay. Crippling addiction. Glad that's not me. Wink. Wink. That's okay. We all have a crippling addiction to something. Just how it is. I love you like you want. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna do the hair and then. Yeah. Alright. I just gotta re-record the line. Just in the mirror. Oh my god, her skin's so clear. Bring it over here. Large anyway. More than just being your friend. Recording studio. Boop, boop. Alright. This This hilarious and comforting PNG tuber's design was created by artists such as Blair, Bakery Dark, and Paleoraptor. Hopefully that works. These stars, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Apply. Okay, so like that maybe. Yeah, and then add subtitle track. All I wanted was you. All I wanted was you. Alright. That's not a track. And Blair. One who was you. All I wanted was you. Wife! Is that my wife? Hello, wife. I am back. I am back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing, love? Slow down. How are you doing, wife? Let me show you the. I want to show you the stuff I got. To hear a voice again is like hear the sounds of angels singing. Mwah! I love you. You're cute. You're cute. You're cute. I'll show you this stuff I got because I think you might think it pretty. I got this necklace. And I got this ring while I was gone. I think they're super pretty. Oh wait, I'm in the way. It's like a little dainty little flower ring, and then this one with carved roses. Ooh, pretty. I know. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I did the wrong one. There you go. And then, dude, I was listening. I was like, I don't really know what I want to listen to on, like, because, like, obviously I want to listen to music while I'm, like, coming and going from the camping trip. And I was like, oh, I don't know what to listen to and all this kind of stuff. And I decided upon listening to my brain is dying. Sleep Token. So I was listening to Sleep Token like the entire time. but no regrets. No regrets. Honestly, bass. It was just, I don't know, it was just a vibe. Oh, baby, no attachments. Me deep in the passenger seat. Alright, there you go. And then we need this. Where for your friends? Schedule. What?
Hi mom, welcome back to the bar.
Thank you. Hi Vex, how you doing? Get any more boo-boos while I was gone? Wait, where's BLT? Oh, sorry, my bad. He was under the desk. He dropped his banana. He dropped his Chiquita banana. I'm good, just a little sunburn. A little sunburn. You sunburn too? Do you sunburn easy? Do you sunburn easy? Oh, good. He has his banana. Yup. He dropped it. He had to go get it for a second. He has slippery fingers. Hold on. My brain is confused. Makes sense, but it's also confused at the same time. Okay. Yes, I remember. Okay. So. Does this say who it is? But no, it doesn't. Okay. I usually sunburn once a year, but after that I'm good. Understandable. Be sure to put on sunscreen though, because sunscreen go for you. Sunscreen, it'll go for you body and your skin. And your skin. Bakery dark. Apply literally everything. Oh. Let's say it like this, and then. Yeah, I forgot. I completely forgot it that day. That's valid. I am a bit of a lazy gal, so I too forget to wear sunscreen because I'm lazy. Burning higher, all the way up, and I start to smile. On a burning Where is it? Pop wobble. Where my pop wobble? Pop wobble. Here it is. And then this one goes here, and then oh, there's a spot to small. Cool. Cool. Now I just gotta re-render that. Oh my god, that's me. Okay, so gotta go back over here. Oh my god, what? My computer's dying. My computer okay? It keeps like. I'm gonna computer stay alive, please. I need my wife. I need you too, Pookie. I need you too. I think, okay, I think that is fixed. That is fixed. It just needs to be rendered. So I just gotta make that as a note for myself. Is render Akabo. Render. I have not. Is it good? I don't listen to VTuber music a lot of the times. Akabo vid. I think it's because, like, most times I listen to music, I'm listening to it with you guys, and then when I'm not streaming, I'm listening to Creepcast. I have 2 modes. Thank you for the song request. Okay. It's pretty fire. I believe you. Hate fuck. Damn, that's crazy. Alright, so, let's start with, I think I want to start with the enshrined stat block variants. It's 3 o'clock. And then we can do the emote and then I'll spend the rest of stream after we play Peak editing videos, I think is my plan. Because I really need to get these videos edited. At the very least, if I don't get through 5, I should at least get through, like, 3 of them. At the very least. I think it's this one. And then, oh, there's another thing that I need to edit. And it's this thing. Beep. I like Cottontail's voice. I think this is better. I can't tell. Let's see, this one. Okay, I think I have a little bit more editing to do. So I want this guy to go here. Oh god, no, scoot up. I don't like what I did. Maybe this just needs to be extended a bit more. And this one. Also, in exciting news, I might have a contract job soon. Yeah, I was one of my old coworkers. Thank you. One of my old coworkers was like, "Hey, there's this job opening that's very similar to the job that you did when we were working together. Would you be interested?" I was like, "Yeah." So, fingers crossed on that one. I took the advice of the scouting person and like a person because I had to sign up for like this website for it, and so we'll see if they accept me or not. We're not 100% sure, but our hat is in the ring. Our hat is in the ring, and that is kind of the most important part, is that our hat is in the ring. And with contract work, similar to commissions, just a bit more specific towards I feel like in the government's eyes, it's like, oh, it's contract work. They don't accept my wife, they are stupid silly. I mean, it's what it is, but I agree. We will see, and I was gonna say the nice thing about it is I can still stream. There might be a thing where, like, I have to blur my screen. Because I will talk, if I do get hired, I will talk to them about working on the commission on stream, because working on it on stream technically is free advertising for the thing that I'm working on. But I also understand if they're like, no, you can't. I don't want this. I want it to be private. So we might, if I do get the job, I might have to have more blurred streams, but that's okay, because I think you guys are here to just listen to me talk anyway. Which means you be a podcast, yeah, which we pretty much are anyway, so not that much of a change. Alright, I think... Alright, I think that's better. Yeah, bottom sweep, yeah. So we go down, and then we fix the bottom sweep that's here. But you wanna fly high. Alright, that's fixed. I fixed the bottom sweep, which was a thing that we talked about. Apply master to pages. This is the odd pages, okay. And then apply master to pages is the even pages, okay. And there we go. And then what else is in here? I really want to do the bestiary and the alchemy pages right now, but I think I should do the stat blocks first because that's a bit more important in my opinion. That just has more variance and can be done faster than because the bestiary and the naturalist pages I want to give more time to because I want to structure them really nicely, whereas these ones I kind of can take a base of what I already have and kind of work from there. Let me just doop. Alright, and then boop, boop. Alright. Okay. So I'm going to make a separate page. Duplicate pages. Wish I could rename them. Copy, duplicate, add pages. Find someone who listens to Muse. I like Muse. Muse is good. Muse is good. Alright, so we don't need the text blocks. We might keep the chapter. The bullet examples aren't necessary. The tables could be necessary, and the notes aren't necessary. Okay. We want a vertical one. Vertical, horizontal, legendary creatures. Okay, stat D&D stat block. Variants. Images. Because they have, oh my gosh! I love the... Gimme. I don't know what this is for. I don't know what this was for, but I love the way that they did the stat blocks. Mainly because they're using my two favorite colors. It's really only good they're using my two favorite colors. Something to consider. Alright. I just love the way they do the blue. Like, that's really cool. It's very painter style. I like it quite a lot. Okay, anywho. Okay, so we have the vertical ones, actions, bonus actions. Thank you for the boop, Brainer. Hi, I missed you. How are you? Thank you for the song request. Okay, so we need vertical, horizontal, legendary creatures. How are legendary creatures different from normal? Oh, they just have legendary actions. I don't have Spotify, but I can at least look it up. Thank you, wife! That means a lot. Thank you. I mean, you could just type it, and I would fix it if it didn't work, but I appreciate you! I'm trying to think. I think we should do a full vertical one. Now you don't gotta fix it. That's valid, but I don't mind for you, wife. Okay, so I can also remove this. Okay, and then stab lock should be down here. This should be locked. I do like it. It's giving me good vibes. Okay, so this is ooh. So stat block D&D sending DM. Okay. Oh, is it a legendary creature though? Oops. Sorry, my bad. This guy's stat block, not a special spell. Okay. Ascendant. Okay. Okay, he's a legendary. Okay. So we have a just copy and paste. Okay. It's giving like idle vibes. I like it. I gotta check thing. Legendary creatures, so I would knock these three out, and then mages, and then item spells. Okay, so okay, I was told to make a vertical stat block. Are these different? Are y'all different? No, I just didn't make it wide enough. That's crazy. It goes up here for now. There's so much stuff that you have to be going to that one down. Okay, there we go. I think that's where it needs to be. Okay, and then this one, this one, this one. Okay, so I guess I'll call it the Ascendant. Oops. Right? Ascendant. Dant. Okay, the answer is going to stat bracket. Let's say stat bracket that represents its built up movement and one loss can be green. Wow, how big is he? How big is he? This isn't how big he is. How big is he? Oh, he medium? Like, medium what, though? Like, medium... medium monstrosity? And what's his alignment? Do you guys have his alignment? I don't think you guys have his alignment. I'll do the other things. Ascendant stat block that represents his built up one lost. Okay, this is interesting because chaotic neutral. Okay, medium humanoid chaotic neutral. Armor class 23. hit points. Oh, his AC can change. Got it. AC 18. Wait, what's happening? I think I want to do it like this. AC 23, 18, 13, and 8. I'm just gonna spread this guy out a little more. Same with this guy. This guy. Movement. Change these to verticals because I like them more. Wait, what? I don't know where to put this part. Okay, we'll do the other parts first. Challenge rating 9. HP 180. I'm gonna try to do a test stream today, but I slept in too long. That's okay, Pookie. You have tomorrow. You can do it tomorrow if you want. My beans have fucked me and have done this in a kind of terrible order, but it's okay. Okay. Blinds. If this is too much, you could just look at the ancient dragon with spells. No! No! Because this has to be done eventually. No! It has to be done eventually. Blind sense. I think this would... I don't think you guys need wall and air or water. Because, like... That doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to me. Why would you... Because that means he's only in 2 locations, which would be known by the DM. I don't think that part's necessary. But if I need to add it back in, I will. Proficiency bonus. What's this proficiency bonus? So good. Community. I'll change it. I don't know why I didn't just. +4. Okay. +4. Whoa, whatever makes you pay. I got him where I want him now. Never my intention to break. Away from you now. But God, does it feel so good? Still close inside. It feels so good. I wish this were the dreams come true. Not one of them involving you. Gotta move stuff down. 7. enter on that. Oh. Yeah, I think that's okay. And then saving throws. Makes you pray. Oh, I want him now. I have my intention to pray. Cold. Damage vulnerability is cold. Cold. Damage immunities, thunder and fire. What's up with this? Ignore spelling. What champion? Oh, I didn't move this down. Oops. Ten arms raise the sea. Where is it? I'll just move this. No, well, no, I got this. Go. Oh, wait, what? There you go. There you go. I want all these to kind of do that. Can you all do that? Center. Oh, wait. There you go. Okay, if they're not, then that means I have an extra space, and then that's fine. Okay. Skills, stats, general, AC, initiative. Do they have initiatives in this? Not really. Okay, cool. It would be something that's like extra, that's like in here. Okay. Okay, I need to do the stats, which is a strength 12, which is a +1. Dex, which is a 26, +8, +8. What? Oh. Okay. And then con 10. Oh, no. The fuck? There you go. Alright. Poor boy doesn't have that much charisma. Alright. And then... I'm okay. Okay. So this one would be... Bless you, thank you. I will type momentum. Is that something they have down here, though? Actions, multi-attack, actions, traits, actions? Actions. Legendary creature, stat block, okay. Damage immunity, anti-magic. Okay, so and then actions. Okay, cool. So I would put, so if that's an actions, then this all needs to go in, yeah, okay, so this is what would go in here. There you go. The Ascendant has stat brackets that represent his built-up momentum. And then how is that? Momentum. When lost, he can gain 1 bracket each day of momentum. Bold it and italicize each day of momentum. Cannot be regained during combat. Period. Brackets are dictated by the amount of momentum he possesses. The ascendant starts at 60 momentum. It starts at 60. This is bolded. Momentum. 60 momentum each day. Oops, I wouldn't do it like that. It's like this. Momentum and the brackets are 60, 40. Actually, I just take a normal period. And then AC. It also is a very small detail that'll probably get overwritten later because I'll probably forget, but I don't really care. 15 and the AC. We already mentioned above. I don't do this. This also affects armor class and speed. The Ascendant stat brackets that represent his built-up momentum. When lost, he can regain up to 1 bracket of momentum each day. Momentum cannot be regained during combat. Brackets are dictated by the amount of momentum he possesses. The Ascendant starts at 60 momentum, and the brackets are 60, 45, 30, and 15. Such effect. Trait affects his armor class. His armor class and speed. Movement. Yeah, we just do movement. 60, 40, 30, 10. Movement. I think that's the only difference. I'll just copy and paste just in case. Movement. I'm gonna copy this guy. I don't think we need this multiple times. The Ascendant no longer walks or runs, but instead rides the wind. When the Ascendant moves, the wind changes directions accordingly. If a player casts a wind within the generation, so i.e. gust, it will affect the Ascendant's movement accordingly. I think that works fine because it's this top area. Yeah, it's like this top area. So like if the player, then I would just do IE gust. Yeah, I would do it like this. And then the brackets are seen up here as well. Actually, I kind of want to consolidate them, and they say brackets, so I'm actually going to give it brackets, I think. I think that would be better. It's not been fun. Just stay home. If one thing really means one. Even if they don't actually mean like a bracket, I think visually the representation helps a lot. So we're gonna do it that way. Dark-footed place, oh your place, oh my place. I'm not paralyzed, but I seem to track by you. I wanna make you move. Are these the same? No. $23. I should have just copied and pasted it. Oh. Okay, nope. Come here. I seem to be struck by you. 23, 18, 13, and 8. Yeah. Because then, when the person sees it, they'll be like, oh, there's the brackets. Oh, here are the brackets. These go with one another. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I think next is actions. So let's do that. this guy. Ultron. There we go. Cool. Modifier, space, stat, space, modifiers, AC, skills, traits. This gets copied and moved down. And this becomes actions. And then I would just modify that curve just a tad. So that way it goes out. And then, so it would be, ooh, those are italicized. I did not remember that. These are italicized. Is that the same for? Yes, it is. Okay. Movements, momentum are italicized. So then this would be multi-attack, which I believe is just the same that it's always been. Multi-attack is 2 words that I didn't realize. Multi-attack. Bring it to me. That's too many spaces. Attacks. Multi-attack? Multi-attack actions galleys. Okay, no, I was correct. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna remove this guy. Boop. And then enter, space, charge. And then must be in 30 feet. Okay. Do all charges do that? Slam, reposition, riposte, access moves up to 25 feet. No, it's just like one continuous thing. What do we do here? I forgot what we did. Do we talk about that? I don't think we do. So I'll just formulate it here. Strength, saving throw, not prone, push 10 feet away from the ascendant and take 1d8 for cold damage, but to hit, so it takes 1 hit 5, take 1d4, piercing damage, increase by 1d8 for an additional 10 feet. Okay. Saving throw or be not prone. On a success, the target is pushed back 5 feet. Okay, I think that's good. Actually, this isn't necessary because we only bold it, I think, for the other one, so that's fine. Okay. And then slam. Slam. And reach of 12. Hitting a hit 5. I think these need to be italicized. Nope. Because it's damage. That's not what I wanted. Wait, what? Huh? Where are you? There you go. So it should be action, curve, this will be actions. Okay. Okay, and then next is spells. The Ascendant is a stealth level caster. Let's have a tall way. Actually, let me get my D. Actually, isn't it right here? I do. I don't know if it'll have it in here though. Do you have stat blocks? Do you have stat blocks? I don't think you do. I think I have the other one. I'll be right back. I gotta go check something. I do. I have all those guides to monsters. That's exactly what I was looking for. Oh no, I'm being added in the Discord. Is something wrong? It worked. Thank you very much. Pog! Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Ah, I'm so happy when I fix the Minecraft server. Alright. Whoops! Oh no! Sorry. Don't know what that showed you guys, but you. Alright, martial art, swashbuckler. T. How do I know if it's legendary? They have legendary actions, is how I know. Does any of these have legendary actions? Do any of you have legendary actions? Kobolds. Action, legendary action, here we go. So, for spells that they can cast, this actually needs to go above into traits. Okay, cool. And then abilities like Ascendant is targeted by the effective arrow, which otherwise redirects their own abilities. When the Ascendant fails to save, oh, that's a legendary resistance. If the Ascendant is targeted by, oh, that's an ability. I think that still goes with the thing above. If the Ascendant is targeted by an effect that uses wind or air to push them in otherwise direction, the Ascendant automatically fails to save and moves the full distance. The wind in the area adjusts accordingly. I think, didn't we state that earlier? Did we not state that earlier? Charge isn't effect them. Yeah, I would put that here. This one. I'll go here. And then this would scoot down. She shot me, bang, bang, she shot me. Okay, and then, ooh, we need actions to go away, actually. As we go along. And then the spells, spell casting, it's just called spell casting. Gib. Let me hide the background for now, it's distracting me. Go away. This is spell casting. Is that spell casting? Okay, so this keyring is an 18th level spec. So I think it is. Okay, so I need these guys. What? Okay. I don't know what all this is about. Go away. Spellcaster. What is it? 8 level spellcaster. Oh my god. Okay. +8 to hit. I need like a book stand. I have a phone. No, I don't. Okay, it's fine. I'll prop it up on my monitor. Okay. No! Don't fall. Don't fall. Don't fall. Don't fall. Okay. Its spellcasting ability is Wisdom. Spell save DC 17 with the hit spell attack, or the +9 to hit. What does he use? I'm presuming he's a Wisdom caster. Is the Ascendant a Wisdom caster? Okay. Oh, my neck. Okay. And then I'll just type what they typed, which is its spellcasting ability. Its spellcasting ability. Casting ability is Wisdom, in parentheses, spell save DC. I'm just gonna copy what they have and then fix it after. 17 +9 to hit its spell attacks. It has the following cleric spells prepared. It has the following spells prepared. Prepared. Alright, it is to hit save DC 16. 16, and then it is +8 to hit. Okay. And then B, cantrips at will. First, no, don't do that first. No, stop. Level. How many slots? Okay, 4 slots. Second, no. Level 3 slots. I'm gonna go. Do that. Okay. Third, no. Level. Yes, okay. 3 slots. Okay, it's 1 through 6, okay. 4th level, 3 slots. Nope. 5th level, 3 slots. It goes up to 6? 6, yeah. 6th level, 1 slot. 2. It's 2, so it goes at will, 4, 3, 3, 3, 2, 1. Yes, okay. Thunderwave. Dust Devil. Nope. Okay. Wind Wall. Yes, that's how it is in the book. Okay. Though I do like how it's formatted in here. a lot more, but if I do it like that, then... Oh, if Windwalk is already one, I would do Windwalk first and then figure out what we'll do within. Page number. This needs to be an error. Okay. I really like how this is put, because, like, it just looks better. Level 1. Yeah, let's just do it like that. So I just like how it's formatted more. Level 2. Do I like that more? But it's called a first level, fourth level, third level, fourth level spell. It's not level 1 spell, level 2 spell, level 3 spell, because that sounds different. Alright, we'll keep it like this. Cantrips. Spell on page number, abilities, and then legendary resistance, legendary actions. Is legendary resistance though, would that be like a separate thing? Sorry if you heard that. Or is that the same? Legendary actions, tentacle, great construction, sense thought. Legendary resistance is something that happens in its traits. Okay. Good thing I checked. Legendary actions, legendary resistance. Legendary resistance. You can expend 5 momentum. Okay, that is different, so we wouldn't put that there. Boom, 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 and now I'm in her room. Boom, 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 boom. I'm at soon. Boom, 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 boom. And then we use momentum here, like this. 5 momentum. And the ascended fields will save. This was 5 momentum. This should be bolded. Legendary actions, regional effect. Counter test notes. That would go somewhere else, I think. God damn, this is long. Where does this sit? This sits there. Okay, so this actually needs to scoot. I should need to scoot you. Yeah, I should fix it. Okay, I'm fixing it. Boom, 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 and now I'm in my room, boom. I'm into my room, boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I should just put these as the full width so I don't have to fuck with them later in case they are super long. Oh, the initiative thing has to be a thing as well. Actually, I almost forgot about that. There's that. There's this. Got that boom, 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 boom. I'm in her room, boom, 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 boom. Is it this guy? Actually, I should make sure that guy's in the middle, though. You. This guy. Okay. Down there. Down there. Name size. Go. In here. Huh? Why are you not here with the other one? Okay, that goes with name size. That's all I communicate. To be fair, that should never change, so I think that'll be okay. Base is good. Saving throws. Can this fit here? It can. Oh my god. There we go. So simple, but a tough guy, like it really was. Just always a fault. Never took me, come on, sit. Okie dokie, movement, spellcasting actions. Legendary resistance. What was? Oh, there's something else I need to add to the traits. Curse of motion, I think. No, that's a legendary action. Regional effect encounters test notes abilities legendary resistance. Okay, I think the rest of this goes in the rest of it. So. That's a guy. And then let's hope and pray that these actions fit. They probably won't. They might. They just barely might. Just for this test, they just might. Well, no, they won't. No, they won't. Actually. Okay, so. Okay, so, oh boy, do I have tea. Lay it on me, Sheppy. I think I got the control bit. So, okay, I'm waiting. Get mad. Do they do damage as DMG? Where is it? Charisma saving throw takes psychic damage. It's always spelled out as damage under damage. And then strength is also, I think, spelled out. Yes. Strength. He may or may not have gotten arrested for... My boss turned out to be so nice guy. He may or may not have gotten arrested for murder! Murder! That's crazy. Are you okay? Are you handling it okay? I understand if most likely you are likely fine, but just to make sure, I'm making sure you're okay. Because that can affect you too in your mental health space. So are you doing okay about that? He killed his wife! What do you mean? That's crazy. What do you mean? That's crazy. He's crazy. Are you okay? Because that's the fact that, like, you know, you had to be in close proximity with him. Are you okay? I'm good? Okay, good. I was a little worried there. That's fucking crazy. I hated that motherfucker for good reason, clearly. Like, I mean, like, I trust your senses because you've been pretty nice in my chat. I'm low-key happy that he's arrested. Me too! That's crazy. Well, good riddance. Good riddance, but hear me out. What if his wife kicked puppies? Shut the fuck up, Wacky. Shut the fuck up, Wacky. Shut the fuck up, Wacky. She was super sweet. Wacky, you did not help yourself in this circumstance. Now you sound like you would kill your wife. That's not a good thing, brother. That ain't a good thing at all. Oh my god, that's crazy, bro. That's insane. Why? Why would you do that? Why? Why would you do that? Can't they just be not crazy? Okay, this, honestly, what the fuck? Okay. Paper, curves, margins. Alright. Oh, this looks weird. It does look weird, okay. Bro kicks puppies? I believe it. On God, I believe that. That's crazy, dude. Turns out if they did kick puppies, you're all going to look real evil. Wacky, you gotta take things at face value, man. Oh man, this person got brutally murdered by someone they love. Well, it's probably not their fault anyway, says Wacky. That's kind of weird, champ, my guy. So I'm gonna have to give a statement to the cops about my former boss. That's crazy. But I'm glad that you're okay and that you didn't get hurt. Feel bad for the wife, though. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. It's nothing. Shit. I think I see why I did what I did. God damn it. Okay, then this is go here. Okay, you. Wise words. That's what I'm saying. That's how you hurt your own feelings if you don't take things at face value. His wife made me cookies when I first started working here as a welcome. Oh, that's so sweet. That is very sweet. Because, like, that's something you do not have to do. That shit's kind of like a you do that because you're a kind person. You do that. You don't do that because you're just anybody. That's so unfortunate. There we go. Also, if you learn to take things at face value, honestly, guys, it helps because you will learn the understanding of maybe not everybody doesn't like you. That happens for me a lot, as I think you guys don't like me sometimes. But unless you guys tell me you don't like me, I think you guys like me. That's how I do it. That's how I work at the end of the day. So if you don't tell me I don't like me, taking it at face value. It just came as a huge shock, to be honest. I never expected. Well, yeah, you never expect the person that you work for to be a murderer. That's very valid. Like, I don't think anybody would expect that, to be honest, because they'd be like, Excuse me? I'll just be like, okay. I'd probably just be very uncomfortable for a little bit. But I mean, like, I'd probably still go back to work, though. I think I'd need a day to process. Personally. I think if that were me, I'd be like, I need a day to process what you have just revealed to me because I worked in close proximity with that person. Damn, that's crazy. In public, I have shoulders underneath. So it's... I'm a bitch. Do you think if you tell the truth and it's on your side too, I'm a bitch. Okay, this is the vertical stab block example. And then we'll do a stab block. I was in close prox to them too, so I will need a hot minute before going back. Yeah, like, I would expect nothing less. Like, if you're like, nah, I'm just gonna go back to work tomorrow, bro, I'd be like, yo, just sit down. It'll be okay. I am sure that, like, there is some legal thing where they can't fire you because you needed a second because they fucking decided to put you in cahoots in the working space of a murderer. Oh, bitch. Woo-woo! I love you, man. Talk to you later. Bye, Erdom. Love you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Is Beezy streaming today? I just reminded myself of Beezy. They're busy streaming today. I don't know if they are. Did I put my thing on, like, follow channels? It is. Let's do it like this. Beep, 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 beep. I put the warning, I wish I could want it. How rude. I'm friends with a lady in HR, so that has a purse. That's valid. Be nice to HR. On God, be nice to HR. Unless they're actual, like, creeps. I'm Beezy. I think Beezy's not streaming today. Company. Want you know I was gonna feel like nothing right. You can feel like. What? Oh no, that was just okay. Okay, I will even it out after I'm done. Tyler's lovely. She's not creepy. She's a great HR person. Oh yeah, I believe you. Hi, Oceanic! Hope you've been doing well as well. How are you? I'm closer to you every day. There's legendary actions. Legendary actions is its own thing. Hi. I'm doing good. I am just making a TTRPG book. Nothing else I feel like. You can feel like I'm doing Gucci after my class on Thursday. I'll be officially done with the first level of Japanese. Woo! Good job. Can we get claps in chat? Ah! Can we get we get applause in chat for Oceanic? Why don't I have a clap thing? Do I have a thing? Hold on, soundboard. I don't have a clap. Oh, let me redeem it. I'll redeem it. Woo! Good job. Good job, Oceanic. I'm proud of you. Yeah, thank you, of course. Oh, of course. Alright, what is this legendary action? Oh, right. It's this first. It's this first. Woo! Copy momentum. Forward momentum. Yeah, I call it shown as an X. And these other actions. Yay! Together. I'm proud of you guys for knowing how to clap. Oh, this is a this will be bulleted, isn't it? so proud of you. That's how it works here. We're a family. Excuse the stupid. This is going to be good. 7, 6. Also, there you go. Oh, my brain. It's not fair. Huh? Baby, it's a heart. Oh, that didn't change it. Huh? Oh. That's not what I wanted. What is this spacing in between? What is this? Okay, well then we'll do it this way. And where one shall be a dinkus. Then we'll do it this way. Thank you for the song request. Oh, I see. I'm changing these to brackets. Y'all mentioned them as brackets earlier, so they're becoming brackets. Oh. This is a 2. Boys and boys. Start the beat.
Yes, I have risen from the dead, left work, and now I am your problem for another month.
Yippee! Thank you so much! Thank you so much, Kiwi, for the tier 1 for 8 months. I fucking love you, bro. I fucking love you! Repositions. Learn spelling. Methods. Methods can be a capital. Outside, round the outside, round the outside. Make 1 slam attack. I'm gonna be honest, this feels like it should have been something earlier. Ooh. The font of these are all too small. Tell a friend. Who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Let me think. The auto sub helps keep the streak. Not gonna lie, you beat out the turbo this month, but not gonna lie, you beat out turbo in this month budget. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your wall wait. Thank you for the check-in. You got a song request. Oh shit, more T's. Learn spelling. Looks like a job for me. Everybody, let's follow me. Let's not diversity without me. This looks like a job for me. Everybody, follow me. I think I didn't mean to make these italicized. Month of these makes. That's valid. I think momentum I need to go over here. Usually the optimal. Each action consumes momentum. Yes. Hi, Sachiko! I hope you've been doing well. I missed you. Turn these off. So I think this needs to go over here. Just follow me. I'm doing a little controversy. Without me. It's such a good job for me. Don't everybody. PlayStation Plus up. That's valid. That shit don't really do much. Especially if you just use PC. I feel like PC is just better. Personally, I think PC is just better because of things like that. If it's a breakup in the... They don't normally break up paragraphs like we've done. So, I'm going to do it like this. Okay, nerd. Nerd fuck. I think it should be like this. Momentum. The ascendant stat brackets that represent his built-up movement. When lost, he can regain up to 1 momentum each day. Momentum cannot be regained. The ascendant starts at 60 momentum, and the brackets are... The ascendant can take legendary using the option that each action consumes momentum. As shown as... It can only take and consume... I think this makes sense, but we're gonna have to do a pass on it, because I feel like it doesn't exactly make sense, but it does at the same time. Gacha Ikuta. It's Goblin by anime without goblins. What is this? What is this? Images. Ooh. This looks cool. The art kind of reminds me of one that I like. But yes, I will check this out. I'm sorry, my Adderall's kicking in and my brain is like, oh, I can focus on this thing that I have to do to make money. So I can pay rent. But no, I will definitely... Can you send that to me in our... Actually, you know what? I need to make something in the Discord. Actually, can you put that to... Can you send that to me in the fridge? Send that to me in the fridge? Or in DMs. Actually, either way. My brain is like now dying again. Bold. 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 Can create, okay. Can create. The power system is trash, literally, and the mangaka is a hot art girl. It reminds me of Murcielago, which I don't know if you know what that is. It's this Yuri manga that I've read. I know they probably don't look the same, Murcielago. I have to reread this one, but I really like this one. I think it's like the action covers and like the strong color. Oh, maybe, okay, well, yeah, okay, here you go. The other one makes a lot more sense when you read it. I promise. But yeah, that's what it reminds me of. And I like those vibes, so. Okay, and then... Oh. Legendary actions. And then... Crazily enough, this actually might be how long it is, depending. Actually, I did this wrong. I don't need to duplicate the legendary actions. I just need to take this guy and copy and paste him down here. Because it's the next section of this. Yes, but do I want to give more space? Not really. Okay, cool. Regional effect. Oh, fuck, okay. Yeah, this is fine. And then... Nope. Oops. Let's see. At the end of every round, roll a d6. 1 to 5 spawns a CR half air methods. Oh my god. Methods. And 6 spawns a CR5 air elemental. How do you sleep so well? Then I wake up for the sun. Nope, I gotta do it like this. Just one hold like a bonfire. Elemental. No! It's me. I feel like in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. Too sweet for me. Each action taken by one feels each one localized motion. Okay. I don't think that really makes sense in my brain, but I'm not a DM, so 5 localized motions. This would be this. This. This one creature. What? Huh? I like my brain doesn't understand what I'm reading. Wants to put bets on how long I can go without sleep before some eldritch beauty drags me to the dark. Stop! Get sleep! Get sleep, bro. Don't suffer. Get Eve. If you take a small nap, I'll be here when you wake up. We got a lot of work to do today. Sleep for me. And then this one can be deleted. There you go. And then stop. Why? I got a big salad before collab, Pog. Not sleeping until everybody beautiful. Hint, it's been 36. I stop. I don't want to have to work tomorrow. You can take the day off if you want. Maybe. if your boss is okay with that. But you really should get sleep. Sleep is good for you. Oh, these sucks. I'm about to ditch. Okay, the regional effect, and then cursive motion. Okay. Oops. Stop. No. There we go. Cursive motion. I'm just gonna right type that. Please. On the road at the end of the charisma. Save, start with a DC of 10. I got stuff I want to do and no time dilation to help, so time has to come from somewhere. But then don't go to work. Easy, just don't go to work. Get first. I come first. Alright. It will soon be time for collab. So I must be careful at making sure I watch the time. Don't stop. Okay. This has to be numbered. Chapter style, header style, numbered. Make it a 7. V. It only if only Bill's agreed with you. Okay, mood, that's valid. I really wish I could like not have this space. It's annoying the shit out of me. Why? Why is there so much space? Should be in here. Fortunately, my wife is against the idea of me going freelance until I can make more than I consistently. That's valid. I'd say that's pretty valid. Okay, I guess I will do it one by one, that's fine. But I keep writing to my IRP about the scripts when your TikToks are like, fuck yeah! Good. Good. Let's to find out. Are all bullets like this? I was hoping that wouldn't be the case. I really want to see if I can fix this. Left indent, right indent, space before, 0 space after. What the fuck? I thought I just... Oh, you son of a bitch. God damn it. this one. Delete. Go. Well, it does. Okay. Oh. There you go. That's a lot better. Go. And this guy. Okay. I should just be able to do this. Constitution. Okie dokie. This guy. Oh, I already did that. Cool. Oops. No. So, this is not aligned. Save. Bye. Why are you being funky? There you go. Okay, so that's how long it is. Oh, what the fuck? What happened here? Oh, okay. And then this curve move up here. This curve move out. And then the legendary action scoop up. And then I think actions actually needs to move here. And if that is the case, and then actions. Cool, and then legendary actions will scoot the fuck up. Maybe not be there though. I kind of like it if it's a bit. Legendary actions. I'd appreciate it if this was actually lower than that. That's interesting. They kind of like even it by Let's take this guy. Get. No. Bruh, please. Please. There you go. If I remove this guy, screw him back up. Take the curve away. Nope, not that one. This one. It's still uneven. But honestly, not that uneven. What's the sound of your voice? I did unevenly though. Oh my god! Yes, what's the matter, Moira? Give me 2 seconds. Alright, what's up? Come here. What? What? Come here, baby. You want some squishes? Do you want some squishes? I don't know what my cat wants. She came in here and I don't know what she wants. I think she just wanted to say hi. I think she just wanted to say hi. In shadows. I gotta fix all this. Attention and play mostly. Makes sense. I went to play with her and give her attention and then she just kind of ran away. So it's like, oh, okay. There we go. I did that wrong on all of these? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. There is a space between these to be fair. How can we go back to being friends when we just shared a bed? How can we go happy and pretend you're someone you never met? You already have my attention, sir. Nani? Nani? Can we go back to being friends when we just shared a bed? Oops. Seventeen, 16, 15, 16, 16, okay. Horizontal. Oh, we just shared a bed. How can we go lightly and pretend I'm someone you never met? to someone you never met. What the fuck? I'm just gonna scoot this down. Just oh, you. There you go. Yeah. I have vertical, horizontal, and legendary. Boop, boop, boop. Now I need to prepare for a collab and play test vertical stack. My brain! I also have to get a snack. I also kind of want a snack. I ate more breakfast, so I kind of want a snack. How high do stat blocks go? Oh shit, I just closed the book. Hold on. Disaster come on. Oh, they're like... Oh, that's the text though. Oh, okay. They go as high up as the page allows, actually. So this no longer exists. These unlock, go up here. Also, why are you not that bright? What is wrong with your background? There you go. Alright, there you go. Also, what happened to you? Legendary resistance, traits. I don't remember. I don't remember what happened to you. This needs a space. And honestly, this needs a space. Which means this actually needs to come down. I always remember to hire you to format my guidebooks for my different series. Yeah, do it. It's really fun. I like doing this kind of stuff. It's actually really, like, relaxing for me. Like, it makes my brain think, but it's, like, not, like, my brain's gonna implode while I think. It's just, like, a nice, relaxing thing that I can do. Oops. Oops. Yes. I was wondering why it was taking so long to do the other one. I dropped my sandwich! No! I'm sorry. Piece of work, you can... Yeah. Horizontal. I'm sorry about your sandwich. I hope you can have another one. Okay, so those three are done, and then I kind of want to do major item and spells, but I could probably do that off stream. I gotta go to the bathroom. My life is ruined. No! I would give my eyeball so that way you could have your sandwich back. I would take a fork and stab it out of my eyeball just so you can have your sandwich back. Does that make you feel better? I hope it does, cause that's my whole eyeball. That is my whole eyeball. Let's try and place that horizontal. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom really quick, so I'll be right back, and then we're gonna set up for collab. We're gonna go hang out with spell and spell. Let's have a Mages. I don't know if those mages. It was no. Oh my god, that's such a good sounding sandwich. Holy shit. I'm sorry. All right. I will be right back though, cause I gotta go bathroom. I'm sorry about your sandwich. Oh, time to jump. No, Kiwi. Stop it. All right, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm still gonna eat it. Good. I'll be right back. I love you guys. I'm back. Mixer dropped her lasagna at lunch with no way to replace her lunch. It was traumatic. That does sound traumatic. I saw a man drop a full bucket of KFC in the street. Wait, does Peak have crowd control? When did we get that? We just got it. We just got it for today's stream. Pour out that southern tea for the real one. Can I get it in English tea? Pour out the tea, homie, for a real one. You have tea over there. Alright. I'm gonna pop in with Noble, so I'll be 2 seconds.
And
Hello.
welcome back.
We're back.
Doing all right?
Noble. What?
No. How you doing today, dude?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
I'm pretty good. Heads up, I got a new mic and it's kind of quiet, so you might need to adjust me. But on the local chat, I'm gonna use a different mic, so that might not matter actually. But
okie dokie. Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Alright. Oh, it's alright, chat. Hopefully I set this all up. It's just an extension and then you have to download the thing from crowd control, right? That's like it?
Yeah, it's like you download the crowd control app. You gotta like run the game through the app, so that way it like actually makes the effects happen in game. And I think you need to.
I enabled the Twitch extension.
Yeah, alright, that's good then. There's also like managed lobby, I believe, but there's like a start session thing.
Okay.
Set up.
I'm presuming that you should host it since you've done this before, just in case.
Yeah. And by the way, anything like money-wise will go to the individuals that they throw the shekels at. So it's like, don't worry about.
We have shekels. This costs money. What do you mean it costs money, Noble? I thought this was all free. I thought
you
this
can
was
set
all free.
up custom like channel point redeems.
Oh my god, chat. I didn't know it cost money, chat.
Yeah.
Hi, Mew. Oh. Chat, I'm so sorry. It costs money. Hi. Mawa. Where is Noble? Mawa. Oh my god, Noble, you scared the shit out of your PNG scares the shit out of me.
Buh.
Buh.
Oh god, I'm terrorized by that sound by so many friends.
I'm sorry. I'll be changing it in a few days. I'm circling through them. I am the sound alerts.
No, keep it. It's awesome.
Alright, cool.
The other one was very confusing for people who didn't know the inside joke of the stallion.
It's the stallion.
Yeah, that one.
Girl.
It looks like there's supposed to be some free ones, but if there's a way to use channel, that would be best. Okay.
I'm obsessed with Megan the Stallion, so I get it.
Yeah.
Meg the Stallion.
How do
you
I
go shout again.
I love her.
Configure how do I change the currency? How do I change configure
effect
the price
manager.
of the coin?
Oh, you can change the currency?
Yeah,
you can make it really cheap. You can change the cooldowns.
But do I have to add a Twitch channel point? I do. You sons of a bitch. Can't I just convert the game effects into channel rewards? I don't wanna. Noble, I do not want to do this. But I have to do this. Cancel. Okay, anti-grab jump cost. How much do you make them? How much do you make them? My bad. I didn't know these weren't free.
I left them on default just because I know Jimbo will blow his paycheck to fucking kill me. That's a joke. But he'll the banana slip one has ended runs before, and so I turned that one up, or at least the cooldown's up.
I mean, like, what would be a good channel point price? Because I don't want chat paying money.
Oh. Oh,
Like,
I'd say 100 to 500 range. Like,
okay, I'll do 250.
for like the detrimental ones, I'd probably even go up to 1,000 if you're like really scared. That's like you go up in the air. There's one the anti-grav jump.
I'm not scared, chat. You wouldn't. Again, you only use 3 of their channel points, chat.
I would
Oh.
do banana slip then. That's a good one that
Okay.
people really like.
Okay. Yeah, yep.
Let's see what else.
Drowsy player
Anti-grav
was
jump
funny.
to have people like jump around like moon people. That's fun.
Yeah.
But people like to hurt people, so it's like what's another hurty one? Spawn bees. Yeah, that one's fairly common.
Oh god.
Do I have to stop using, like, turn off the session and then create the channel points? Or
I'm not sure on that one.
let me try it.
I can change the currency amount while live. So
Okay, it should chat. Let me know if you can see it. Also, I need to make a stream together link, don't I? I need to make a stream together link, don't I? Did you do a thing?
I put a link in the
You
chat. If you wanna
did.
click it.
Oh my god, look at you. Join session. Look at you. Being a trooper.
Oh.
Oh. Alright.
Lap.
Mine, those of us have hundreds and thousands of points. Yeah, but some of you don't. It's gotta be fair for everyone. Don't be dicks. Don't be dicks.
Oh, they're gonna be dead. I know this.
No, my babies are nice to me. Mine are nice to me. I don't know what you're feeding your chat, but I'm feeding mine milk, and they're nice.
Oh, okay.
That's strong bones.
Learn.
I haven't fed my chat
Alright,
in a
because
while.
it doesn't matter, because if your chat does it, it happens to me anyway. Fuck!
See,
It
that's
doesn't
the
matter what
nicer
I
chat.
feed them.
This is gonna be on
Fuck.
an individual basis. It
Oh,
won't
really?
happen.
Okay.
It won't spread it now.
Who? Okay.
Also, your mic is on in the Twitch chat. Heads up.
Oh shit.
Is the
Thank you.
banana peel the only one for the points, or is there?
If you're using the point ones, there's more. But they give you like
anti-grav
3.
jump, banana slip, and drowsy player because I thought those would be funny.
Yeah. Well, this is a good song.
Yeah,
Mic check. Is everyone sounding pretty good right now for everybody?
I guess it's more so we gotta check in game, right?
That's true,
check
that's
in
true.
game. Fuck, where the fuck
But,
is it? Launch game.
Essentially, we won't need to do a lobby setup because that gets weird. We just launch the game through crowd control, and we're good to go. Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
then how do we join each other? How do we?
Oh, we
play
just
together?
join like normal.
Oh, okay. With.
Oh, I forgot to
Thank you,
close the
Noble,
YouTube
for
studio.
setting this up. We love you.
Okay.
Wow.
Noble,
I need to do that.
Noble 18th. You.
Also, I love the Fujitech art everyone has. It's so nice. Holy shit.
I don't know what I have. What do I have?
Repo.
Repo. Fuck.
Put your pop in one on so you match me.
Oh, dang.
No.
A day.
I don't even
Anything
know what
for
foodie I
WAV.
have.
Anything for WAV. You have like just the cute little like chibi one. Do you
It's so cute.
Yeah, it's really cute.
I don't think I have a pop one set up.
I made mine so I could specifically match with Elaine.
'Cause I'm a little guy. I'm a little guy with a little pop mouth. Okay, there we go. There's that. Game sounds are on, and this is on, and then we're gonna desktop.
Sorry, I'm choking on a piece of lettuce. So I'm
That's
just keep
okay.
grunting.
Goddamn
Okay.
lettuce. Kill it.
Lettuce. I tried to be healthy and it fought back.
Okay, so
no.
whenever you
No.
launch the game through crowd control, you're gonna need like tab out and go back and then start session. And then it's like you're good to go.
Tab out. Go in here. Oh, start. Oh, I see. Is that when we join the lobby? Sorry.
Oh, you just click that and it's gonna be an individual thing for you.
Oh, okay, cool.
So it's just that way. If someone banana slips me, no one else dies. Kind of vibe.
Oh shit! Wait, could I give everyone like free stuff? Free coins?
I'm not sure.
Oh, what did I
That'd be
just
cool.
drop? Oh, I just dropped a
Guys,
Coke
can I give you
I
on the
know.
floor.
People can get
That's a
50
Coke.
free coins in the beginning,
Oh, interesting.
but
Okay.
I will host the game. Thank
How
you for the
goes?
follow pairs. Oceanic pairs. Oh,
Oh,
I
shit,
haven't
that's
done
great.
shared chat in a while.
It's okay. Actually, okay, wait. As if I have the unpinned message. Okay, there should be an overlay thingy so you guys can fuck with us if you want, or if you just want to see what chaos happens. That's also cool. Please don't spend your money
are you on my Steams?
unless you really
I
want
don't
to.
think
I
so,
think I
hold
can invite them and then you guys can add
Oh,
each
okay.
other.
Oh, that would. Yeah.
I'll still send my
Watch
thing
game.
in case anybody wants my code.
Yeah,
I turned down my output audio
yeah, I will do that too once
in
once we're using it.
Discord. My in-game mic working?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
working. It's
Yay!
working.
I'm so
Yay!
excited to play.
Me too.
I was playing
Me too.
Minecraft before this. Talking with my friend. Well, I guess our friend. Jody.
Jode. Let me get a different outfit. None of these really match my hat. I like this hat. Alright. Oh my god, you have cat ears! You have the wolf ears because you finished the game alone, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense.
Alright, I think I got Discord muted.
Same.
Yeah, I had no one online to play
With
with me to
drop
do
things,
anything like
yeah.
friends wise, so I was like, I'm just gonna climb a mountain. It's very
Yeah.
peaceful.
Mood. Alright, are we ready to go?
Let's go.
Are we ready to go?
Yeah.
I'm ready. I don't even remember.
Are you,
what I
are we
had
ready,
on.
Noble? Are you ready?
Oh yeah.
Can you hear me all right? Hello?
Oh my god, yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Turn
Oh my God,
it
okay.
down.
I believe that
too
means he's
loud.
ready. I'm gonna click the button. I wanna click the button. Oh god, I'm on the wrong
Okay,
side.
click the button, baby.
I wanna click the button. Start.
We're gonna lower this.
Let's go! Bing Bong Airlines! Bing Bong Airlines! Bing Bong Airlines! Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep.
Is it there?
Okay. Whoa.
Hello.
Welcome.
Oh god.
Oh god, I got to need like all soap burn.
Are you laying down, wife?
I'm alive. I'm alive.
That's
Welcome.
cool.
Welcome,
I
everybody.
wanna carry Bing Bong. I wanna carry Bing Bong.
Yeah, make sure he's in your pocket. Yeah.
I wanna carry Bing Bong.
Oh, bees!
Oh! What do you mean? Do we get a honeycomb out of this?
Ah! No! Go away!
I'm running! Run, my wife! Run! Oh, no!
Oh my god.
Ba 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 ba.
I forgot to
Whee!
get my controller.
Whee! Whee!
That's Jimbo.
What a dick move.
Said fast player. Am I fast now? Oh my god, I'm so fast! No! 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 Oh, I'm gonna get it. Oh, I exhausted myself. Welcome to the jungle! I think. Oh. It's fine. I want to get to the top first. This is gonna be the fastest speed run you guys have ever seen. I have Bing Bong. It's gonna be great. Guys, I'm gonna get to the top first! I said that and my throat is dry. It'll be so fast. What is this? Is this a carrot? Medicinal root. Cool. Ba 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 ba. I want to get to the top. I want to prove my worth. Because my wife has already completed this game, I want to carry the team. Which means I gotta get to the top, chat. Can't stop, won't stop. Unless somebody needs help, then we'll stop. But we got this. There's like a suitcase up there and I want it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh. Ooh. Where is it? Big luggage. Rope. Drink. Snack. Eat. Is everybody okay? Everybody doing good? Oh my god, a backpack. Oh my god, a backpack. Oh my god, how'd I get a backpack? Yo? Thank you guys for the backpack. Yo, we about to, wait, hold on. 4. I gotta put Bing Bong in the backpack. Oh, you can exchange bits for coins. I didn't know that. Kiwi! Hi, Joker! How are you? Oh my god, we should play this game sometime, Joker. You have this game, right? Oh, no. I didn't see that I was running out of stamina. Noble is so much louder than everyone. I hear Miu though. She giggling. She's okay. As long as I hear her giggling. I had 300 bits collecting dust. That's crazy. Yeah, you can use them on this. Let's clip farm, baby. I've been waiting for my turn. I got you. I'm surprised you can't increment. You did like 100 bits and now you're doing them by 10. I'm surprised you can't do them by more. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. I want to get up here first. I believe in myself. I think I can do it, chat. I think I'm already so close. Oh! Jim Bob! Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a great time. Excuse me! No! No. No? Where is that? How does that happen? How do I slip? I'm afraid now. Don't do this to me. Come on, I gotta get to the top first. Come on, Jim Bob. There was no 50 option? Wait, so couldn't you just do 3 100s? No, stop! Is that working? I don't know if that's working. Is that working? I don't know if that's working. Can I, hold on. Can I re-give those to you guys? Yeah, the anti-grab jump's working. Whee. Oh, this is super helpful. Oh my god, you guys are so helpful. Don't bring your logic into this. Okay, valid. Why is my eyes getting blurry? What's happening? Am I dying? What's happening? Why is the world getting staticky? Chat? Chat, what's happening? I can't see! Chat, it's so dark! Oh! There's a bad man! There's a bad man! There's a bad man over there, chat. There's a bad man. No, don't let me slip. Don't let me slip, please, Jim Bob, please! It's so dark! It's so dark! Why is it so dark? My eyes are so fuzzy. Oh god! Is this what hell's like? Just the darkness? Please, no, please, please, please. Hold on. I don't know if the banana slip is working. And I'm so afraid that it's not working. Complete all. Why is it giving me infinite points? You want hell? It's channel points, so I don't know. You want hell? No! No, wait, let me get to this other rock! Please! Please, let me get to the other rock. Please, it's so dark. Please, please, it's so dark. Please, it's so dark. I can't see. I think I saw the hat man. I don't know where my wife is, or my friends, or my family. I think this is the darkness. I hear Pancake in the distance. Ow! What's happening? Ow! Ow! What is this? I'm being crabbed? What do you crab me for? Anti-grab jump. Yippee! Uh-oh. 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 I did that wrong. Whee! 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 Why must you crab me, chat? I was doing okay. Shout out to the Discord screen. What? Oh, that's on Noble's side. Oh, let's go! I'm going. Wait, are you guys already at the top? Please tell me you guys aren't already at the top. Hello?
It's just.
Oh my
just
god, you're dead. What do you mean it's just me?
It's just you. Also, watch out for
Ow!
the bees.
Ow! Ow! Ah! Ah! Leave me alone. I just want to eat some baby. I just want to eat some apples. I just want to eat some apples. What do you mean everyone's dead? I hear people. Hello? I got poisoned. Hello? Okay. I don't think I'm the only one left. I'm gonna wait here a little bit. I don't think I'm the only one left. I don't think I'm the only one left. I'll wait for everybody though. Whoa! What does this do? What does this do? What is happening? What does Scoutmaster's Bugle do? I know this is a pretty good item though. Use it? Okay. Oh! That's cool. Oh. Oh god, it's getting dark again! Chad, I'm scared! Chad, I'm scared! What's happening? Oh! Get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. No! Ah! No! The Hat Man! It's the Hat Man! The Hat Man wants to take my bones! Oh! No! Let me go! Let me go! Ow! No! No! Ah! Stop! Please, sir! Please! Ow! I'm getting curb stomped by the Hat Man! Ah! What the fuck, guys? Oh no, he's throwing me off the cliff! Oh no, I'm okay. Stop! Stop! The Hat Man! This game has mobs, it has one, and it's the Scoutmaster. Stop! My body, no! Leave me alone.
That or maybe bees?
Hey guys. Hi guys.
Back again. Thank you.
Chat sent the Scoutmaster after me. I got to the top and they killed me. They gave me a bugle horn and then they killed me. Ah! No! Not again! What is this hell? Ah! Guys, help! Guys, help me! The Scoutmaster's trying to kill me! He's trying to diddle my butthole!
Behind you, pancake, behind you!
Oh! Oh my god. Why is he here?
How do we
Get to the checkpoint, please! Get to the checkpoint, please! I'm so
Oh, I used
scared!
the trumpet! I used the trumpet! He ran away from the trumpet!
Oh, thank God. Oh my God.
Yeah, you
Oh my God.
Scoutmaster.
Oh my God. I'm so hurt. Guys, what do you mean? I got up here. Oh, hey, you died again? Hey, what's up?
Yeah, they fucking revived me just to kill me again.
That's what Zodi did! Ugh. My God,
Yeah,
you
I
can
like
summon
this.
him either by being
Oh.
too far ahead of your group or using his bugle. Oh, that's why you guys
touch that
made me
statue.
use it.
Touch that statue, please.
Yeah. I'll touch
Thank you,
the statue.
thank you.
I stole that.
I'm going.
Yeah, bye.
Can you take me higher? Rope
I
cannon.
want,
What the hell is that?
I want a marshmallow. Come get
I
a
want a
marshmallow, boy.
Yeah!
Come get a
Oh,
marshmallow,
that's the
boy.
wrong button. Do we have anything to cook besides the marshmallows?
I got my.
Oh,
Bing bong!
don't cook the backpack.
Oh, bing bong!
It's
What about the
pre-cooked.
medicinal root?
I cooked the backpack already.
Yes.
Oh my god, so many ping
Oh
pongs!
my god. Oh my god.
Oh my God, we can all have a bing bong now.
Here, you can have a bing bong.
That's so many bing
Thank you. I already
bongs.
I had the original bing bong actually.
Oh, there's another
I got
backpack and
nice.
stuff over here.
I'm not a
Oh.
Yum
backpack.
yum.
I can have a backpack.
No, you're
too.
back here.
Wait, this is
Yeah.
the Scoutmaster's bungle.
Ow! Ow! Ah!
I'm going this way. I'm going this way. I don't wanna. Stop, please, no. Ow! Ow! Don't burn me! Don't burn me! Oh, that hurt. That hurt. Chad, I thought you loved me. Chat, please, please, it hurts. Bing Bong is too cute. I went full OCD for Bing Bong, that's valid.
I'm really tired.
Oh, it's purple here.
Oh,
It's purple.
I did it.
It's purple
I
here.
am sleepy.
Please.
Don't make me
Go, my
sleepy,
child,
bro. I'm
create
already tired
chaos.
of poison.
Please.
I need to
Please.
join the group.
Whee.
I want those bananas. Give me those bananas.
The bananas.
Ow.
Ow. Ah! Ow. I'm good. Don't worry. I fight. Fucking heart though. What's it this? Green kingberry? I don't think that's a good berry.
I no joke ate one time and then dropped it in front of me because I didn't think about it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a purple one. What's in here? I need this. Stop! You keep. Haha! You redeemed it when I was staying still, you fool. You fool.
I think. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe your side would be good, but I do think we have to go a little
Bing
Ow.
bong away. I will throw away bing bong.
possibly.
Not the bees! Stop somebody.
Wait, which way? We're going which way? The left way or the right way? Oh god.
God damn it! The bees!
Okay, we're going this way. Hey, what's that? What is that? What is that? What is that? What was that?
Fungus. I don't know what
Yo,
this is,
throw
but I
that.
think I'm...
Throw it, please, for the love of
But
God.
why?
Throw it,
But why?
make me feel better, please.
Wait, I played
Okay, fine. Ah!
Snort it!
What?
I only got a little bit.
I'm so confused.
Alright. It's a remedy mushroom. It like AoE effect heals everybody.
Oh shit, I missed it.
Bees behind you guys.
I missed the group cocaine time.
Chat, you're scaring me.
But I think this
Chat, I thought you liked me. Bing bong.
Yeah, fuck it.
Okay. Oh! Why would you do that? No, I'm being poisoned, please! It hurts. Don't, please, not with the banana slip, please.
Don't worry. I found a Pandora's lunchbox. Nothing bad could happen with that.
Yeah, eat it.
Ow.
Oh! Okay, well, I'm gonna die. I'm going to die. Oh, God, a guidebook. That was a guidebook.
Oh, that'll actually help you. Get over here. Get over here.
Oh.
Touch lanterns.
fairy lantern. This thing can be gems, by the way, if you don't use it all the way. Wait, I need it.
Come on, bring it back. Oh, yeah.
There's your blood.
I feel so much. Why are we only here to suffer? Why are we only here to suffer, please?
Okay,
Please, I don't have that much stamina,
I have
please.
that. I need to put you in my backpack. Trumpet.
You can have this lollipop.
Okay.
Oh, fucking
He's
sick. Thank
summoning
you.
bees. That's so
Alright, chat, listen. I wanna finish this game. I wanna be cool. Moon
There's no
jump.
finishing this game.
Thank you,
Just
Zodi.
something slightly better.
What do you mean? Miu's finished it. That's why she's got the cool. Whoa.
Now with crowd control, there's a difference.
And I'm still not suffering
Uh-oh.
even now.
I fucked up.
I slept in and forgot to stream.
Oh, I love this. I love this. Moon jump.
I
Moon
keep
jump is
hurting
pog.
myself.
Whee. Whee. I don't know if I'm going the right way. I don't think I am. I think this is the wrong way to go. I don't know though. Maybe I go this way.
My wife has left.
I'm right here. I'm right up here. I'm up here, wife. Wife, I'm up here. I'm right here. I'm up. Oh no!
Pancake, are you alive? Are you good?
Hello, I'm right here, wife. I think I went the wrong way, though, wife.
You think you went
I
the
don't
wrong
think-
way?
There's not
Okay,
really
never
up
mind.
on this side. Yeah, I'll
We
come
don't
down
think
to
this
you.
is the right way.
I think that way is the right way.
Oh yeah, I think so. Oh.
Oh, bye, Noble.
Oh, he's
Are you
good.
good?
I'm good.
Hey, look, there's some chubby mushrooms. Those are always good, right?
If they don't have spots on them.
Hey, Noble, eat it.
Okay.
Ah.
I'm not poisoned yet. Here you go.
Okay,
You can have.
good.
I feed you. Here, you've been fed.
Oh yeah, don't eat those ones.
Anyways,
Oh, these will kill you. Yeah.
but they look like they'd make a good soup.
God damn it! Get away from me!
Oh, not the bees!
Oh, there's so many! Oh, the fucking bees! This won't bring back your honey.
Is that the way to go, Waff?
No. I don't think so.
Oh, thank God. Thank you, Zodiac. Holy shit.
Ow!
there's so
Ow!
many bees.
Ow, please! Oh, please! Oh, please, 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 no. Please, no. Please. Please.
Really?
I only have so much stamina. Please, chat. Please. Chat. Chat, I thought
No,
you
not
liked
the
me.
bees!
Chat! Ah! Ah! Okay. Alright, I think we're okay.
Oh no, I'm about to die. Oh no, I'm gonna die!
No!
Oh, I'm passing out.
Oh no, wife, where are you? Wife? Oh no! Oh! Oh, god damn it, chat. God damn it. I think that might have been my fault, actually. My bad. Please, please, chat. Please. This life, but not just to suffer. What's that? What is this? What is this? Oh, it's a shelf mushroom. Please. I'm doing so good. I have no stamina. Hold on. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't mean to, like, lunge. Oh, I don't have enough stamina, chat. I might be a little fucky here. Please. I don't know if the banana slip. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be full frontal. I don't know if banana slip
Hi.
is working. Hi.
I died.
I'm sorry. Chat's been pretty mean.
And I had so much poison that it was like more than like basically the whole health bar, but of just poison.
Yup. Chat's pulling fast. Anti-grav jump. Pee-pee. I gotta eat some food and then we'll go up. Hopefully I can avenge my wife. I wonder, did I not set them on a cooldown and maybe that's why they're like all being funky? I'm very afraid that like some of the previous effects haven't worn off yet. So when you guys, the ones you guys redeemed go off, it's all gonna go off in a slurry and I'm just gonna get absolutely bumfucked. The bees ones worked, I think. Well, this is very dangerous. I think this was not the path to go. It's raining. It's raining. It's raining. It's pouring. The old man, he's snoring. That sounds scary up there. There's no cooldown. Oh god. I don't want to fix it. I'm too lazy. It's okay. It's okay. You guys know how to clip farm. It'll be alright. Oh wait, no, I fucked up. It's still raining. No. Oh gosh. Bleep, 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 bleep. Beep, 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 boop, 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 boop. Oh no, let me up. I might have to take some poison. Yeah. Just a little bit of poison. What is happening over there? Scary things are happening over there, and I'm happy I'm over here. Slowly making my way through the poison. Through the poison.
Elaine, is that you?
Hello?
How far away are you? You close?
Oh, I see you. I'm over here. Hello. Hey, dog.
I'm a dance.
Hello.
I'm a dance.
Oh, yeah, dance. I gotta do a redeem.
You got this. You got
Thanks.
this.
One sec. I got. Hello. Where's Sam?
Fine.
His vocal stem.
You disrespect
What's
me.
that?
You disrespect my family.
Respecting my family.
You call us stinky
There's
poopy
a thing
babies.
over there.
You punch
Oh wait,
my wife.
I think I could make it if
You
I
kicked
use
my
the
baby.
rope
You
farm.
kicked my fucking baby.
I'm
You
too
ate our
afraid to do
dog.
this by myself.
You ate our house.
You got this.
Drink one of these.
I don't think that worked the way I thought it would work. Oh wait, no, it did.
Guys,
It
I
did.
found something really weird. It's called a bugle of friendship. I don't know what it is. Dark
It
owl.
gives you.
Welcome in.
I think it gives you. Oh,
Oh,
do you see that?
oh, pancake.
Oh,
Hey,
Pancake?
What happened? What happened?
I don't know.
Is everyone okay? Oh,
Pancake, come on.
I
I
think
got her dead
Pancake's...
body.
Wait. Oh, do you have a bandage?
or if
Wait,
anybody
where'd
has
my
those health
backpack
paradigms.
go? Wait,
Oh,
where'd
you
my
dropped it. It's back where
backpack
you
go?
picked up pancake. It's where you picked up pancake.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh
oh.
god, the bees! The bees!
No, not again, not with the bees. I don't want to be in a cage, please.
Wait, I'm carrying Pancake. Wait, isn't Pancake dead? Why am I carrying this? This is a corpse.
I don't know. I think she's
I
like
think
knocked out. Cause
Yeah,
if she was
if you
dead,
find,
then
like,
she'd
a
be able to
med
talk
kit
as
or
a ghost.
No, I looked down at Forrest. I was so mad. He dropped me.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Noble! Noble killed me.
What?
Oh.
What?
I was still
What?
alive by like a little bit, but then he just like, why am I carrying a corpse? And then he dropped me. And I died.
That's great.
I will never forget.
Hey, share that! Share that! No, hey,
Alright,
share
go
that.
for it. Yeah, here you go, man. Here you go.
Look at that. Look at my corpse.
Mmm, delicious.
Hot dog.
Delicious.
Hot dog.
Okay. Actually, I'm gonna hold on to this because I keep getting bees summoned on me.
That's
Oh,
valid.
God. Ow, poison.
I don't know if this is the right way to go.
Oh, God, Neo
I
and
picked it
Pancake
up. I
are
got
dead.
it. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
You guys having fun? I'm having fun. Pretty good time.
Please. Noble.
I tried to put my hand out.
It's okay. I'm coming.
Oh man, let me grab a quick.
I got you, bro. I
Oh,
got
thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
We're
Thank
good.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Luggage. You can have it.
Granola bar. Wait.
Yay!
I
Nice.
have too much stuff.
That's
I
a-
can't
oh.
grab it.
Oh, I'll take that. Just don't
want
throw it
this?
because it'll explode.
Oh! Welcome
Oh!
back.
On the back!
Welcome back.
Oh. Oh my God, I'm
back.
back.
On the back!
Oh.
Dog.
The backpack's still mine.
What?
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 I stole it.
You fucking killed me, you asshole. Oh.
Okay.
Oh God.
Alright,
Not
let's go.
again. Not again.
I have to revive my wife. So my only mission is to revive my wife. A lot of chaos happening behind me, but we have a mission here, chat. You might stop. You might try to stop me on my mission, but my mission is noble nonetheless. Not noble like the slime, but noble like a knight.
Like the
You're my
idea.
noble knight.
I'm trying my best.
There's a little spot to the left. Oh, careful.
Oh,
Oh,
there she is.
okay,
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Pancake.
I did it.
I'll save you the
Okay.
time. Oh, poison. Oh,
I think those green ones are good.
got you.
I don't know.
heal.
I'm only
The
reading.
green ones will hurt me. No, don't make me eat, babe.
By the
Oh
power.
my god, where do I go?
I
Go
agree.
this way? I feel like I might have to risk my health to do this.
Okay. So if I do this,
Hot dog. Hot dog. Alright, where are we going? We could go up there, but that's probably gonna hurt us, but that's not the worst. Oh gosh.
okay, that's all the juice I got. If you're dead, you're dead. I tried.
I feel like I gotta risk it for the biscuit, chat. I think it's time to risk it for the biscuit.
I love you guys.
Skip.
What is a knight? What is a knight, but not someone who risks it for the biscuit? Okay. Oh my god, I'm scared.
Well,
Let me get back up
are you
here.
alive?
You could have.
Ow.
The fairy line to
Ow.
recharge me.
Ow. 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 Ow.
Careful.
Ow. 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 Okay, that was not the play.
Oh, you were so close.
If I see damn hot dog again, I'm telling you out my
Oh, that hurt. That hurt. I have so much poison on me now. That was a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the way to go.
Yeah, I'll go back. I'll go back.
Yeah.
There's enough lantern. Bet you won't, you main chicken. I am a chicken. I tried. I'm not going back. It hurt.
No, you know what, you can have a little bit. You don't get it. This is my lantern.
Okay, that's fine. You can have that.
That's crazy.
I wonder if that really is like a really big tree. I wonder if you're able to climb that.
Oh, the really big tree? That one over there?
Yeah, there's also like a medium-sized tree. Oh no, that's the same tree.
Guys, help.
Yo, what's up?
I'm being lifted by gravity and I'm about to...
Got you.
Oh my god.
Put your hand up. Put your hand up, please. Please, thank you.
Yeah, you're
Oh
good.
my
Stop.
God.
Calm down. Calm down.
10
Calm down.
seconds. 10
Ow!
seconds,
Ow!
guys.
Ow! Why did I help you? Why did I help you?
The rock!
What the fuck? How'd you get up there? Oh my god. Oh, well. Well.
It's just His chat will bring him
Okay.
back, it's fine.
Ow, 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 ow.
Just gotta run, you just gotta
Oh.
run.
Go away. I have a fairy lantern. Please stop. Okay. Okay, well, that's out of juice. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna go...
Yeah, I think you gotta
Gonna
go
go
back,
back.
down. Yeah.
I'll
It's
go
very
back.
poisony today.
Oh, yes, it hurts. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh. Alright. We go. We go and we pray. We go and we pray that the tree is the answer. Not the big
You
tree.
might be able to jump to that rock across for you.
I did it.
Yeah,
I really don't.
you did.
Alright, big tree time. Ooh. There are poisonous things over here.
Yeah. I think because I think you were right to go that way of the big tree. It's just the way to get up to the big tree's a little roundabout.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh look, because even to like your left, that even looks like a better climbing spot than anything else we've seen. Yeah.
Like that or that?
Yeah, yeah, like, yeah, I think you got options. Like, you don't have to climb the tree, I don't think.
I wonder if this
I
mushroom's
think,
okay.
yeah.
Is mushroom okay?
It looks like that one might be the okay one.
It's like the bottom that I'm worried about, but I'm gonna eat it anyway. Hey, I'm good.
Yeah, you're good, okay. Yeah, because I've eaten those before, but if they have the spots on them, I think it's when we get in trouble.
Ow. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Ow. Ow. Oh no. Oh no, it is poisoning me. Oh, it was a delayed effect.
Oh no!
Ah!
It just took a while, oh no.
Alright. Maybe...
Maybe that way.
I just feel like I wish there was a more clear way to get up.
Yeah.
But maybe it's gotta be the tree. Maybe the tree is the answer.
Smart.
Let's go. The tree's not so bad. Tree's not so bad.
Oh yeah, because then
This
there's the
poison's
branch
gonna-
right there.
Yeah, just gotta wait for it to stop raining.
Yeah.
Stop raining.
Oh hey, listen.
Oh my god. Oh my god, no. Ow. Okay, I think I gotta wait a little bit for like this poison to wear off because I feel like I'm like just out of.
Yeah. That's what I was just thinking.
Oh my god, I've been saved! Yes! Thank
Hey
you!
guys. Hello.
Oh my god.
We're trying to twee.
Yeah, we're trying to treat.
Oh my god, my lantern is over, but I have a med kit if you need it.
I'm good. I'm not hurt. I'm just poisoned. I'm just gonna wait for the
Alright.
poison to go away.
Wait,
Oh god, I do
they
need
don't
water.
understand. Wait, they don't love you like I love you.
Out
Try
here
it.
being a guardian, yeah.
No,
Honestly.
the fog is here.
Dude, Zodiac VT, legitimately,
Oh, oh, oh,
goated.
oh.
Did it. You did it, you did it, you did it.
Oh, the fog kills you. Oh, the Fortnite
Yeah,
fog.
the fog's coming.
Oh my god, you're
Yeah.
gonna die.
I need to.
Oh my god, this is a big jump. I don't think I can make this.
Oh my god.
I don't know if I can make this.
It's either now or never. The fog is here.
Ah! Chat, save me! Chat, save me! No! I'm dying, chat. This is it for me. I'm going to the light. It's so cold. I'm jumping. Oh, well, there goes Bing Bong. Oh, Pancake's also dead.
Are we all dead? Oh
Yeah.
my god, let's go.
What do you mean, let's go? Wait, what the fuck?
That was an interesting round.
Wait, what the fuck?
Very nice, very nice, very nice.
What's happening? Hello?
Okay, we run.
Hello? What the fuck? I just
Alright,
got
we
the
run it back.
participation bag. Hello? Hello?
Oh,
I just got the
Zoe,
participation badge for someone leaving the island.
Oh.
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 We're dead.
What? Hold on. What? Have a friend escape the island without you. Unlocked just now. All of us died, though. Okay.
I don't know how that works.
Someone got
Well.
that before too, and we were all confused.
Yeah,
but
Boffy got it last
work, I
time.
guess. Yeah.
Yay.
That's true.
So if y'all want to adjust cooldowns, now's the time. I adjusted the
Yeah, let me
cooldowns on
do
the bees because 5 bees at once was not okay.
Yeah, let me effect manager.
I can add one more channel redeem, I think. Oh wait, no, Mega Jump. Or Moon Jump, no.
Current playing channel points cannot be edited during an active game session. Okay.
Really?
Configure the percent
And
price. Configure the duration.
if you end your session, Elaine, like in crowd control, you can edit it that way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And
it won't end the game.
Okay.
I think
Cool.
it's a bug thing.
Jimbo, I am all of the above.
Cooldown. Is this seconds?
There's seconds and minutes. The left one I think is minutes, the right one is seconds. And then you can make a cooldown for individuals or just total for the thingamajiggy.
Alright, I hope this is all seconds.
Are you gonna be my downfall?
Yeah.
I feel like you might be my downfall.
You guys have to wait 60 seconds. 60 seconds is a minute?
Yeah.
A minute? Just 1 minute. 1 minute for all of this, okay, chat? So I share a horde.
Excuse me.
And I also think
Yeah.
that it bugged itself out.
Want to see something funny?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't want your points, buddy.
Fast fish. Fast fish.
I see Boffy do it all the time, and it's actually kind of fun.
How'd you do that?
It's
Oh,
like
did you
you go-
ragdoll
I
it?
did.
Yeah, you ragdoll, and then you just space to jump.
Alright, I'm getting their
I think
chat.
it's like
1 minute. This is a lot. There's a lot of effects.
There you go, there you go, there you go!
oh god. I love this. I fucking love crowd control on peak, even though it's horrifically frustrating at the same time.
Appreciation
It's
for
so
the
fun.
price. This effect is good.
Frustrating.
It's great for content.
Oh yeah!
I don't know if I'm doing the right one.
I like being lifted into the air against my will, grabbing out of the grass. It's like, please, don't let go!
There's a lot of effects in this.
Yeah. I just aim for bees, reverse gravity, and the cold. Everything else is pretty much manageable. Because there's like a lot of them that are just like spawn, rope, spawn, apple.
Okay.
And
Okay,
it's like,
I
I
don't
don't care
care
if you
anymore.
spawn a billion
Alright.
apples.
I think I got it. I think I got it.
You're Amelia Earhart! Oh my god.
Woo! Yeah.
Yeah.
I was lost in the
Alright.
Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah.
Alright, let's do this.
run it back.
No! We haven't even started yet. Uh-oh, I think I bugged my UI. Oh. Oh, I never got a snack.
Oh, I'm gonna get us some coconuts. I'm gonna get some coconuts and cook them. Because you can cook them on the plane.
Ooh, are you gonna be the coconut cook master?
Yes,
Bing
I'm the
bong.
chef.
Bing
Bing
bong. Are
bong.
you here, Bing bong? Bing bong.
Ooh, energy.
Bing
I like
bong.
energy
Doing that.
drink.
Bing bong.
Who's hungry?
Okay. I'm hungry. I want coconut.
There we go.
Yeah.
Go sell cookies.
I get this one.
Oh, that's the pink
And,
one. Those are good.
Here, I can take the backpack.
Okay. I'm gonna go
Let's see.
now.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
gonna
let's
go.
get it, brother.
Let's get it. Let's get it. We spawned with the
Whoa.
med kit, which is nice.
Ooh, that is nice.
Yeah.
All right, are we all together, campers? Okay. Oh!
Ooh,
Well,
backpack.
Thank you for the backpack, Zodiac. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So sweet.
Anti-grab jump. Let's go.
By the way, is it okay if I call Zodiac for dude, bro? Because I say that a lot. It sometimes gets people so that's okay. I want to make sure I'm not doing anything.
I don't know if it's working. I'm gonna be honest.
Good neutral tone for me, because I also say that a lot.
Yeah, also my drink is in the freezer.
Zodiac.
My bestie.
Oh wow!
Nice,
Wow, there's a
nice.
backpack behind you.
Oh, it's a. Oh! Thank you, Zodi.
His pronouns, I believe, are him slash he slash stinky slash
Propaganda.
Shilly Billy slash
Shelly Belly. Call me whatever you want.
bitch.
Pronouns don't matter. Alright. I want to
Zodiac,
double
you
check.
fucking bet. No. It's whatever.
I'm trying to go a different way this time.
I call him.
Oh! Oh! I have big bug.
Hello,
Big bug for me. Big bug, yippee.
hello.
And then I gotta put my coconut in my backpack. And then I'm gonna put this here. And then I'm gonna drink this energy drink. And then I'm gonna go. And then I'm gonna go. I'm going up this way. I wanna try this way. I'm gonna try this way. No, how about already EP? No, no. Direct on extensions work? Oh, so it works on the extension, but it doesn't work as a channel point? Is that what you're saying? If that's the case, that's very unfortunate. Also, I think this was... Ow! I made oopsies. I made oopsies. I hurt myself. I didn't mean to do this. How did it hurt me so bad? Ugh. It's okay. We'll find healing. We'll find healing. I'm sure. I do not. I spot a bandage. Where'd it go? This fall? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Wait, but there's luggage over there. Looks like it? Okay. Thanks to Zodi, even though I can't find the bandage, I found luggage. Roll. A bandage! Yum. And a medkit. Nice! My drink is frozen. Ow. Alright. Thanks, Zodi. Now we're good to go. If it wasn't for Zodi, we wouldn't have seen that. Oh wait, no, it's stupid. I'm just so excited to run around. I don't know if those ones work, Kiwi. Let me look at it again. Yeah, I see this one. Huh. I see the ones that like is done through the thingy, but I don't see these ones. Is it not connected? That should be okay. No, it's right here. It's just right here. That's what I'm saying. Alright, we gotta go. We gotta go. I guess we'll bring it back through the thingy. Hold on, let me bring it back through the thingy. Okay, what's up?
Oh, thank God. So, pancakes in the sky right now. They're about to be on the earth, but it's not gonna be pleasant.
Okay. Valid.
You need a apple?
I'm okay.
Okay, I'm gonna eat it then. Nom. Oh God, I just came from this area. Son of a bitch. Gotta re-climb all over again. God damn it.
You got this. You got them strong arms. You'll be okay.
Did you see the exercise thing I'm doing?
No.
Enter. I gotta run 100 miles. And I
What the
also need to
fuck?
do, like,
That's crazy.
I gotta do like 300 push-ups. And like a lot of squats.
Why?
Because
Why?
I wanted to kickstart my exercise regimen, and I need a goal. And so I was like, every like and retweet makes it worse, haha. And then fucking girl DM went, what if I retweeted that? And it's like, you.
That's crazy.
It's like, you little shit. And they're like, tee.
Well, be sure to take plenty of breaks and don't burn yourself out.
Yeah.
Because you want a healthy regimen. You don't want to burn out too quick, you know?
Yeah. Hep.
Huh?
Yep. Oh, it's okay. I got it. Oh, I thought I was gonna die for a second. Can take me higher. But yeah, it's been good.
Good.
Yeah.
Thanks for setting this up, buddy. This is fun.
Yeah. I felt bad that you set up a lot, and I'm like, I should do that, and so I did.
It means
Also,
a
I like
lot.
Peak, and I think
Peak is
everyone enjoys
pretty
Peak.
fun. Oh gosh.
It's pretty good. Oh, do you need help?
Yes, thank you.
Got you.
Oh,
Moon jump. What's that?
Moon jump make you bigger. Super jump.
Oh God, I'm flying away.
Oh! Feel like rubber banded. Weep.
There we go.
Coming up.
There we go.
I'm gonna go this way.
Sick. Ooh,
Where I
apple.
went last time. Apple. Apple.
Apple.
You want an apple? He's good.
I like apples.
Excuse me, apple bush. I will take one of these apples.
No.
I will climb.
The,
Oh, it's not fine. Thank you.
The one thing that I noticed about the crowd control stuff, especially on Peak, is that it usually calms down after like about 30-45 minutes. It's like everyone's like ha ha ha, and then it calms down. There we go. Ooh, oh, that luggage is already taken. That's bullshit.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. I got away from. Oh, are you okay?
I slept on a jellyfish. Oh God. Ah! No. Only one. God damn it. These are bad mushrooms.
Noble, where are you?
Trying to climb back up, but I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
Oh, I see you. I'll wait for you. Oh, wait, I can eat my snack.
Ow. Shit. Okay, now I gotta be like, oh, I might actually need help, like, getting up.
Alright, ew.
I'm climbing.
Ow.
Climbing.
I'm coming.
Oh my god. Oh,
Yeah, and then we just go this way.
what in a coconut? Look
No
at this
coconut.
kind dude. What is kind dude? Oh my god.
And then we go up this way.
Thank you.
Go. Now we just go up this way.
What have you been up to?
I went on vacation. I just got back from vacation yesterday. It was a good time. I went camping, but my balls fell off my body because it was really hot. But I had fun. And I got to go to a mini Ren fair. It was really cool.
That's cool. Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're almost there.
Mm-hmm.
Fantabulous. I did see when he had the camp counselor guy throwing you all over the place.
Dude, that shit
was-
hurt.
That was
really
funny. That needs to be a clip. Oh my god.
Hi, Mew.
Hi.
Hello. Is everyone here?
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
Nice.
I was already to the top, or close to the top, and then Pancake got teleported to me, so she just came with me.
That's crazy. Elaine got to dress up as a milkmaid, and I did.
What? Cool as
We
hell.
all made it. And I got us a bunch of coconuts to cook and eat.
Yay.
Thank you, wife. It's so wonderful.
Nice. Anti-rope gun. Very nice. Very nice.
Let's cook up our coconuts. Nom nom nom. Oh, my brain. Oh, my brain. Wacky, my brain. Shots
Don't forget
wacky,
to
my
cook
brain.
Oh, cook the thick mint. Yeah.
Oh, we should also cook the... Yeah, there we go. A little toasty.
Yeah, marshmallow.
Go back. Alright, there we go. Toasty.
Is it good to
nom.
toast a backpack or does it do nothing?
It doesn't
I don't
matter.
think it does
It's just
anything.
funny.
Alright.
I just make it
It makes it
darker.
look neat. Which, I'm okay with that. Nice.
Got so much stuff on me.
Alright,
Yeah.
alright. I think
Take
going
two.
this way is gonna be the way.
Okay. Orange luggage though.
Oh shit.
I'm a Tarzan again.
Yeah.
Whee!
Not the beast.
I'm slipping! Oh, what happened? Oh god, it worked! Oh god, it worked! Oh god, it worked! Oh my god, that was so scary, Jim Bob. Why would you do this?
Pink bananas. I guess I'll eat those. Nom, 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 nom.
I don't like the bees.
Oh, these are poison. That was a mistake.
Alright.
Can I walk on this?
Well, this way. I think this is the way to the promised lands. Oop. Oh, okay. That was a little spicy, but we got there. Yeah, I think I'm going the right way to get up this thing. But wait, which way do I go now? Maybe like this way? Yeah. And then I somehow gotta get across. I did it. I did it. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. That'll go away eventually, I'm sure.
Bless you.
Here we go.
Huh?
Huh? I love timing that. Alright, we made it to the promised lands, I think. Yeah, because then we can go this way. But that is kind of spicy, so let me climb up this tree. Alright. Alright, let me finish my snack. And then we go upon the long winds. Magic beam? What the fuck is this? What the fuck does the magic beam do? What does it do? I'm gonna keep it because it sounds special. Alright, which way do I want to go? I feel like if I go that way, I'm gonna run out of stamina. So I'm a little worried. But no, I have an idea. I have an idea, chat. I have an idea. Wait, what's in my backpack? I have food in my backpack, don't I? Okay. Let me eat half a coconut. Okay, and then put this back on my backpack. Alright. I'm gonna wait till it stops raining. And then we're going to run and then jump and then try to go across. I think will work out. I think. I hope everyone else is doing okay. Or maybe... No, I think this is the way to go. Alright, you ready, chat? Ready? Ah! Oh, I did it. Alright, we're gonna have to use our extra stamina for this, chat. Ow. Oh, okay, it was worth it. It was worth it. Ow, 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 ow. Alright. Is everybody doing okay? Bing Bong summons you. Oh shit, they're going all the way up there. Oh, there they go. Alright, maybe we can go this way. Hello? Oh, hi. Hello. Oh, bye. How do I get up here? We did the coconut and light that shit up. I wish I was high. I'm not high today though, because I got work to do after stream. Or after this, because I was still streaming it. Alright, let's go up. No, it's raining! Son of a bitch! Take my points for the intent. What? What? For the intent. I'm gonna try this. What does this do? Boop. What does this do? Boop. Oh shit. Oh, it does like a horizontal thing. Actually, that is helpful. That's helpful, cause then I can get up here. And then I can get up here. And then I think this is a ledge. Oh, I might have been wrong, chat. I think I was wrong. Okay. Where do I go from here? Oh wait, I can maybe go that way. I don't have extra stamina though. Oh wait, what about that way? Hold on, wait. I think that way could be pretty good. Okay, that means I'll go this way. Moon jump. Oh my god. Oh my god, Zodi. Oh my god. Zodi, I fucked up. Zodi, I fucked up. Zodi, I fucked up. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, I'm okay. Whee. Oh, I have no stamina. Oh, but I can still moon jump. Oh my god, wait. Okay. Whee. Hi. Whee. No, please. Oh, fuck. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. I love moon jump. Moon jump, best crowd control. I don't think I have it anymore though, I don't. Okay. go up. I think I used all my things. Okay. Just wait. We'll just wait. We'll just wait. We'll just wait. And this way. And this way. Get a little hungry. No, okay, I have to eat my marshmallow, I think. Okay, there we go. Okay. I think there's a ledge up here. Alright, let's go. Oh, fuck, nope, there is no ledge right there. Ow! Son of a bitch! Okay, well, we're okay. We are okay. You know what? It's okay because we have a med kit. We have a med kit in our backpack. I don't want to use it just yet, but we will use it. Why is this one so hard? I'm so confused by this one. Whoop. Alright, let me use the med kit.
I break it. Fuck.
Beep.
No. Fuck.
Beep, 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 beep.
No.
Alright, there we go. Apple. Apple.
Wait, Fairy Lantern. Wait. Thank you.
Alright. Ugh. Alright. Think I can make this?
Hello?
We're good. We're good. We're climbing. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know if I should go that way. I think I need to go up this way though. I think this is the way. I think this is the way, chat. Yeah, I think we're going the way. What the fuck is that? Okay, I said that, but now I think I might be wrong. Maybe I gotta go back. Chat, I'm lost. Chat, I'm lost. The fuck is rising, chat? I'm lost. I think I gotta go back. I'm gonna go back. I gotta go back. I think I gotta go. Ooh, maybe this way and then up, hopefully. Well, ow! Fuck. Ah! 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 Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
I died, so I pulled out my emergency button.
Hey.
What's up?
Hey, chat teleported
What's
me
up?
to you. Chat teleported me
hi,
to you because
guys.
I was lost. Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hi, yeah, we went too high, Noble.
Wop wop.
There's a bee.
Up here's a good ledge.
Yeah, I think I see a decent way to go.
Ow! Ah!
Yeah, if you want to go up the vine. Are you okay? Hello?
Yeah, the bees. It was natural beage that decided to
Oh.
hurt me. Yes, it hurt.
That's a first.
Ow. Ow, not again. Please, bees, stop. Please, 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 please. Please. Ah. Okay, fine. I'll just wait here. I'll just wait down here. Ah. Ah, God, that hurt. God damn. God damn. How are we supposed to go up?
Damn.
Going this way. I'll follow you, Noble. Okay, I'm coming.
Wait,
Ugh.
where are you?
My bones. My bones hurt.
I might need you to pull me up. I'm gonna jump the ledge.
Okay, hold on.
A one, a two.
Oh.
Wait a second. Can I even make that? Oh, fuck that. I'm just gonna ride the poison thing.
Yeah, I was like, just get on the poison.
Owie. Owie.
Yeah, it's
I have a
like 2
lot of
seconds. Yeah, you're
poison.
good.
I have a lot of
Yeah.
poison though.
I have a cure-all.
Okay, I'm going.
Okay, let me get it out for you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You got this. You got walk it off. Walk it off.
There you are.
Hurts. Ah,
How's
so
that?
much
Did it
better.
work?
Thank you. I'm perfect.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect.
Bandage.
I definitely
Where is
think climbing the tree was a good route, and we just have to keep going higher.
Yeah.
And I have a piton.
A piton!
A piton!
A
I love pittons.
piton! Can I place the
play
piton?
with like a bunch of my British friends, and they say piton, and I can't not say it like that.
Can I place the piton?
Oh my fucking god.
When it's time.
Oh,
Okay,
Hold
so-
on. Yeah, when it's time to do it, I'll let you do it.
I just got fucking jump scared. Holy shit. Oh my god.
There you go.
Hi.
to a shit show.
Hi. I was in the back rooms, but it was the bottom of the mountain here. Instead, I just
That's
ended up
crazy.
there.
Wah!
What happened?
Oh my god.
Oh,
I
I
just fall down.
jumped and I didn't have to. I could just go up here.
Oh. Oh,
Up and away.
It's nice to see you guys again.
it's nice to see you too. It's just been a hard map. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
this
was
was
a
a
bad
hard
idea.
one.
It was a bad idea. It's wet.
Oh yeah, it's
If you wanna
raining.
go for it, you go for it. I'm gonna wait till it's dry.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait.
Hmm.
Oh wait, you guys can pick me up. It's fine actually. I'm gonna try and take your hand. Yeah, I got
Take my strong hand.
We can try to keep going higher. Or I also have one of those chain guns,
Oh,
and you
yeah.
can just shoot it over there. Yeah. Okay.
Chain gun.
Yeah.
Chain gun.
Yeah.
Alright, give me a
Easy
second. Let me
clap.
put the piton away.
The piton.
Chain
The
gun.
thong.
And backpack.
The piton.
Thong.
Do any of you guys need some healing?
I
A
know.
little bit. Actually, a little bit.
Go.
Thank you.
Here you go. I'll let it
Finish
All
your
right, we're gonna make it, guys. We're gonna make
I don't
it.
even know how many fairy lunches I've gone through now. A lot.
She was a fairy.
She's a fairy.
They were roommates.
Oh my God, they were roommates.
Nom, nom.
Nom nom. You hydrated, wife.
I'm hydrated.
You
There's
have
a Bacardi
figments in your
sweat.
backpack.
You know,
So much
fairy
hydration.
dude so far.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, have you? Have you? Thank you.
Ow.
You're welcome. Oh, I don't know why I went that way.
Thank you.
I got you.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh wow, look at this teamwork.
Yeah.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Woo! I just like smacked my cup that was full of ice drink. I was very afraid I was about to spill it on myself.
Don't
Piggy!
drop food.
Oh, what the
Don't
fuck?
drop it, food.
Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Oh, my nose.
I'm getting it! I'll get it! I'll get it! I'll get it! I'll get it! Ow!
Damn it.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. The fat ass will get it. I'll get it. I'll get it.
Oh, I'm here too.
Oh, okay.
I'll
The
take
fat
the
ass and the
fat
queen
ass.
will get it. Oh my God!
I'm a chunky slime. But soon to be not.
Isn't there an achievement for like cooking honeycomb or something?
I don't know. We'll see. Cause I. Ah! That's poison.
Good
I
day.
want some of those thick
I did
bits. I
that
need
too.
those in my. I need
I
them to
I
go
got
straight
you.
to
You
my
can have
thighs.
them.
Oh yeah, I have.
I got you.
segments in my.
Wait, come
my
here.
backpack.
Come here, Noble. Here, you can have them. Here.
I see you.
Here you go. Just for you.
Thank you.
We
Thank
got a
you.
sumo, and we got
Puma.
we got a honeycomb, but I want to cook those.
This, I forgot.
Yeah.
Close to the top, I won't cook them.
I'm saving it for later.
Yeah.
The wholehearted hunger was funny.
Now.
Listen, I was ready. I was ready to catch those treats, Zodi. They were. I saw them and I went, oh, food.
Wait, how? Oh, wait, no,
Oh, it's
I'm good.
wet now. God, I hate it. when it's wet. I'm coming. This isn't the right way. Oh, we go.
This way.
Going this way. Okay.
Are these good mushrooms to eat?
It's raining.
Yes, those are good.
Do you want normal food? Oh.
Thank you.
No, there's an achievement to eat mushrooms.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
you
like
gotta eat
mushrooms.
the 4 non-poisonous ones.
Oh.
It's
Is that how you get the little vampire things?
No, that one you need to bring the trumpet to the frozen area and find the capybaras in there. Help!
No, that's the lobster helmet. That's the lobster.
Oh.
The vampire one I think
the
is
poison one, right?
It's either the poison one or the heal people one. I forgot which.
Ooh,
I think it's
I think it's a
Poison.
heal. I think you're right. I think it's a
Poison.
heal. Yeah.
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 Beep 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 beep
Thank
beep. It's my harem. Yay! Hi, Ghostbuster. Welcome.
my harem.
Welcome on in. Weef.
Because Ghost
Hello,
is my
Weef.
friend and also my wife, and Elaine's my wife.
Yeah, we're all
So
weefs.
therefore, it's also Ghost's wife. So we're
You're
all in
my
here.
wife, and that's my weef.
Oh,
Guys,
yeah,
where
Weef.
the fuck are we going? I can't see in this rain.
Oh,
I can't see clear. Oh,
oh,
help.
hi.
Okay.
oh, maybe this way actually.
Feeling now, the rain is gone.
Yeah.
Oh, hey there.
They're trying to grab me in this
Go
house.
this way.
Goes in my way. I think this
We
way.
can go this way. Yeah, I think it's pretty good over here. It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. There's a poisonous plants, but I mean, you can just avoid them. It's
They're
pretty easy.
everywhere at this point.
Yeah, God, this planet is just aid riddled. Okay, you go that way. I
If
think go
anything,
that way.
I'd rather take these than the one time the map was covered in just the orange blister bombs.
Oh my God,
That was
I remember-
horrible.
My first time
that
seeing
does sound horrible.
this like jungle area and the other area covered in with lava.
Oh.
Cool.
You
How
can
to get
with
coins?
the-
You gotta spend monies.
You can use the crowd control app that's integrated with Twitch, or there's a link that can be provided where you can just buy it off the website directly.
Yeah,
I
but
like
you don't
the-
have to.
Yeah.
You don't have to. Monies, I know, right?
need it, guys.
I tried to do the channel
my
point.
We did it!
I tried to do the ones for free, but the channel point ones, but they didn't like it. Whoa, what'd you get? Whoa, anti-rope. Anti-rope.
Nice.
Anti-rope. Anti-rope.
By the way, don't cook rope pittons or anything like that, because it just makes it not usable, and I would... Oh, when that happened.
Aw.
Marshmallow! Sick,
There's
bitch.
another backpack.
Wait, I didn't pick up the honeycomb. Oh, God damn it.
Oh!
God
That's okay. I
damn
didn't get an
it.
achievement, so I think you're okay.
Okay, I got cooked 20 meals at campfire.
Okay.
I
wonder if
cooked
I
a
have anything
fairy
else to
lantern.
cook. No, I
Good
don't
job.
have any-
It might
I'm
give
gonna
you
put
more stamina.
the cure-all in there, and then the honeycomb in here.
Does anybody want this rope? I have rope, but I don't know if anybody wants
I'm
it.
good.
Okay, I'll just put it in my
I'm
backpack.
good. I have a rope on me.
I have a,
Got
oh
$3
my God,
in
so many
blue
big
button.
bugs.
Keep your $3.
Oh my God, there's so-
Bing bong.
Oh my god.
So many big bugs!
Holy shit.
Bing bong. Okay, I have
I have a
a full
cool
inventory of bing
chili.
bongs. I have a
A
full
quick chili
inventory of bing
pepper.
bongs.
Will that be good?
Oh my
in-
God, there
in
was
the
a bing
cold here?
bong. There's another bing bong. Oh, there's so many bing bongs.
There.
Ow!
Those are actually good for the cold.
Bong. Bing bong.
Oh,
There's an
orange
orange
crate.
chest. I'm
it
sorry.
was just-
Yeah. You want it? You want to get it, Goblin Mans? Oh my God! What
Yes.
the fuck? There's a flare.
I want it!
Go! Portable stove. Portable stove. Where'd the portable stove go? Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh
you can
fuck! Oh
cook
fuck! Oh
stuff
fuck! Oh
with
fuck!
it.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I don't know where it is. Hi. Where'd it go? I wish there was an indicator for when there's items on the map.
Yeah. Capybara.
Gap. Do you have the trumpet? Oh my
no, I
God!
don't
These
have the
bing
trumpet.
bongs. These bing bongs are taking up too much inventory space. I'm sorry, bing bong.
I do not.
Wait, do I
the
have bing
trumpet.
bong? Okay, it's fine. Bitty bitty bum bum, bitty bitty bum, bitty bitty bum bum, bitty bitty bum, bitty bitty bum bum, bitty bitty.
The satsumas you can find here are my favorite, like the little winter berries.
Yeah, Chad gave me one. Portable stove, yay! Thank you. Cool.
We can cook the winter berries when we find some.
Yeah. I have one. You want it?
No, it's okay. We can find more. There's plenty.
Okay. Wait, you basically drop banana slip. No, ghost.
No, Ghost, don't.
I'm gonna see the hat man and you're gonna make me slip, aren't you?
Where's that orange? Yeah, luggage. I see the luggage.
Oh, by the way.
I'm gonna get it to it before you. I'm gonna get it to it before you.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Ghost.
Happy birthday, Ghost! Scoutmaster's bugle, where'd that go? Hello? Where'd the bugle go? Where'd the bugle go? We got. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, this sucks.
I'm not even safe over here.
This lantern.
Oh no, I'm about to pass out. Oh no, I'm gonna pass out. Oh no, I'm gonna pass out.
No, I got it, I got it.
You saved me.
Oh, there goes Noble.
He'll wake up, it's fine. Yeah, see, he's
Oh,
fine.
hey, good morning. Hey, give me that piton.
That's my piton! You stole
No,
my
mine now! Fuck you, I want sparkly eyes!
Fuck you! Wait. Sparkly eyes?
Yeah, if you place like 10 of them, you get sparkly eyes. I want
Oh. Oh, okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yes. Thief.
Okay, then if any item spawns next that chat gives me, you can have it.
As long as it's not fucking Bing Blog. Tired of Big Blog.
Wow. Oh,
I hate
ow,
him.
ow,
I'm a
ow.
hater, certified hater. Ow. Ow. Huddle together. Huddle together.
Help.
I have lantern to help.
What?
Huddle
I'm
together.
coming.
Huddle!
I'm coming.
Huddle! John McClane?
John McClane!
Oh, huge fan!
Oh, magic bean! Do you want the magic bean?
Oh, you can have it. It's fine. You don't owe me nothing.
But I
It's
stole your piton.
okay. It's okay.
Okay, well, I'll use
What
something.
energy drink? I'll take that.
Oh, yeah, you take that.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
I like the music in this game.
Something hit me in the
It's
head.
nice.
I think it was an item.
Oh, rope gun? Rope gun?
Rope gun.
I wish you could, like, load the rope guns with, like, extra rope. And then you could have multiple
Yeah,
uses of it.
like to use it again.
Like,
I also
rope
wish it was
feels
more like.
very bleh.
Yeah, I wish it was more like the chain gun too.
Ow,
I
ow,
think that'd be cool.
ow.
Oh, kind of safe here actually.
My
Oh, no.
orange! Oh.
Oh, I'll get it for you.
No, it's okay. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one.
Okay, okay. Ow.
Do
Where'd
lanterns
Pancake
go
go?
back to normal or no?
Oh, I got it! I grabbed it! I grabbed it! I
Oh,
grabbed it!
thank you.
Oh, wait, whoa!
Oh.
Whoa! Whoa, what's happening? The berry!
I don't know. Food got dropped for us.
A knapberry?
I feel like you
Wait,
take
what
a nap
was,
if you
what
eat
was,
that.
what,
Yeah, you take a nap if you eat the nap berry.
The
That's the
lanterns
name
have juice.
suggest.
There was another berry, though, that someone dropped. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, it's one you can find in the jungle one on the big stalks, but I didn't see any like plain stalks.
Oh,
Oh, wait!
oh shit!
There's a remedy.
I can do cocaine now, guys. Look what I found.
Oh.
Nice.
Don't do cocaine. Cocaine!
The cocaine. Oh.
Oh, it's
Cocaine.
safe over here. It's safe in here. It's
Over
safe
here,
over
you.
here.
Yeah. Huddle together.
Where's Pancake?
I don't know. I stopped hearing her a hot minute ago.
They might be dead.
No.
But they would be here if they were dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
true.
She's somewhere in the wilderness surviving.
The
In the jungle, the mighty
Way
jungle,
up
the
high.
lion sleeps tonight. In the I'm not gonna lie. Crowd control. Ow, ow, ow,
Come here,
ow. I
Wyatt.
won't lie.
Take
Crowd
weapons.
control makes it kind of nice to like get achievements and stuff, though.
Oh, true. You got so many patches on you.
So do you. You look so nice.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're beautiful with those ears.
You're beautiful.
Also lustrous. Lustrous?
Lustrous?
Yeah, I think so. Watch out, it spawned run. What does that
Whoa.
mean?
Oh, he's
What
just
does that
lying.
mean?
He's just lying.
What do you
Nothing
mean?
spawned.
What if it's spawned for Pancake though? Because maybe what if she's like at the top?
Nah.
Also, is it true that the Scoutmaster spawns if you're too far away from everybody? Like if you go too far ahead?
I'm not sure. I've only seen him whenever Jimbo spawned him. He's tracking you.
Here's a hole down here.
Oh.
Huddle under the hole. Nice and warm.
Penguins. I wish there was like a penguin like achievement that like gives you like a little penguin hat or something of like if you heat up more than one player, like 2 or 3 players, and you get a penguin hat. I think that'd be pretty cool.
That'd be cute, yeah.
Oh, that would be cool.
Also, in case we need to go in case we need to go horizontally, I got a magic bean. Oh no, Noble!
Yeah?
Are you okay? You look drowsy.
I'm a little drowsy, but that's okay. I'm a little tired.
Ow. No! No! Oh no! Okay! Whew. 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 We're good. We're good. We're good. That was spooky. Nova's lying to you. It's tracking you. Oh, God.
Oh.
It's tracking my location. It knows my home address.
Oh!
You okay?
Oh.
It sent it.
Pancake, is that you?
Pancake!
Pancake.
I feel like I'm looking for like a
I
lost
hear her.
dog. Pancake!
Pancake.
There's a luggage up there. Up there. Oh wait, I got this. Wait.
What?
Yeah. Right? Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, God damn it! It went up. Oh well, no, that still works. I think. Pancake? Yeah, let's go. Hello?
Meal?
Yeah?
Yeah, that didn't work.
Oh shit, oh shit.
Here, I'm right
What's
here.
up?
I can pull you up.
Oh, day. I'm coming. Ow. That didn't work.
Just climb up. That's what I did.
Wait, what?
Just climb up the side.
Fuck.
Like, you can climb up the
Oh.
bottom.
Oh.
Yeah, hi.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi. I wanted,
You
there
guys
was a
are
luggage
being so
over there.
silly.
There was a luggage over there. I wanted it. No.
Well,
I'm
we
slipping.
can go around.
I'm slipping. I'm slipping.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta come back up. You gotta come up this way.
This is the best
Hi,
way.
wherever you are. Oh,
Hello.
Oh, hey, what's up? We miss you. Oh, hey, I see you. Hey. Hey. Hey.
I lost you guys.
Oh, I'm another one. Did you get it? Did you get the
Oh,
bean?
Yeah. Here's a bean.
Okay, when you want to activate it, you gotta flick it. Okay.
Oh.
How do I?
Jeez. I think I flicked it pretty. Oh, it's only half chub. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, you flicked it. Oh! Oh no! Wife? Wife?
Okay.
I'm alive.
Oh God. Okay, I'll wait here for you.
hey.
Or you could jump.
Wait, maybe I can use the rope. I have a rope in my bag.
Oh shit, rope would be fantastic. You got rope?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I got rope.
Yeah.
If I, how do I put it down though? If I do,
I
do,
don't have any more health stuff.
I don't know where to put it. I think I'll put it
I have
here.
a exploding healing potion mushroom. Did
I
you
fucked up! I fucked up!
Throw the rope back up if you can.
Okay.
I fucked up. Hey, how'd you get over there? Did you just jump?
I jumped. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
You gotta run and jump though.
Okay, well, I'm afraid. I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm
No, it didn't work, Noble!
That's on you.
Ah! Hey, what's up?
Why?
I got the rope. I got the rope.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Hi. Oh, you're not there.
Son
I was
of
just
a
about to see,
bitch, Ghost.
I see Pancake.
Son of a
Let's try going
bitch,
up
Ghost.
This way.
That shit fucking hurt, brother.
Let's go up this way.
Okay.
Would
Oh, did you get a rope too? Help!
I have an
Help!
anti-rope
Oh,
cannon.
ow, ow, ow.
Hi.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I didn't realize how much health I didn't have.
Oh shit. Ow.
We're going. Noble, you're gonna have. Oh!
There you go.
Miyu, come over here. Miyu, come here.
Oh, I don't need it. I'm good. I had a cure all I had to use up.
You heal up.
I'm on healing. I just need food. I'm
okay.
Girl.
I'm
there's
hungry,
some
girl.
horses
I have a
over
nap
here.
berry, but
We
I'm gonna
can
make
get
you go
some.
eat.
Ooh.
Make you go eat. God damn. I'm gonna eat this nap berry.
Oh, there.
Yeah, over here.
Good night.
Oh.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
I never mind, I got it.
Oh, there's stuff that's just dropping down
Oh.
there. Nice.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Good.
I'll be fine.
Hey, you did.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, you're
No,
good.
I'm fine. I
Oh,
just
you're
took a
good,
nap.
you're good.
Yeah, no, I just took a nap.
So, I saw food drop.
I just took a small nap.
Hey, it's down here in the crevice. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, there's so much food. Oh my god, yes.
The green crisp area. I think those are poison. But I don't know.
I need a banana.
Oh, this is kind of dead though.
Oh,
Oh.
Okay, me going that way, I'm
There you
coming.
go. This is gonna. Ow. do you want this one? It's kind of
Strategic
dead.
eep.
no.
Strategic eep. Alright. Go this way. Oh, ow, ow, my butt. My butt, that hurt my butt.
There we go.
Man, these environmental effects are a bitch.
Okay. I have an anti-rope gun, but.
Like, rain is not as bad as
I have a
snow,
different
because at
way,
least, like,
'cause I think that way's kind of fucked. Plus, fuck, I just want to go somewhere else.
I believe in you. Ooh.
Go there.
I want the sumo. I want a sumo.
There we go.
Thank you. I don't think my fairy thing's gonna recharge here. I think it's like per
Yeah.
level.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I slipped.
'Cause that's mine didn't charge
Like
that
it
much
was,
at all,
right.
and I was like, oh. Ooh, berries.
Ow. It's cold.
Ow.
Oh, hi, wife. Welcome back.
Hi.
I'm cold. I'm cold.
Oh,
I'm
damn.
cold.
Yeah. Oh god, it's so cold. It's so cold, guys. My lantern's out of stuff. We're fucked up. We're fucked up. We're fucked up. Get in here. Oh, okay. We're okay now. Oh my god.
I'm so cold. Cold.
Hey, we're almost at where we were because I see the magic bean that we placed.
Nice. It's oh, I do not have a lot of stamina.
Oh wait, I can set up. Yeah, I can also set a pit
I
on.
trust you. Yeah.
Wow.
Ah.
Okay, maybe.
Perfect.
Okay, I have an idea.
You should use it to get up here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we can use it to, what?
And if you like climb here.
Yeah. Yeah, I was up here earlier.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to stay to pull you?
No, I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Don't go that way. Don't go that way. Ah.
Are
Okay.
you injured?
A little bit.
Wait, where are you guys? There you
Someone
are.
just grabbed a rope!
Hey, what's up?
I'm gonna go get that
Hey,
rope.
I set a pit in here,
Okay.
but we still have to go up further.
Yeah. Well, I have that magic bean. I can try to see if it'll, like, go up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we can like use the rope as like a
Send it.
thing.
Please go the right way. Okay, alright.
You know, he's not a grower. That's
Yeah.
that's unfortunate.
I have a Python I can place.
No, 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 please, I'm so close.
Wait, I need the python. I need the python. Wait.
Oh, okay, very hard, but I
Oh
can
shit,
try to help.
nice. Oh,
Yeah, just
well,
jump,
Pancake,
jump a bunch,
Pancake
jump
put a
a bunch.
piton. Pancake put a piton, so it's not as hard.
Wait, no, that wasn't
Yes.
me. I didn't place that.
I put the Python.
Oh, I
I
put
was
the
just
piton.
using it.
Help!
Jump, 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 jump.
Help! 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 Help!
Keep going, keep going. Yeah, there you go, there you go, there you go.
Ooh, God, Jesus, my butthole is clenching. This map's hard. This map is so
Yeah,
hard.
this map sucks.
Yeah.
I am not looking forward to the lava section. Let me tell you what.
Lava section to me feels easier than this.
I'm good this way.
Maybe this way? Good.
What the fuck? That wasn't even that far. That was bullshit.
Here we go.
Goodbye.
Yes. Yeah. Fuck it. Buddy system. Alright, we'll go.
Oh,
Oh.
found a spot.
Ow,
Found a
why
spot.
did it hit me like that?
Found a spot.
You are a dog with the ears.
Awa, 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 awa.
Oh, climb the tree.
Ah,
Why?
okay, I'm coming. I had an idea and it didn't work.
Okay, go grab
No, I'm fine. I got this. Oh wait, no, wait, no. Okay, we're good. We're good. No, we're good. We're good.
Well, you were front of me.
First aid kit.
Moon jump.
Ow.
Woo! I just got fucking muted.
What?
I'm sorry.
Okay, there we go.
Oh my god.
All right, we.
I thought it was longer. I didn't realize it had
Thank you,
that.
thank you, thank you. Ooh, what's in this
No,
one?
no, come on.
Is this a healing by any okay, oh, I'm slipping.
Oh,
Is
hey,
there any
another chamber
healing?
thing. No.
Oh, Pog. Alright, we gotta go
Noble died.
inside.
Noble?
Ah,
Noble?
Noble?
I want to try and
I
talk
heard him go, oh, fuck, 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 and
There's
then...
luggage right there too.
Okay, cool.
There's
Oh,
a-
cool.
Wait, what
See
are
if it has any
those?
healing.
Hey guys, I'm dead.
Oh, don't
What?
touch those.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm dead. So I'm gonna take a shit. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Alright. I don't think
Wait,
that
help.
was quite
Help.
as necessary
Wait.
as he believed it was. Oh! Ow! Oh, okay.
What?
Can you help me
Okay.
up, please? Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
I
I'm right
have
here.
some help.
I'm right here.
I don't know if I'll make it. I don't think I'm going. Wait, hold on.
Wait, I can get I can place rope
Here,
down.
you can try this one.
Wait, how do you do that? How do you do
Here,
that?
grab the rope.
How do you do that?
You like gotta unspool it a little bit. And
Oh,
you kind of not where you want to place it.
Doink, doink, wee, doink. What is this? Heat pack? Oh, it make you warm.
I think
Oh,
we
there's
go
an
to the
orange
left and then
suitcase.
up.
There's a
Yeah.
suitcase.
Let me see what's up here real quick.
I want that. There's pitons here, but they lead to nothing.
Nothing inherently up here. There is a shelf mushroom I'm gonna try to grab.
What is in this? I don't think this has nothing. I don't want to charge it.
Basically back to where we were earlier.
Nice. Ooh, a med kit! Oh my god. Oh, my bones, my achy bones. I found a rope cannon. Ooh, 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 snacks? Thank you.
Yeah, I read this thing because I think Lane
I'm coming. I wanted the snack.
No, you're good. You're good. I was just making sure you're okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you.
If you need rope, I have my rope.
Oh yeah. Or if anything, if you
Ow!
want to go back the way you came.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea actually. That's a good idea.
That's the plan. I think it's that good.
Whee!
I think you should just go back the way you came.
Yeah, I got
Then
this.
you can grab her from over here.
We're surviving, Molly. How you doing? How's your back?
Oh, my neck. Oh.
You good? What?
I wasn't paying attention.
Oh hi.
Yeah, I just wasn't. Oh, another rope.
I gotta go up here.
Ooh.
Oh.
Thank you, Zodi.
This is the way I climbed.
I could have sent this a lot higher. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, I wish I had more pink on me now. Wait, purple. Because you both have purple on your PNGs.
Oh.
You're both like pinky purples.
Okay. It just means you need to make some pinks.
Yeah, I just wear some bows. Make some bows.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anything happen?
Hey, welcome back, slacker.
Slacker, I'm dead. I can't
Exactly. Yeah, you can't
No,
slack
no.
when you're dead. What do you mean? Yeah, you can.
No, I'm haunting you.
Yeah, what of it, slacker? Yeah, I bet you wish you were like this team, this women power team.
Yeah.
Slacker.
Yeah.
I bet you wish you had big old titties like we did.
You know what I could do is eat I could eat the lollipop and then I could run there and drop rope down and just like use rope.
If you
Would
want,
we have to reach
we
it?
also have. I could. Oh,
I have a chain gun and a shelf mushroom as well.
I also have
Ooh,
a
I
rope
should
gun
chain
too.
them.
Break your inner woman. Oh my god.
We could get up here with the rope
know.
gun probably.
If anything, I think maybe going over there might be better.
Well, I think if we use the chain gun, like above
I
here,
believe.
we should be good. Or even just
If I-
above us.
They changed.
Yeah.
Okay. I actually think they could because I know they had changed like the horizon line of like how far above you can go ahead, but we actually can. So I think we should.
Yeah, do it. Do it.
Mongies. Whoa. Okay. I don't know if I have enough stamina for this.
Thank you, Zodiacs.
Oh shit! Welcome back.
I do.
Yeah. Also, my titties are big enough. I wish they were smaller though.
Oh, that's
Oh my
valid.
god.
Okay, good
That
job.
was a hard one.
Good job. I think I'm gonna start later down the chain because I don't have that much stamina.
It's gonna be a tough one. You're gonna have to pull me.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, I can try. The fucking thing.
Is there food down there?
I'm trying.
Ow, 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 ow.
Oh, I'm
It's trying to
probably
push
gonna
me
die.
off. Yep.
Wait, I'm gonna pass you out here. Yep. Wait,
I am.
there's a heat pack in my bag.
Oh, my neck.
Oh, okay.
Mm,
Okay.
okay.
Oh, we're good.
Okay. Mio, I'm gonna need
Yeah,
help.
this-
Pancake.
You're alive. Okay. Coming.
Okay.
Oh, Noble's back.
Oh well.
Yeah. I got it.
Oh wait, I think I can do the thing where I boost you, right? And then I
Oh,
jump.
yeah, how do
so
I-
it's like it's like. Oh, that
Yeah,
worked.
there you go.
Holy shit!
Fuck
That's
yeah.
cool.
I do not know if I have
Yeah.
enough stamina for this.
You got it. You got it. I'm right here.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, 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 oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh! What?
I don't even think those.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hi. Are you
What's up?
okay? I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm great. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My game is crashing. My game is crashing. Uh-oh. 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 I think my game might have crashed. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh. Let me just mute this. Let me look at their stwems. Oh. Hey, let me look at Pancake and Noble's stream. Okay, I lost connection. Oh, yeah, okay. Guys, I only request one thing. Please give me Bing Bong. Please give me Bing Bong. I want to visit the game with Bing Bong. Is it gonna launch then? Hello? Awaiting connector. Connector ready. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh my god, my neck. Ugh. Possible tip. Nap berry might full heal at the cost of nap time. Oh. I think my game crashed again. Okay, I'm just not gonna touch anything and hope and pray that the game will fix itself. Okay, can I join game? Oh, you got me. Hopefully this works. Loading. Oh my god, my leg itches, bro. My leg itches. Hello? Hello? Oh my god. There's a backpack down here. What? What is happening? What? Ugh. What's happening? What's happening? I can't see. Ugh. Wait. Oh. Oh! 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 Hello! Hello! They let me back in and I was alive! What the fuck? Don't steal my life.
How do I set you down? That's clippable. So I'll clip
My
that.
wife's over there.
Can I get it? I
Ooh,
missed that. I am
Nightberry.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
That was really
I'm
funny, though.
back.
That was a good clip.
Oh. Oh. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Do I still have Bing Bong? I do still have Bing Bong. Thank you. Do you want a heat pack or anything?
Avenge me.
Or rope?
No, I'm
I
okay.
have both. Okay.
We're so cool together, man. It's okay.
Thanks, Odie. Ow, my leg
Zoe,
itches.
don't
I
hold
got a
back.
bug bite on my leg and it itches.
It's okay, man.
It is not okay.
You know what? Fuck you.
Oh,
I
fuck
bring
you.
the beast to you.
Oh my god, oh my
I
god.
bring the beast to you. The beast is your problem now.
I'm gonna have my revenge on you when you least expect it. You're gonna be like, oh my god,
Running away.
and then when I'm
Running
gonna
away.
stab you.
Yep, as soon as
I
I
don't
saw him
wanna
coming
deal
up the
with
beast,
these.
I'm like, I'm not helping him up.
Yup, yup, yup. No! Get away! Keep
Not
your own
me,
beat.
man.
Hey! I see the end. I see the end. Let's go.
Zodiac, what the fuck?
Let's go.
Zony's my bestie! Get fucked! He's on my side!
Oh my god, my leg is just chatting after this. I'm gonna have to get some Benadryl. Well, stomp's itching. There's your scorch pepper in here. Scorchberry. I'm gonna eat this scorchberry. I don't know what happens.
I'm gonna get you.
I wanna cook it though.
Are you gonna get me with the
You
the
have
sleep
wronged
berry?
me for the last time. You stole my lollipop and you put me to sleep.
What
No,
item
That
did
was
you get?
funny,
I will
though.
What
have
item
my
did you
revenge.
get?
Oh, I didn't
I
get-
will have my
Aw,
revenge.
mushroom. Aw.
I will make you regret what you did to me.
Hey.
You kidding me? Get that away from you.
Bye, Piggy!
I am being assaulted by these women, I swear to
I don't know what
God.
you're talking about. That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
Way to be a man and complain about everything.
Ah,
I swear
wow.
to God.
Way to have a penis about shit, man.
Don't be... I can't make jokes because I know I'm gonna get canceled. God damn it. This is
Nah, we'll defend you. We'll defend you. Dude, it's kind of unfair. I'll be honest. It's kind of unfair if I'll be like, "Wow, be a man about this," when you can't be like the same back. So on my life, I will protect you if someone tries to cancel you. I think I just saw Pancake die. I think I just saw Pancake die.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Pancake.
That's
I think we're dead,
crazy, dude.
bro.
That's crazy. Ow.
Oh, Toast, thank you for the
Toast, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good time with us. I'm having a good time. Oh, wife?
Wait a second.
Wife? Okay, you're okay.
I'm okay, I'm okay.
Okay.
The man wants you to save him real quick.
What the hell?
There it
I'm gonna be
is.
that one standing, and then I'm gonna be like looking at the camera going,
You know what? I hope that for you. I hope you get a win out of this.
I've got a flare. What do flares do?
You use them when you need to like leave. But there's usually flares already up there. But also like if we
Good
oh,
lose you.
idea.
Jesus Christ. You didn't make that jump, did you?
No, I actually did, but I slid down to my death. Thank you very much.
It was very funny on my scene, on my screen, to see a tiny pink blob just fall from the sky.
It was some good clip material, though.
The lava's coming. Oh,
I
actually, the
have
lava's
Bing Bong in
going.
my bag, and you guys left me.
I have Bing Bong too.
You jumped
But
in
I
the
We
the
all have
OG
Bing Bong.
I have the OG Bing Bong from the start.
Oh shit. Okay, valid.
You did that to yourself, man.
Perish.
Is that what you're at it?
I just love seeing him scream, but then his face is like monotone because the faces in this don't do like big exaggerations. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's a thing over there.
Motherfucker.
Just to let you know, there's a Wendy's up ahead inside the volcano.
Really? There's
What's
one?
that?
We'd be the next Hokage, I swear to God.
Ow.
He's like, I hurt you because
Ow.
for that reason.
What are you saying?
Oh my
What?
god.
What? That's
I'm gonna wait for this lava to go down.
I want that revenge.
Yeah.
My wife will kill you.
They already tried. And they probably will. They probably will succeed. I'm not gonna
Alright,
lie.
I think this is a good send it moment.
Yeah. I'm gonna go
I
down
will
a
be
little bit.
unstoppable. I am.
Oh god, this was a bad idea. I didn't jump. I didn't jump. I didn't jump. I didn't.
Oh, why? You got it?
I don't know.
Wait till I'm back.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
He's
Oh,
like,
thank
oh,
you.
my fish! This
You're welcome.
bitch is gone! Double! This slimy guy!
Alright, let's go this way.
Let's go. Okay.
I'm being bullied! This is a
Being
night.
bullied. I got a ghost bullying me. What the fuck?
Kill this shit if you're being bullied by ghosts.
That's
I need to
crazy.
get a priest.
If only we had a chain rope. Chain rope will be good over there.
Ghost, not a demon. They're
But-
not different.
We could go this
that's
way.
actually
We could
pretty
go this way
demonic.
and then this way and then that way.
Oh yeah, I think that would be good. We gotta wait for the rocks to stop though.
Shit. What the hell?
Yeah.
Bullied from the afterlife. I aspire to be so
hot.
petty, cake.
Oh, dude,
You know, I
use
know
the
that
anti-rope.
many names.
I
And I
think we
did
use
not
that.
know
Actually,
that.
never mind. We
Too
need
many
to do the
names.
next one.
Ow.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Ow,
If I just
ow.
jump the damage.
You
I'll
will
be fine.
burn with me!
You are in hell. I knew it.
Oh,
The owner of hell, what do you mean?
I made it.
Literally.
God damn, that rocket hot.
We burn! You burn with me! From the Hunger Games! Fire is catching! And if we burn, you
Somebody ran
burn
so
with
fast.
us!
God, I actually read the Hunger Game books, the trilogy.
Egg.
The first 2 books were good. The last one's bad.
I want to come back. I don't want to be a ghost
I think
anymore.
this way, yeah.
I want to go back. What?
You know what?
Please.
I'm risking it.
Oh, wrong
I didn't jump again. I didn't jump again. I didn't jump again. Why didn't I jump?
Why is it third when I peek?
Oh.
You got an STD, bro. Happened. After the best
Hi.
one.
Hi.
I want to go home.
What's cooking?
I don't know why I
It's
burned
not
for that
cooking.
peak.
I aspire to be so petty.
Go to the right. There's more landing to your right. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Ugh. Ugh.
Fucking tell me to jump. What the fuck? I'm cooking an egg, and I just hear the horrible stuff in my head. Yep.
Oh yeah, there's another spot right here.
Hog.
Oh, this is perfect because the chain's right here.
Oh, nice.
I swear to God.
That's
I'm
the
cooking
pretty
quick.
color! You jump into the pretty flag!
Come on, Noble.
We're on an adventure. We're going.
Last one there has a penis.
What happens if I win then?
That means you get
Hmm.
2.
Yeah.
I'm quite fond of it. Quite nice.
I'm gonna cut it off.
Don't fucking call my.
I'll wait for the lava to go down a little bit.
There's also, you can also like, there's like other spots you don't have to come
Yeah,
straight
yeah,
up, and
yeah.
I'll pull you up.
Oh.
Well,
Oh. Oh no! I'm sorry, Rainer. Sorry.
Like there's no weather, boy.
good job, good job, good job.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Oh, good, 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 good. Okay.
Jump and grab the chain! Yeah!
Yeah, I can go. I can go around the side.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Raider. I'm sorry. You had 2. Do you think you'd get cleavage sweat? Yeah, probably.
I hope you're
Probably.
excited by Zeus right now.
Oh, that rock that I think we need to go towards is on fire. Because we can go across this way.
That would be
Yeah,
But
go
we just
like
gotta wait for those
around.
to not be on fire.
Ah! 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 No! No! Kiwi! Kiwi, no! Kiwi, no! No!
Oh,
Hey, stop laughing. That's not funny.
Son of a
It's not
bitch!
funny. You guys are dicks.
Had to test after cooldown. No, that's valid.
not to laugh and expect me not to laugh!
Don't laugh at my wife dying.
Hey guys, this really funny thing happened, but you
It was pretty
can't
warm
laugh.
down there. It's pretty toasty.
Jump.
My poor wife. I can't believe
Oh
this is
wait, I'm
happening.
dead. I should just give up. Okay, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up?
Hi, honey.
Hi. Is there a resurrection statue at the final one?
Yeah, there's a res statue.
Oh, okay, cool.
Don't worry, I got you.
Do a flat!
Hog.
I'm trying.
Try harder!
You really carrying the team, huh?
Oh, I'm trying.
Mira is actually carrying this team right now. I'm
I
just in the
know.
back going, don't die, don't die, don't die.
There is a a flare. There's a chain behind you that goes to the other one.
Yeah.
I should say that. I need to call my followers cuties. Alright, I'm looking at the camera, guys. You're all cuties. I'm stealing your bit. I'm stealing it.
Oh god.
I'm a little lower before I jump it.
Yeah. Wow. Wait, so do we not have to go up the volcano? We just have to go to that where that smoky stack is?
We gotta go to the smoke, and then that will open up to the volcano.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
I can't believe one of our most chaotic runs might be the run where I actually finish this game.
I don't know if,
I think both are like a 50-50 to be honest. Unless you went from the right rock to the right rock to your right and then jumped.
I might be able to walk it, or like try to jump to that, but then I'd be scared to land on the lava. But I think I can jump to that. I think I can.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and let it lower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jump, 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 jump. Okay, I was telling him to jump.
Oh, little hurt, but it's fine.
Does sliding on the chain like save you stamina?
Yeah, because it like propels you forward. That's why I always say jump it, like send it. You just gotta jump onto it.
Well, I guess since you make it, we just gotta see if Noble makes it. I like that he's saying he's fighting gods and demons, and you're just like over here like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're fighting demons? That's so funny. The echo is insane.
Oh! Hello? Where am I? Where am I? What is this? What is this? Am I in the dark sea? Where am I? Where am I? Am I under the map? What's happening? What hell is this? What hell am I in? Chat, where am I? What is this? Are there things over here? Are these the... I see banana peels. I found a banana peel. I found another banana peel. Where am I? Oh! I think I'm dead. What is this? There was a cursed skull. Where am I? Am I gonna go hungry down here? What's happening? Am I in hell? I'm gonna have a coconut. I pick him up, but nothing happens. What's happening? Where am I? Can I get smited down here? I don't know. I was revived and now I'm in hell. I keep seeing things on the ground, but when I pick them up, they disappear. What does cursed skull? What does cursed skull do? It doesn't do anything. I just got a pink banana peel. Where am I? Where am I? What is this? What is this? I found bing bongs! I found bing bongs! You can teleport. We just tried that. Zodi just tried that. Hold on, can I use it? Can I try it? Banana slip, curse, drop player, VOD, hunger, injure player. Let's just do this one. Yeah, and then I can die. Okay. Okay. And then I can
heroes now.
revive player. Hey, what's up?
Oh, look at that.
Oh, hi.
Hey, there we go.
Hey, I might have cheated a little bit, but we're here.
Yeah, fuck it.
That's all that matters.
Marshmallow.
Woo. Back
Alright, so we got no equipment.
I really want to.
Chat, can I have a bing bong for my visitation in hell? May I have a bing bong?
I missed my bing bong and my butt plug.
I have like
Learning
some
it
rope
how it
cannons.
belongs.
I got an anti-rope cannon. I got a piton.
Ooh, a piton.
Hey, Lolly, you still have the lollipop? Where did you get that? Where'd you
Come on,
get that?
wife.
I'm coming.
Aw.
What did you
Man,
know?
I wish I had a wife.
Whee.
I want one wife, 2.5 kids, and a white picket fence. That I
Whee.
live
Guys, I'm
Yeah.
swimming. Guys, look, I'm swimming.
the American average.
I'm not American.
Got anti-grav jump and it won't let me down.
I'm not American.
No.
Canadian.
Oh, wait, I'm good now.
I am. Thank you very much.
Oh my god, you're basically American. You're basically American.
Bet I got it. You gave me an anti-grav jump.
Anti-grab jump.
Oh,
Aw.
bye.
Oh. Wait,
Yeah,
I wanna
anti-grab
do
jump will be
this,
really helpful in here.
I want.
Yeah, it
I
would be.
want to
How much is a bing bong?
the big job to see if you can float on the outskirts of the volcano.
A bing bong.
Yeah.
What?
So funny.
Summon beast. Where's bing bong? Bing bong is 10.
I believe I can touch the sky.
Touch the sky.
I'm gonna name this video. Oh! Stand.
Let's go! Raid! Wait, let's all dance. Let's all dance for
Oh
Noble
my
because he got a raid.
Yeah.
Wait, let's all dance for Noble.
No! Welcome in, welcome in. We're gonna dance. We're gonna
Woo!
dance. Dance. Welcome in. What are you guys doing? I hope you have a good one. If you don't know me, I'm slightlyaboveaverage. I make food IRL, and I'm a fucking swine, and we're playing Peak today with these lovely people.
Rude.
Except they keep tormenting me.
Thanks, Dragon Faye.
You stole my lollipop!
And I'll do it again. As soon as you drop that lollipop, it's mine.
I would rather throw it into the void and let you have it. I'm also injured.
Guys, if I make it, can I have Bing Bong chat? Lord Zero, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in.
Yeah, you can have bing bong.
Yay.
Do we have any healing of sorts by chance?
No.
The Kiln. Day 3.
Oh yeah, it started us out in a good spot. That's nice at least.
Yeah. The fuck was that?
I need healing.
Was that
I think
Bing
I just heard
Bong?
a bunch of bing
Bing
bongs.
bong! Bing bong!
I think. Wait! Bing Bong!
Elaine!
Can I Bing Bong? Can I Bing Bong?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can have bing bong.
These ladies keep telling me to jump.
Alright, Bing Bong, you're gonna go on my. No, my
You
stole
backpack.
my
Thank you.
lollipop!
I gave it back.
Okay.
No, you didn't.
That's all I
fucking
need.
did.
And you
Welcome in,
said
Lord
no.
Zero. I hope you're having a
Okay,
wonderful day.
fine. I licked it.
No, that wasn't mine. You ate my lollipop. You stole it out of my bag, and then you gave me a new one, but then you licked it, so I threw it away because I didn't want your germs on my lollipop.
That's crazy.
And then you jumped into the fiery pit of hell where you belong and you started fucking following me.
See, now he's telling me I belong in the fiery pits of hell. This is bullying.
I'm gonna name the video of this
I made
VOD, being tormented.
Beep, 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 beep,
Get out, Belle.
beep, beep, beep.
Oh, good. Ah, don't bananas!
Yes!
Oh my god.
I'm going to
Chat,
die.
please. Chat, please. Whatever you do, chat, please. Chat, please.
You gotta be go here.
Oh,
It's funny.
okay.
Oh!
Okay.
No!
Oh.
It teleported me! No! 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 I was so close to the top! I was so close to the top! No!
Why bonky me? Don't bonky me. I'm doing my best.
You can call me Lil or Zero. I'm so sad. I went so far up just to be teleported back down here. No.
That was a good jump, me.
You can
That
make
was
it
a
to
good
this little
jump.
ledge right here.
Yeah.
You can stand on that.
I have like no stamina and no health.
Yeah.
Here, can you?
What do you mean you have no stamina? What happened? I'll go up here so I'm out of the way.
Jump. Help.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha.
Hold on. I have to go up to put my backpack down, and then I can get some rope.
I'll move out of the way. What happened to Noble? Is Noble dead?
I don't think so. No, he's alive.
Oh, Kiwi. Oh, Kiwi. Oh, Kiwi.
Are you still there? Pancake?
Sound like she fell further.
Pancake?
She might have fell further.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's keep going then, I guess.
It's okay. We'll avenge them.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be brought back.
Okay. I'm so afraid of chat now. I trusted you, chat. But to be fair, you're making very clippable moments, so I cannot be there. Oh, hey, what's up?
Oh, hey, I came back to give you rope, and you're gone.
Oh, wait a second. Pancake, you're dead. I was gonna do something funny.
I'm alive.
Pancake's back.
It's not
I
dead
love
now.
you. I love you. Whoever rescued me, I love you so much.
You know what?
Well, do we go this way?
It's
Let
okay.
me try going up this way.
Oh,
Okay.
you came back. Oh no.
Yeah, there's a little ledge up here.
There's a
Okey
little
doke.
ledge up here.
I'm coming. I might need some help. Thank you. But I should have let my stamina regen. I got so excited getting up on ledges that I'm like, oh, I can just keep going, but that's not the case. Okay. Ow. That was rude. There's a little ledge to your right. Yeah.
Yep.
But
And I think there's a ledge above you.
you know what's really funny? Or maybe
Yeah, there's a little ledge up
you'd
here.
be awful right now. You're gonna be awful right now.
What? Oh.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Just let me drop. Hold on.
Okay,
Let me go from a different
Come
angle.
around the rock.
Whew.
Come up.
Yeah.
Come from the bottom up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Yeah. Alright. Looks like there's a little ledge up here. There is. There's a good ledge right here. Has a good ledge.
Yeah. Here, let's
Good
go
ledge.
this way.
Oh.
Oh, this is a good way. There's a suitcase over here.
Oh, okay. The music got dramatic and it's scaring me.
Okay, do you need any food?
A little bit, yeah. Oh, thank you. That's perfect. I'll check out that other suitcase.
Yeah, let's stay back here.
Oh, more scout cookies. So you should eat the rest of those. Here, let me feed you one because you fed me one,
Oh, okay.
and then you can eat. We can eat the rest
Thank
of
you.
it.
It's okay. I got extra food in my pack.
Okay. All right, let's go.
I think honestly above us, if anything. I'm gonna come back. Oh, another suitcase.
Like up there. Oh shit! Be careful.
Yep. More cookies.
Nice. I think you're right. I think above us might be the best way. Might be the
Yeah.
way. Yeah, up here.
Yeah, I can.
Oh,
Hello?
hey, Pancake.
I have a
Careful,
very
like-
Or
burnt
like
thing.
When
maybe
you
this
look around,
way,
you just like
but
you move. Yeah.
I'm back.
oh hey Noble.
Hi. We're trying to find our best way up.
Oh,
Ah!
Oh God. Okay, I'm
Oh,
gonna
there's a
try to
little hole
go.
up here. Oh, no, that's not a good hole. Never mind.
I want to believe
I
this
also have
way,
a piton,
but
so I
it's...
can place the piton anywhere we need it.
Whoopsies.
Okay.
Kill
Let's see.
I need to bring it back. Bring it back.
I don't know, I forgot to blink. You need to blink!
It's possible to make it, but it's just really hard. But I might be able
There's
to
a
put
little
those down.
ledge you can regain stamina on.
Oh,
So I
perfect.
think
Yeah,
I might
I
be
tried
okay.
to go on
To that one,
Ow.
but I couldn't make it. Okay. Okay, we're good.
Woo, okay, we're good. We're good.
Okay,
Is
we
Pancake
gotta
okay?
go into
She's like
some
knocked
of the
out down there.
And she keeps getting
Hot.
fucked over. I think we need to keep going this way. I think we're doing good.
Hot, hot,
We just
yeah.
gotta endure some of the fire.
Yeah.
Oh, we're good right here to regain and not be hot. Oh!
Oh no!
It's okay. It's just a very small ledge.
Yeah,
So I'm
yeah,
just gonna
yeah.
go.
Yeah, let's just keep
Because
going.
it's mostly flat right here.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, we're good.
Is it hot over here? Okay, no. Okay. Whew, there's
Not all of
a
it, not all of it.
suitcase. There's a suitcase.
Oh yeah.
I feel like Bear Grylls right now.
There's bandages and there's bandages and an energy drink in there.
Yeah, okay, not the energy drink.
Okay.
Okay, so
I
maybe
think
we go that way?
There you
we
go.
can either try keep going up this
Hey,
way.
Pancake.
I got you.
Actually, we might be able to go up this and then jump to that, to whatever's over here.
Go up what? Go up what? Sorry.
This
Okay,
thing.
it's all my
here.
coins.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because there's a lot of dark spots over here, we can just run up it.
Yeah. Oh, there's also another suitcase.
Oh, Pancake, there's a cure-all. Yeah, drink it. Drink it if you're hurt.
There's airplane food if anybody needs airplane food.
Thank you
I'll
for
hold
your
it.
cure all.
I love food.
Look at that. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. How you guys doing?
Okay, I think
How
we
you
gotta
guys
get over
doing?
here.
I think so.
Let me see if I can. Yeah, it looks like you might be able to. Yeah, there's a ledge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you found a much better way. Holy shit, yeah.
Mew's a pro at this game. Mew completed this game by herself.
In
Actually,
an hour and 30?
in an hour and 30.
Yeah, hour 33 to be specific.
You
My
beat
wife
my
is
score.
fucking cracked, bro.
I did an hour and 50.
And what's
Well,
funny
what's
is
that?
in like one run as well.
Oh damn.
Nice.
Yeah, hold on.
Grab that chain gun.
I am.
I'm gonna get rid of something. Oh, you want it?
I have room in my backpack if I need to carry something.
Yeah.
Mew, I need to tell you something.
Yeah.
I
What's
ate
up?
your lunch.
What the fuck?
I ate
Why
your
would you
lunch.
eat her lunch? I
Ooh,
think we
wait,
go
what if
this-
I chain gun up here?
Oh wait, what if we go up there? Wait, what if we go there? Oh, there? Or wait, where? Where do you want to go?
Look up.
Oh shit, that might be spicy, bro. Wait, what if we climbed up here and then chained up there?
Spot.
Yeah, I think either or. So I think either here or here.
Oh, hey,
I
what's up,
think
Noble?
either here or up here. But I also have rope, so we don't have to use, like, I have a rope cannon, or I can try to climb it first and put down a rope. Let me see if I can
think
climb
either
up
way.
there.
There is a ledge like right here that you could like maybe stand on. And then try to get up more. Oh, what is this? Oh no, the food!
Food. Oh.
I got plenty of extra stamina, so it's okay.
Oh.
Nice bro.
How's
That
that?
should be good there.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Thank you for the rope.
Oh, honeycomb!
No!
Oh, honeycomb!
Damn it.
Chip, what
Oh.
happened?
They're spotting food in front of me.
Oh, it's hot. It's hot.
And now I think
It's
the
hot.
chain
Be
gun would
careful.
good
It's
to go
hot. It's
here.
hot. It's hot.
I think the chain gun would be good there.
Yeah.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, I got you. Watch this, watch
Did you
this.
steal Mew's egg?
I thought they said yeah, like, I thought you were
No!
I'm
I was
cooking
not
it.
saying yeah, just stealing my egg.
No, I was like, there's a thing we could cook the egg.
It's already been cooked.
Oh, it is?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I
There's an energy drink in here.
My egg. It's okay, you can eat the egg.
Wow.
I got you another egg.
Okay.
Definitely not from someone that
You
just...
need a
Hi,
Are
Arch.
you hungry?
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
My egg. It's okay.
Thank you, though.
There you go.
Oop, oop.
Egg. Put it back in your pack. There you go.
Thank you.
Alright, that ledge we might be able to stand on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
I'll test it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in concentration mode.
Yeah, about watching focus.
I threw
Can't
my
stand
rope
here.
down. So like,
You good?
How's it going? Are you winning? Yeah, this is the furthest I've ever
Yeah,
gotten.
you can stand on that little ledge so one at a time, and then you can climb up towards me,
Okay.
like right above it.
Oh. No, boy, it's gone. It burnt. It burnt, bro. It
There you
burnt.
go,
I
there
can
you
get
go.
it.
Am I here? Am I here?
I get
There you
it.
go.
Okay, bye, Noble. Bye, Noble.
I'm
okay, I
fine,
have
I'm
16.
fine.
So I just kind of like been munching on some hunger. Thank you though. Yeah.
Hi, wife.
Dang. Hi.
Are we waiting for
Noble
Noble
went
now?
down to get the rope gun. I don't know if he's coming back.
No, I'm here. It was a bit.
Okay. Alright, I'm waiting.
Okay, good. We're waiting for you.
Oh, God.
We're waiting for you.
Okay, there we go.
I got you. You're good.
Oh, thank you. There you go. Oh, God. I got
Peggy,
it.
you
I
okay?
don't know what...
yeah, they dropped rope for us. Wait,
No,
I'm
nice.
gonna have time.
Hell yeah.
Oh, thank you. They
Alright.
dropped two.
Nice.
We
I
might
picked
have
up
to
one
get
of them.
burnt and maybe go there, but
There's also a way over here, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm...
yeah, that would be
There's
better if we could
multiple
get
options.
over here.
Hold
I
on.
want to
Yeah.
take the bridge.
Bridge sound cool. I like bridge.
Yeah.
Alright, you're just gonna get burnt, so be careful.
If you make it, you could leave a rope down, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's true. Ooh, hold on, let me get my fire off of me. Ow.
Oh, I found a magic bean in front of me.
Oh, wait, throw it right
Oh.
there, and then it'll come across to us.
Oh yeah, or here, like, or there, right in
Yeah,
front of
either
me.
way.
I can
Yeah,
also put
throw
a...
it.
I can also
Throw
place
it.
rope too. I got some
Wait,
left
what
still.
if we save the magic bean? Oh.
It's too late.
So that
Oh.
when we
I was
get
telling
over
you to throw it, I threw it.
Look at him. Yeah, you did it.
You guys, it's fine,
job.
it works. It's perfect.
Yeah, this is great. You just walk.
Awesome,
Very good.
okay.
Nice.
Yeah, good job, team. Good teamwork. Ow,
Alright,
fuck
what
my
do you-
asshole. Don't worry. The way you turned around slowly.
Alright, it's a hard jump. Make sure you're focusing on that jump. There you go. I feel like I'm a tour guide.
And on
You
the
kind of
left,
are.
you see death. And on the right, death.
I'm like your survival guide.
Time to
Yeah.
drink piss. Which, by the way, in a
Oh, like
survival
Bear
situation,
Grylls?
never drink piss.
No.
What if you could like distill it though?
Might as well just distill like puddle water.
I don't want.
But it's a lot of gross shit you don't want. It'll also make you throw up. Lady Sorita, I'm being tormented.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god. I can't wait for all of us to get out of here with Bing Bong, and then we're all gonna get the whirly hats.
Posture check, guys.
I know, I have to keep posture checking.
I picked up this game before I went out. Oh no, not again! There's already spawned the. Oh wait! I can get it. I can get it. It's just right there. Okay, wait, I can get it. Oh my god, I can get it. I can get it. I can get it. I can get it. I got it. I grabbed it. I grabbed it. I got it. I'm fine. I'm fine. I can get up there.
Okay, cool. I'm rolling back up there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Rhino, we could definitely play it sometime. I could do like a oh, guys, we should totally do a fucking community peak night. And we could all get to the top. That'd be pretty fun.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way I just did this.
We're all gonna pick.
Oh no, I don't think I'm gonna make this. I don't think I'm gonna make that.
I'm good. I'm okay.
Hey, Noble.
It's okay. You got this. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna drink this energy drink.
Do it.
Ah, I'm gonna pray.
Oh.
I'm gonna put
when
some
did you
rope
get here?
down.
Bro?
I have
Bro?
no
I'm gonna
more
put some rope
stamina.
down.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
I got you.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Man. Rope.
Hey, Elaine, don't fall. It's crazy.
That's all I got. That's all I got.
Oh my god.
You're okay. You're okay. You can come back from that. You can come back from that.
Oh my god.
My backpack just flew off of me.
I see it. It's right there. Do you want anything from it? We can get it.
I have more rope and stuff in there.
Okay, I'll get it.
We're almost to the top. Like, we're so close.
Oh, wait a second. This is a much better
I'm
avenue.
gonna grab this, and I'm gonna grab this instead.
Guys,
Do you want your egg?
There's like anti-rope cannon and stuff like that in there. So just grab
Wait,
that stuff.
Elaine, I can carry the bag. I can carry it.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. Let me
I don't
put
need
stuff.
the-
I have too much
that's fine,
stuff.
I don't need the egg. I think the climbing stuff's more important.
Okay.
Here, I'm actually gonna get rid of this because someone's.
Oh, hey, Noble.
Yeah, I can
Found
just
an
carry the
easy
bag.
way up.
I don't know.
No, how the fuck did you get up there, dude?
I went around and went up
Oh, I see what you did. I see what you did.
Oh, I was like hugging the rock.
There we go. Yeah.
Anyway, I find VR. This seems like one of those games I'd find in VR chat and get the worst vertigo ever. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little bit of vertigo, but we're almost there, so I'm vibing.
Behind us, maybe. Or above us.
Pancake, are you okay?
Because there's a ledge above
Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm in a hole. I'm just
Hi.
getting my stamina.
Hi.
Did I look okay?
You looked very scrunched. I might need some help.
Yeah, I got you.
There's a rope there too when you can get your stamina back.
Hey.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my
I'm
god.
just a little rat in these situations. I'll be honest with you.
Oh,
I like
little
finding
rat.
crevices to
Little
climb
rat.
and whatnot.
You got this?
Woo!
Oh, wait.
Oh,
You might wanna go
Zodi,
this
I'm
way.
so sorry. Oh, thank you.
Might want to go.
Oh yeah.
What?
Oh, I made it. I'm good.
I don't. Yeah, fuck it. That'd be fine.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh my
oh,
god.
please, please, please. Oh my
my
god.
Oh, not the
Oh my god.
bees.
Oh my god.
Pancake, I got you.
If
Oh
you
my
want
God,
to
you
use
pancake.
any of the other stuff, use it, because we're at the top already.
Okay, let me see this. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts.
Hi,
Yeah,
Noble.
I might need some help.
Goodbye, Will.
Wait, I got this.
Oh.
There. Go up,
Oh my god.
go up, go up. Take the
There you go.
rope.
There you go.
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah. Wait, let me pull out Bing Bong. Let me pull out Bing Bong. Oh my god, Bing Bong. Let's go. Let's fuck. Where are we going? We're going that way?
This way.
Oh,
This
going
way. Follow me. Yeah.
Okay. Whoa, let's go! We fucking did it! We fucking did it! Let's go! And I would like it to be known that Mew is was the one that, since she isn't streaming, she didn't get any of the buffs that we got. She just raw dogged this shit, dude.
Dude,
She didn't die at all.
Thank you.
My wife is
I just
so cool.
really like climbing.
Skill issue. Skill issue
This
for me.
game
Let's
is relaxing
go.
to me.
No, I mean, it's quite nice. I do like it because it's kind of like a puzzle, but like, there's no real
Yeah.
consequence other than like restarting. And like, when you restart, it
Yeah.
just kind of teaches you what not to do. Oh.
God
Jesus
damn it.
Christ.
Fuck.
I have like nothing in my inventory now. I literally had my backpack in my hand to toss it to like get something out to help you guys, and it flew. It like flung off into the ether. And
I
then
still
it
have your
landed by you
egg.
guys.
Did you want your egg for something? I have
Oh
it.
yeah, I want to eat my egg. I want my egg.
Go, here's your egg.
Egg. Yum 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 yum.
I might as well.
Eggy.
Oh my god.
We're almost there, guys.
Almost there.
Oh my god.
Left.
It's so beautiful up here.
It
Look at all
is.
these flowers.
Who wants to be the one to rip the fucking flare? I've done it once.
I've already done it once
Pancake,
too.
have you done it?
God damn it!
I've done it.
Pancake, have you ripped it?
You both could rip it.
Okay.
We all can do it.
Alright, let's all rip it. Let's all. 3,
Yeah.
2, 1. Light it!
Rip!
Yeah! Scoutmaster's bugle.
Stop trying to push me off, goddamn! Stop it!
Never.
We did it.
That's all
I love all the colors.
We did it.
Yeah.
I know. This is great. It's counting down. Why is it counting down?
No, you don't
What?
have to grab the rope, but you can.
I don't trust it. I'm grabbing the rope.
Bye, bing bong.
Here
Woo!
Helping
we
boy
go!
Look, it's Noble!
Yeah! We did it!
Yeah.
Yay!
Yay! We did it!
High five!
Fuck yeah, dude!
Yeah.
It only took us 23 minutes! That's crazy.
Let's go!
Oh wait, we gotta see the
Did I die
timeline.
this round?
I don't think so.
I don't
Oh,
think you
shit.
did, no.
Let's go!
Is the timeline broken?
Fuck yeah.
Look at Elaine at the bottom because she got put under the map.
Yeah.
Guys, my timeline's broken. It's not moving.
I think
Guys.
it's I think it's because you disconnected at one point and came back.
Oh shit, okay.
I think that was this run.
Yeah.
I can't
How do
believe
we
we did it,
continue?
guys.
We did it. We did it.
We did it.
We did it.
And we all left together. Like, none of us got left behind.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is awesome.
that's so fun. I was gonna be sad thinking that it was like only gonna be like one of us that would make it.
Yeah. That's crazy. So now I got the participation achievement. I don't know if we'll get the... Is there one for just leaving, though?
There's one. And then there's one if you make it, if no one
Yeah,
else.
I got
Like, if
it.
you-
Yeah,
like,
I got
yeah.
it. Oh,
Oh,
the
that's a
speed.
nice
We got
one,
the
that's
speed. We got the speed climber badge too. It's actually all.
Oh, shit.
It's actually because this is all heat included. Fever dream at the bottom of the lava pit. Wake up, Elaine! Wake up, dude. That'd be so depressing. That'd
Ooh,
be so depressing.
aviators.
Alright. I'm gonna head out. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank
Thank
you
you
for
for
joining us. It's nice seeing you
playing.
again.
Yeah.
I love you guys.
Love you.
Love
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, Mia, do you have this
Oh.
hat now? Do you have this hat?
No, I don't think
I think that's the
so.
speed one we get from speeding through it.
No, I don't got it.
Whoa, how the fuck did I get it then?
I wonder if maybe it's because you joined us and maybe it didn't count the time before? Question mark.
Maybe.
That'd be
I don't know how you
that's
get
silly.
that.
But hey, you got a cool hat.
Yeah, I got a cool hat.
Cool
I like the whirly hat. Did we all get the whirly hat?
Yeah, I got him before.
Okay.
We got
I like
the
that you get a
bling
chef
bong
hat in this game. Honestly, it's nice that you get like you get your chef hat because it matches you. You know.
Oh wait, let me see if I
Matches you.
can I just bonk people? Damn.
I'm trying to. Wee!
Oh, so that's how you do it, Polly. I done it once. How far does that make you
Wait,
go?
so wait,
Actually,
let me
okay.
do it. Let me do it.
It's like you
How do
crouch
you do it?
and then you jump when I'm jumping on you. So it's like crouch, and then when I'm on top you jump. So jump. Woo!
Oh.
Oh.
Crouch and
Like
jump.
really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this is actually pretty nice.
Oh.
That's
I bounced you both!
Yay. Yay!
Huzzah.
Oh, the ads. Oh wow, that was fast. I'm glad.
Huzzah.
Oh my god, I can't believe we did it.
That was a good time, guys. I
Yeah,
appreciate
we
did
you
it.
hopping into this. That was good. That was good.
Yeah,
I low-key
honestly,
wasn't gonna think
honestly,
we could make it out.
Yeah, honestly, the fun part about this is that, like, even if we're like, oh, let's do this again, we could totally do the same thing again, but it's like the map's completely different, so it's like, it'll be different. Which I really like about this game is that the map changes.
There was one map where they did it, it was just like the front map, like the first one, was just like big tall spires. It was really cool.
Oh, that is cool.
Like, I hadn't
do you
seen
think
it like
they
that
make
before.
them, or do you think they have, like, a generator for all the maps?
It has
I feel
to
like
be
they...
a generator, because...
Yeah, I think they, like, they
the
generate it, and then they, like, just, like, they take the week to test it beforehand, and if it goes through, like... Excuse me, get on me.
Yeah. The one that I hated the most when I tried playing was in the winter. They had, a bunch of geysers, and they really only activate when you get close to them, and they put them on the mountain, too. Oh my god.
That's crazy.
It was so annoying.
That was bad.
Yeah. It was bad.
It's understandable. Thank you guys for playing. I had a lot of fun. I can't
next
believe
time
we
we
did
try
it,
this,
though.
I'll be a
On God, I
demon.
can't believe we did it.
Yeah.
I know. Papa Squad.
Yes. Wait, did you guys get like 45 minutes in your run, or how long did it say it took you guys to do the run?
Hour 45.
Yeah.
Okay, so
and
when
the
I
hat you
crashed,
got
it took
is only for
yeah.
under an hour.
Yeah, because it was like that's crazy. Is it coming back in like that? Because when I first played with you, Miu, it didn't let me come back. So is that a thing they updated?
I think they fixed it, yeah. Because I think the games were crashing so much, that was one thing they fixed so people could come back.
That's nice. That's honestly really nice.
Yeah, because
I
have a friend. Because I have a friend that uses the unlimited players mod, and that was one way we could try to come back in. But now I think it's fixed. Because before it used to, you can only do it at the checkpoint.
That's valid. Awesome. Well, thank you for playing. I'm gonna go do some more work because I didn't stream yesterday, so I got work to do.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna die on top of Noble.
Wait, we'll all die together.
I don't know. Maybe I'll do a test stream right now just to see if it works.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, it's not too late.
Because who knows if I'm gonna wake up on time tomorrow.
Valid. Alright, I'll be pumping on here. Thank you, Noble, for hosting.
If you're gonna be on longer, I'll raid into you. That'd be good.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk to your chat, I gotta go to the bathroom, so if you want to talk to your chat for a little bit, like, go for it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Thank you guys for letting me join.
Possibly, maybe same time next week. Maybe same game, different game. Doesn't matter.
I'm always
I would
down.
love to play
You know
it.
me.
Oh, you gotta, if you want to play a really stupid stream game, Drive Beyond Horizons is terrible and I love it.
What is that? Do I have to pay
it's like,
for it?
you know the long drive?
Yeah.
Drive Beyond Horizon.
It's
It's 20. That dude, that's $25. That's $25.
Oh, it is $25. It was on sale recently.
Oh,
no
yeah, probably because of the
No
Steam
thanks.
sale that I missed. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, we'll play something next week though. We'll play something next week.
Yeah.
Alright, bye everybody's chats. Bye.
Bye. I forgot we're still in the Discord. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye for a second time. Goodbye. Goodbye. Mwah. Alright, I gotta be right back. I gotta go use the bathroom because I was clenching my asshole because of you guys. You guys made me fucking clench my asshole. So I'll be right back. Good job, everybody. Good job reaching the peak. Thank you. That was the first time I've ever reached the peak. So that was pretty poggin'. Wait, honestly, I was looking and they have a lot of like crowd control games. So I was thinking maybe we could do like crowd control Minecraft at some point. And that would be pretty cool. Or like crowd control Repo. That would be cool too. But we shall see. I'm gonna go to the bathroom though. So I will be right back. I'm gonna play you guys some music. And then we'll be back. I love you guys. Okay, I'm back. I've done crowd control Minecraft. It's a ton of fun, but make sure you thoroughly look through the options and say what you don't want. Some stuff can obliterate stuff. That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Let me put me back. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta check stuff. Thank you guys for doing that with me, though. I had a good time. I'm sorry that it cost money and I didn't know. I feel really bad about not knowing that it cost money. But I hope you enjoyed the whitelist. No, don't look into it. I want to spawn an ender dragon. That's crazy. I would, if we did that, I would turn off mob griefing. I spawned a wither on a guy while he was on his island, and he led all. Oh, that's a lot of withers. That's a lot of withers. Okay. Okay. Oh, we should do fleshy sometimes. I don't think I've ever done a video on fleshy before. Okay. Whew, I'm like winded. I'm oddly winded. Happiness. Okay. There we go. Alright. I love some slimesicles. I love slimesicles. Minecraft crowd control video. It sims. Cinema. Good lord. Oh my god, my eyeball. Oh my god, my eyeball. I can't. My eye. Something in my eye. Maybe like a cat hair, because I was scratching my cat. Oh my god, okay. Light off my home. Alright, go back to Weewoo Wednesday. And then, oh no, that's fine, yeah. Go back to coworking. Okay. And then I do want to look at it though. I would like to look at the pin to start. I'm interested in what the Minecraft one has. I like this background. This background is cool. This background is cool. Game library. Minecraft? No. No, allow flight, allow annoying pop-up, plays an obnoxious animation and an obnoxious sound, can't move, clear inventory, clutter inventory, delete held item, peaceful mode, easy mode, normal mode, hard mode, dig hole, disable jumping, do or die, double player size, drink absorbs from post, drink bad omen. Oh wow, there is a lot! Holy shit. Holy shit, you would really have to go through all of these. Holy fuck. Shit. Okay. That's a lot. Oh, we'll do it sometime. We'll definitely do it sometime on the server. Okay. I want to work on some more enshrined stuff. Cause I want to get to a point with it where it's like nice and good to go. This one. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna fix this guy first. And then I'll fix the vertical one. Because how it's always had to end. And then this needs to go. Oh. This needs to go back here. Enter. Enter. Okie dokie. And then the curse of motion ones. And then move curse. Okay. So So that goes there, and then the regional effect becomes layer actions. And then legendary action needs to become like this. Move it out. Okay, and then get this like oop. Okay, I think I kind of understand how this thing does its selections, which is very interesting. And then bring back the margins. And we fix this. And then the second legendary action becomes layer action. Is it layer action or is it layer something else? Let me look at it. Actions. I think the Mind Flare page was a really good page for this. And Elder Brain. Legendary actions. I think it is layer action. I think it's a layer action. I think. Okay. Layer actions, move up. Oops. Okay, and then this one and this one get removed. And then these guys, whoops. What? The way it sounds. Alright, there we go. And then if that's the case, actions, legendary actions. I think honestly could scoot down to here. And then what's this one? Oh, these are actions. Oh, okay, I got an idea. Actions. This is the danger. Not that this one. Enter more, and then margins. Does it like the way it sounds? Okay. And so if I were to even it out, I would take these and probably bring them here. And then I take this guy and move it here. Look, just I'm gonna do this. So just one around. sheep and don't mean nothing. Margins again. What button is this? V? I got nothing to do. Ooh. Yeah, it's pretty even. The actions curve. It's the traits one. This one. Yeah. Songs with the memory. Someone who used to things. This is the moon. Oops. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. That's pretty goob. Oops. Okay. That one's good. So, I did every page. Fuck. Aw, sleepy Vex. Vex, are you sleepy? Stat block. Song always makes you sleepy? Yeah. I fall asleep to it a lot of the times. Vertical. What the fuck? Okay, so actually this one is correct for the most part, right? Actually, there's a problem. The problem. I didn't notice that until right now. Okay, if that's the case, is that okay for all of us? Yeah, just what I'd have to do. Let's see. Yeah, let's put it there. Don't try to be where I take the scissors. So we have the ascendant one. And then we gotta do the vertical, which comparing it to the horizontal means that I think it's pretty good. Traits, momentum. This one can come down. The ascendants. What about the just move where this is. There we go. Says, let's go to E. And then actions. Where are you? Come here. And then curve. 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 This one and slam. Action slam, and then legendary actions, and then layer actions, which I'm gonna copy from here. Damn, it won't fit. Okay, that's fine. And then this will be an example of the vertical. Yep. And then I'm going to duplicate this. Page 8. I'm going to delete this guy, do this guy. Move this guy down. I'm pretty sure is my plan. Back for a little bit. How are you, Elaine? Project going well? I hope it is. Thank you for asking. I hope that you are doing wonderfully as well. I have to look for a document. Okay. Okay. Okay, I also need the rune dragton image, which I think I have on my other thing. I can't be so easy, babe, if you believe me. I can't put it on your face. Oh, no. This one? No. Playlist images. I don't have an image of it. Oh, Lord. I need the image. Where is it? Where are you? To the city. There he is. Okay. Okay, and then we're gonna go here. We're gonna take the art, we're gonna take the mask, we're gonna copy the mask. So I'd like to let you know on my PC, because you were the first thing on Twitch. I looked up without even going to Twitch on its own. Every time I open Twitch, it goes straight to your... Aww, that's so cute! That makes me so happy. Well, I'm glad that your computer likes me so much. Because that means a lot, honestly. How did I invert mask? Okay. I'm doing this wrong. I think. I am doing this wrong. Boop. 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 Delete. Okie dokie. And this one. Ooh! Lasaja boys. Oh my god. Wait. Wait, it's not Bastion anymore, is it? It's the rune Drakton. Drakton. Sanctuary. I know. Drakton. Okay. Power, more than gold. Baby, your heart is okay for yourself. I'm the only one who knows your sense. Monstrosity. Monstrosity. I could just copy this. I don't know why I didn't just copy it. And I can't hide a little higher. With your desire. I think you can look away. 35 feet. I don't know my brain. Do they write out the word feet? It's 8. No, they don't. But they do put a period. Okay. 19. Idle. Going viral. Eva. Idle. It's really for me. I gotta wake up at 3 a.m. so I'll catch you later. Whenever next time is, I'll have a surprise for you. Oh, yippee! I'm excited. I hope you got a good rest. Good night, Airdom. Thank you for stopping by. It means a lot to me. Oh, the Rune Dragon has base good, not bad charisma. Okay, so it's... Wait, do they not write it out? It's STR, right? Yeah, it's okay. So it'd be STR plus 6 in your mind now. To your mind now. Plus 1. And then skills. And I get the mic a little higher. Stealth. Plus 2. Okay, damage vulnerabilities, bludgeoning. Bludgeoning. Piercing and slashing. Immunities, fire. Senses, fire sight, 120 feet. Come on. Oops. Oops. Understands primordial. Cannot speak it. 2. Rating 3. It's a +2 proficiency bonus. Okay, these should be pretty good if I just copy paste them. I just got done with peak session. We did ancient. What? Well, congrats though. Welcome back. I hope you had a good time. I can't read. My brain is dead. To be honest. Oh, I see. This is italics. Oh. If the reductive makes them more than 30 bludgeoning damage, a single if the word takes. One certainly. Okay. The rune data takes more than 30 bludgeoning damage. I just want to make sure. Wrong page. Okay. I don't think so. isn't incapacitated. Period. Thank you for your happy hats. And the boopus. B.I. Okay, the rune dragon has an advantage on attack rolls against the creature 5 feet of the creature isn't fully incapacitated. Flank. Thank you for the cheek pad. If flanked, the rune dragon is no longer resistant to slashing and piercing damage. Fire sight. Fire sight. A creature with fire sight can perceive the body heat of every living creature up to 120 feet away from terrain, but is blind. Fire sight is not affected by the mundane magic obscuration. Obfuscation or obfuscation and can penetrate different creatures with fire sight. Learn to learn. Blinded, okay. Come on. Things in parentheses need to be italicized. Come on, come. I'm gonna get eat. Plus, I got gardening to do tomorrow. Good night. Good night. I'm ready for the good night bonk. Give me bonk. Give me bonk. I'm ready for bonk. Gimme, 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 gimme. Gimme, 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 gimme. Okay, this needs to be removed. Thank you. Good night, bonk. Good night. Sleep well. Actions. Bite. Bite. Boop, boop. Melee weapon attack. Melee weapon attack. Melee weapon attack. Melee weapon attack. Thank you for the alert. Keep well. Melee weapon attack. +6 to hit. Reach 5 feet. Period, comma. Feet space. Period, comma. 1 target. 2 attacks with 1 creature. 1 target. And then the hit. Hit is italicized. 11d20. Grappled. Okie dokie. And then this will be bonus actions. Bonus. What? Bopness. Bopness. There we go. Incinerate. Period. If the rune dragon has a target applied, then the bonus action is to deal. Is there a space? There is space. And this one's probably lost. Bonus actions. And then 1 more here. And then this becomes tactics, and then it has a harvest list, which is its own thing. Actions. Don't need this. Don't need this. was cornered in their den. A runebrack den will not fight to the death, instead retreat to the den. Runebrack den will leverage their frontal advantage facing the greatest threats. It's not for back money fighters. Okie, and then tactics gets scooted up to here. Oh, this doesn't exist anymore. Only by the thread. Okay. That's the case. I think Firesight can go over here. And then this can get removed. And then oop. I fucked something up. Okay, there you go. This guy up here. And these three will turn back on. It's still kind of tall though. Okay. I wonder if I could just do, like, would this have enough space for this? I don't think so, so I think it would be like this. Enter, enter, delete, delete. And then this. Here. And then actions. Scoot up. Yeah, that's pretty even, I'd say. It's not perfect, but I think that's okay. Boop. Awesome. Put this back in here. Take this bottom one. There you go. And then we want another text block. That's just default stat block. Text there. Now let's see if we can fit. Good lord. This one. Oh my god. Okay. Well, let's see if we can fit this. It's not gonna fit. I could move it up a bit more. honestly, I just want to modify everything. And then, how far does the text go? It goes from front to back, okay. So maybe... I think we're gonna have this much text, honestly. Faye and I have claimed our lands and now we're off to sleep. We go. Good night! Good night! I can't wait to see what you build with your wife. Have a wonderful night. Okay. And then... oh, that's not what I want. Good night. Are we doing spaces between paragraphs? We are. Okay. So that might look better. And fire site. And then for the quarry examples, fire site, other site. Hooks. It's gonna be needed for tied you to the kitchen chair. She broke your throat and she cut your hair. From your lips she drew the hallelujah. 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 That guy. The flag and the marble. Love is not a bitching heart. Eight. Oh, that's because this font is a problem. Update number 2. And then there's a harvest list. Pack leader. The rune Dractin has a pack leader, a specimen that has developed an additional mutation, making them more dangerous than average members of the pack below. Is a list of mutations and PM no way to the leader. Okay. So this would be a table, which is a good thing. We save the table. Actually, is there information before it? I don't think there is. Okay. Not a cry that you hear at night. Call somebody you've seen the light. Harvest list. H O harvest list. Okay. And it's a material material. Quantity. How many rows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 sixes. 6. Material quantity. DC. Thank you. I was thinking, so it's not gonna fit on, like, all this has to go on one page, right? This
I sent you 2 pages as example.
okay, but like, I guess this all has to go on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is 5 and 6?
Those are some of the areas that we like. It's gonna be in a table, but we need to come up with 2 more.
Okay.
I think there's that one, and then like the harvest list is the one thing too, where we're like, we don't know how best to format that. So if you have better ideas,
I think it's gonna be like this. Personally, where it's kind of like you have 5 and 6. They probably won't be as long, but just an example. And then we can just put this like down here. Wait, this was like 2 sentences, and this was just a few sentences or something. Then you have like the base information, and then I already made the stat block for him, and it's a horizontal thing.
Cool.
I thought looked the best, so that could go on like another page, and then you could do like the tiny rune babies on the page or something.
Yeah. But yeah, the harvest list and like trying to fit all the information there is the one that we like, I guess, had the most like this isn't working. That's also what I was suggesting, like creating the little icons to represent the different classes of materials.
That is for the alchemy stuff, though.
This is alchemy. This is harvesting for the alchemy stuff. So this class here will be the alchemy symbols.
It could be okay just as words, though, because this isn't a big list.
Yeah, I mean, if it works. I think the main thing is, like, we have some classes that are, like, 4 letters, and then we have some that are, like, 8.
Yeah, I guess I'll see how it looks like on this, and then...
Yeah.
Thank you for dinner. Will do. DC 10. Physical. Quality 1/4. Time 10 minutes. I think this can be bigger. This can be thinner. Quality time. Time can be thinner. Quality can be thinner. And then we'll see how it is. Okay. 1 DC 14. Define quality time 10 minutes. Half rune fragment. Again. Oh goodness, okay. This can have killed. Okay. Who to you? And only God. Oh, okay. Hey for the boop. Stone scale, 1d20. D20. Elemental. DC 15. 5 minutes. Quality of 4. No. Stone scale, and then pit organ nerve. Pit organ nerve. Yeah. This gets to go down to 5. This is 1d4. I think this should be like this, actually. 1d8. And then 21 sensory 139. There you go. That's pretty good. Yeah. How I feel about the cannot be obtained if killed by via brittle skull, because I think it looks funny. Okay, you know what? Add 1. Insert. Thank you. Oh, I thought you were just gonna like use the shredded cheese and just. Oops. Why can't I move this? Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. What did you do? What did you do, Vexed? What has occurred? What did you do? Ew! Ah! That sounds painful. Are you okay? Are you okay? That sounds very painful. I think that looks better. A better idea. I want to do that a better idea. Nope, get away. And then... there we go. Complete row. There we go. And now... and then we can make the text bigger. Make the text just a little bit lighter, I think. I like that more. Oh. I'll live. You better. You better. Let me look at something. Anyone out of the rooms? Oh. This is it's delicious. What do you mean? This is great. I forgot this one. Oh. Okay. And then we don't need this image. Actually, do we not have any other pixels? Do we have any other pictures of the rune mites? I'm gonna spam. Spam is spicy. Spam be spicy. I had an idea and then I lost it. Nope, I found it. I got it. It's in my head. I mean, we have room mites, but this page isn't about the doggos. No, those are the rune wolves, right? I mean the baby versions of the rune Drakton. The baby one. Right? We have baby versions of that, don't we? I feel like we do. Yeah. Oh, this is a list. Oops. No. There's the other table. I think there's a mix-up. I think there is a mix-up boy. What? Huh? Mom, this is so good. D8. Communication. Me with her tongue. Hold on, how did they do it? How did they do the thingies? They censored it. Oh, this I would center. I do it on the practice page as well. Go. Harden scales. Okay, I have to fix this. Nope. Boop. Boop. Working on getting you. Okay. No rush. Oh, I see where I'm getting confused. Okay. These are the puppos. Mm-hmm. I just need like 2 different images, I think. My fried rice. Oh god. My fried rice spilled. No. Wait, is there one in the Google Drive? Oh. Okay. Hog download. That one would be maybe a little harder. I might not use that one. No. 2. Where's the one with the babies? Where's the one with the babies? Is that the first one? Was that the first one? Was that unlocking? Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. I love him. I can't wait till you make a baby version of him and 3D print him for me so I can have him. Can Enshrined please just make a PNG of this guy so I can have him on my stream? And then I can make him like a TTS pet. And then you guys can have 2 TTS pets. An Eldritch Horror and then a cute little guy. Sucks. No fire, gripping someone's head off. You motherfucker. Yeah, I would adjust it a little bit though. Yeah, like that.
Wait in the pet. I thought I was your child.
Both? You and me both. You and me both. There's something wrong with being both? Abba ba ba ba. Abba ba ba ba. This actually might need to be vertical. If Artie likes the overall layout, we can get a version of that image without the blue boy. No, I just want this. I don't care about a version without the blue boy. I just want this. I just want this. I just need this. I just need this. I want to make it a TTS pet. Please let me make it a TTS pet. Please. Yeah, well, that would be the same file. Okay, well, yeah. We still have the PSDs. That's valid. I don't know if they, I don't know if they, would have that, you know, they would have, like, it separated. Guys, she just wants that. Exactly, I just want that. And then I have an idea for this one that I like the idea of in my head. An idea for this in my head. And it'll work, I'm pretty sure. empty wasteland. The passion against my skin. I know I'll never win. Haze above my TV. For the animations of most of the yes! 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 Most of the enshrined artists do not do that, so I'm very happy that you've told me this. Oh, me. Stop there, let me correct it. I love your face, and I don't know your expensive taste. Oh, I have to scoop this up, that's why. Would be a good idea to get me up and getting out of here. How do I want to do this? This shouldn't be like this, is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that I messed this up and this shouldn't. Speaking 40 hours for 100 separate lines. Because this is good. I like this. But the harvest list and the mutation list needs to be with one another. Yeah, that needs to be here. I wanna live a life. Oh, I have an idea. You delete. You come down here. You go here. I'm back for a few minutes because I can't sleep. No, I hope you can relax some. Maybe watching me do some book editing stuff will relax you. Yeah. To show how I can come and go. So I'm gonna hit me with one brick. Yes, okay. There's a little bit more here than I anticipated, but I think that's okay. If we have like any DM notes, we can add them here. Stop there and let me correct it. I wanna live a life from a new perspective. From the line because I love your face, and you'll inspire your expensive taste. And who cares if I'm gonna invent it? I think I did this wrong. Did I? Oh, I did. Because I gotta do this again. Here. There we go. Yes! Yes! That's not my thing. I fall asleep to you gotta try the mommy ASMR hack trust. That's not my thing. I fell asleep to food cooking ASMR, but then I've watched almost all of them. Have you done the history ones? Have you watched the history cooking ones? Those were really nice. Alright, file. Export PDF of all pages. And then export. And this is whip 05. So I've done the ones for... No, where's my to-do list? No, I closed it. Ugh. Violent pornography. Early chicks inside of me. Okay. It's still exported. Violent pornography. Choking chicks inside. My bad, I ate the to-do list. That's understandable. That's understandable, honestly. Have a nice day. I'll close this stuff. Yeah, that stays there. That stays there. This one. Playtest. These 3 images. Oh, my brain. Brave kidnap marketing playtest resources paste. This is 5, right? 5 has all of the latest additions. Yes. Well, I might modify one thing actually. Take this one off. And then I need the whole. Oh, well, let's put the vertical one in here. Never mind, not the vertical one, the horizontal one. This one, this one, this one, these two table border text. Okie dokie. Actually, no, yeah, edit. Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! Is it because you want to see my screen? 1 second. There you go. Brainwash you. I don't like where this is sitting. This needs to sit here. Why is this like wide? What the fuck? Stop it. There you go. Okay, we'll try eager. Good night. Night night. Night night. I want what I really, really want. No, tell me what you want. What you really, really want. I wanna. Really wanna zig a zig. Nice picture. Your best. Together we will be just fine. Want what I really, really want. Yeah, tell me what you want. What you really, really want. I wanna really, really, really wanna zig a zig. Kinda wanna fuck, but oh god, I'm scared. What in the fuck, Vexed? What the fuck? I've got to say, and it's so easy, that's the way it is. Yeah. For real. It's a banger trust. I trust you. And I want what I really, really want. Yo, tell me what you want. What you really, really want. I really, really, really wanna zig a zig. Be my lover. I'm with my friends. And that's forever. Friendship never ends. Be my lover. PDF versions. That's all I have to say. For me, publisher versions. With my friends. Friendship never ends. About to hit. Oh god, Kiwi. Somebody needs some sleep is what I'm hearing. I'm not around. I want to change what this is open on. Request. Play this material. No, I don't need that. I need this. Okay. Close this guy. Fight me. I'll sleep if you knock me out. That sounds like a good idea. Oh, I also this is kind of a bop. Okay, hold on.
The missile is very tired. He is eepy. The missile has had a very long day of splashing bandits and wants to take just a small sleep. He eeby and neebies to sleepy. Mibsile sleepy and need bed by time. The missile is currently experiencing critical levels of being a sleevagey little guy and needs to go to bed. He is very tired and needs to sleep. Just a little sleeging time is a treat. Midsililele needs to sleep.
Okay, Meg.
Vertward boyo. Just a little guy. Mipsipalibile needs his beady sleep. Look at him go. He yawn bid cause he's skeegey. Neebs to falafel asleep. Neeny time. Good night, Mr. the Missile.
Good night, Mr. the Missile. Here you go, Pixels. Why is this so far out? Okay, well, it's fine, I guess. I don't really like how this is sitting. I don't like how this is sitting, chat. That makes me happy. You don't know how EB the Meeby is. Oh, it is. Oh. Move this, move. Okay, so it was an hour. Okay. That was like, wait, hold on. It would have been 3 to 5, 2 hours. Okay, I took 3 hours to do that. Okay. I'm EB, guys. I'm EB. I gotta do all this still. I still have to do all this. Oh, gosh. I think I'm gonna do the emote now, I think, is my plan. I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. No, oh wait, if I ask you this was it. Looks like they started replaying the videos, they moved the spellcast into actions, and now are standard in 2024. You son of a bitch. Okay. I just closed all my affinity, was like just about to be ready to move on to something else. Ooh, Pixels, you're a bitch. It's okay. It's okay. It's not... No, this is a big deal. Ah! Ooh, you son of a bitch. Okay, okay. I am not. I wish you found it earlier. I'm being honest with you, Pixels. Okay, and can we take the actions? Yeah, then the actions, and then moving this guy here with possible multi-attack. Oh my god, multi-attack fits. Holy shit. Holy shit, Pixels, you are lucky. I'm gonna be honest with you, Pixels, if this didn't fit, you would not get a different version. Till next week. Okay, so that means this background needs to move down a little bit. I'm just gonna do like this. And then spellcasting. Oh, okay, and then this guy needs to go here. No, it's slightly uneven now. Fuck. I was like okay with it, and now I'm like, ugh. God damn it. Okay. Wanted. This way. And then if I can just get the small spacer and the spell casting one, which is somewhere. Where are you? Traits. Ah, yes. Actions. Alright. Ooh. And then oh my god, actions. No. Spellcasting small spacer. Yeah, I could do it like that. I don't think that would be bad. Ooh, okay. Ooh, okay. This has made my steam run out very quickly. I was like, you know, I got momentum. I think I'll be okay for the rest of the stuff that I want to do today. And now I am very eepy. Curve. This curve. Nope. Come on. This goes here. Action, scoot up. I'm very sorry that was time bad. Yeah, maybe you could have done that when I was like working on it. That would have been pretty cool. But it's okay. It is okay. Ugh, okay. I gotta reopen this guy. Give me access. Give me access. Give me access to the folder. Give me access to the folder. Or else you're not getting a new version if you don't give me access. Because I'm on my maincoow account. And I want to keep switching. I want to keep switching. And this is the Google Drive. This is the playtest Google Drive. You have an email saying that I requested access. Beep 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 beep. This dashboard. Commissions, whip. Yeah, this one I just have to draw twice, so this is fine. I will do that next. Save, okay, close, good. And then, oh. Oh. Oh, oh, Kiwi. that's so cool. I've never seen that. Didn't realize it was your other. No, it's okay. I was originally just gonna do it through my other email, but I'm getting lazy. I don't want to go back and forth. Give me access yet? Yeah. Silencio Bruno! Silencio Bruno! Playtest versions. PDF versions. This one replace. Okay. Alright. Save, okay. Alright, time to do art for a little bit. And we'll go back to coworking. Because I am behind on videos for this week. Actually. I read that question, right? How does it feel to know your own? Amazing. I feel cool. To be fair, if you want inversely, how many days have I streamed? Can you look up how long has a streamer been streaming for? Twitch tracker? Let me see. Let me look at this. Maincoow. All time. I have streamed 2,677 hours. Hours, 2 days. 2,677. You have, oh my god. Oh, mama, that's a little nerve-wracking. I have streamed a total, you guys technically own 111 days of my life. Isn't that fancy? Did you guys love that? Yep. 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 Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I work hard. I work hard to make this house a home. Art projects, 2D art. I feel like I should work on this awe emote tomorrow, but I don't know if I have the brain power to just go from organization to video editing. My brain tells me no. What is this exclamation for? Melly. Save as Melly. I like this person's character because they look cool. They have like a little tail and everything. Chat bought the cow. Fuck yeah. You own me. You own part of my life, chat. Alright. Oh, they have cut off shoulders. Fuck. Those will be fun. Because that is harder to do than normal sleeve because it's a hanging cloud. But it is okay, it is still good. Right, it sounds better with you. We don't really have a neck, but I'll try to do the necklace. Right. Alright, let's do this. Solid pencil, black. I think... No, I think this is fine. Okay, so... I got like... Oh no, I'm gonna do this in black. Why am I doing it in black? It'll be like this. Like this. And then... Oh fuck, I really gotta edit videos. Like, my brain's like, ugh. I'm tired now. I'm eepy. I know, I could fuck up my sleep schedule, go take a nap, and then edit videos tonight. I really wanna. I don't think I really wanna though, to be fair. What's a sleep schedule? It's where you eat. It's where you eat. It's where you eat and you dream good dreams. It's okay, Kiwi. This just means we'll go to bed at the same time. Probably. But you should get sleep if you're tired. It's not good for you to just keep staying up. Especially when you're on Adderall. It's just not good for your heart. Speaking of Adderall, I have to go... Oh my god, so on Monday I have a doctor's appointment, and then on fucking Tuesday I have my first therapy appointment, and they're all both early in the morning! I don't want to get up, but I gotta go do a drug test because I'm on Adderall, and once a year you gotta do a drug test to make sure you're doing alright. I don't wanna though, I'm tired. I'm tired and I'm lazy. I wanna be like I did that day. The place I love, maybe all the way. I wanna feel like I did that day. The place I love. I'm gonna have to do both of the hair things, so because when the arms move, you'll be able to see it. We go, and then they have like a little thing going on here and here, and let's do a new layer. I'm so eepy. And then a little heart thing, which I'll fix. X once I'm doing it. And then they have we broke up on a moose day. We out of the road. We got it. And how we aesthetic. It's bad when it ended. Katie, you're losing it lately. Back to your parents, they're over painting. Hamilton. It'll be a bit shorter than this. And then someone is watching you. I feel like I'm fucking this up. This would be like a torn shirt. Something like that, maybe? In the worst way, losing your stress. As I play since April, I'm doing better. Way to be hateful. Gucci sweater. It's hard. I have to make these a lot shorter, I think. And take this guy. And then they have like sleeveys that are puffy. And this here. And they have another sleeve here. And then, is this like, oops. Is this sleeveless gloves? No, it's just a sleeve. Okay. There we go. And then I didn't finish the hair. Let's take this and copy it to the other side. Finish the hair. So we're gonna do something like this. I think. Like this. Managed to crash myself and crashing on login. Were you doing something specifically? Let me load up the Minecraft server. I think I might literally have to take a nap. It's only 9. I don't know. Nothing significant? Okay. Let me... I'm gonna stop for tonight anyway. Okay. I will try to put you in spawn. Let's see. I will try to put you in spawn. Could it be the shader or the resource guide effect? Oh, when the update did it. That could be possible. Oh! Check your RAM usage. It could have gotten reset. Check your RAM usage. That's a big thing. Oh, fuck, yeah, and the resource packs are on. The resource packs are on. The shaders are on, because I didn't turn them off. So, probably both of those. I checked both of those tomorrow, Devouring, and if it's not working, let me know, and I will fix it. I will move you to spawn tomorrow. If that doesn't work. Hi, Andrea. How are you? Hi. RAM usage fine. Okay, it might because shader packs are on. The shader packs, the shaders are on when you're trying to load. And so that might be killing it. So just make sure those are off before you join the server. Oh, this is gonna be an interesting thing. EP, bro, same. How are you? Very EP. I'm like on God, cause like I have to get through a bunch of editing because I didn't get to work on them yesterday. And so I'm like contemplating whether I want to end stream, take a nap, and then work on it off stream. Like I think I'm very tempted to do that. You want to try before I go to bed? Yeah, no rush. Like if you want to do that now or like whenever. I think I'm gonna make this a 3. I want this to be a 3. That'd be cuter. Yeah, I'm very much considering taking a nap. And then coming back to this off stream. And then they've got their little... Because even though, like, I went on vacation and now I'm back, I'm just more physically tired because I haven't been getting as much sleep. Just because, like, when you're on vacation, you want to do more stuff, you know? And so I've just been doing more stuff. So I'm a little eepers. Getting a little, not burnt, I'm just tired. I would definitely not say that I'm burnt. Because, like, I want to do so much more. Like, I would really love to do more, but I'm so tired right now. Okay, cool. Take these eyeballs. One is pink. Shit. One is pink. One is blue. I like this design a lot. I like this like cotton candy demon. Very cute. Very cute. I like it. 10 out of 10. Alright, I want to at least finish this comm before going to bed. Taking a nap. I say as I look at it and I go... The eep, it calls to me, chat. Alright, now we go in with this. At least do the hair. At least do the hair before I'm like, I'm done. do the back hair. Oh, that didn't work the way I wanted it to, but that's alright. Yeah, there you go. Dash bevel. Let's see if we can just flip this. Taking control. You don't TikTok over the floor. Sick. You're on your board. And then join curves. Oh, join curves. Take your names and slow down. Close curve. And then we'll do bonk. And then take this guy, move him darker and desaturated. There you go. And this will go behind. And then I'll do the little accents of stuff after. This guy is the same. Yeah. And then I should just be able to copy and paste him. So you can go back here. Go insane, make them glitter, make it rain. Now then let me see them hands. See them hands. Glitter, make it rain. That's fine, I can fix it. Boop. I just didn't mean to let go as soon as I did. There you go. Oops. Nope. This one. Nope. It's about to blow. Let me see your arms off. Then we'll flip this guy. Do it like this. And then I'm going to do a line, I think. Yeah. And then we're going to take this color. Got back in. Thank you for the suggestion. Pog! Fuck yeah, awesome. Fuck yeah, now you can go to bed knowing that, you know, you can just get back into the server tomorrow whenever you're free. I'm glad it worked. Thank you for being patient with me in the Minecraft server. Because I have done a lot of growing hosting a Minecraft server, in my opinion, so. Right, go to bed. Whatever you do, devouring. I hope you have a good time with whatever you do. You're an awesome server. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It means a lot to me. I'll do it this way. Which way are you going? You going out. Okay, so this one would go. Oh, nope. Events with life. I am stubbier. I can. Oh, wait, no, it's like a circle. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Flip. And then they like get like longer? No, they get shorter. So this one could go here. You can get a longer one. I think Elaine thinks she might need a nap. There we go. And I have to do little concentric rings of this color, make it thinner. Right? It's the same color? It is. Now we just need... Is it like, how many do they have? It's like 3. We're gonna do 1. I'll just make it thicker. There we go. Yeah. I'll delete this guy, these 2, flip them, rotate. Alright. These things will also get smaller. And then I gotta scoop these so they're more even. Oh, wait. Let's just do these. Oops. Actually, this one, you for the head pat. There we go. And then for these guys, I might just make them. Thank you for the save check. I might just do this. Center. Oh, not that one. Let's see if we can just make it bigger. Yeah. And then we'll rotate it. Yeah, there we go. We have one band. One band for this side of the hair. Like flip it so we have another band for the other side of the hair. And now I think I need to take a nap. I think it's nap time. Okay, let me save. I'm gonna go take a nap. I gotta go take a nap. It's nap time for me. Cannibal is doing a follow-a-thon. He's been streaming for a while now. I think at this point it's been like days. So I think we might go straight then.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't.
Yep.
By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation.
Yep.
The guidance system uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't.
Thank you for
it
hanging
now
out with
is.
me. I can't leave until this
Consequently,
ends.
the position where it is
Alright,
is
we're
now the
rating
position
human.
that it wasn't.
Or
And it
cannibal. I
follows
call
that
them
the
both.
position that it
I guess have a
was
great time
is
over
now
there.
the
If you want to use
position
raid
that it
message, I
isn't.
appreciate it if you did. Mitch is slowly
In
backing
the event
away.
that the position
Exactly.
that it is in is
I hope
not
you guys
the
have a
position
great
that
night.
it
God
wasn't,
damn, it says
the
long.
system
I
has
didn't realize
acquired
how
a
long it
variation.
was. Okay.
The variation
Have
being
a
the
great
difference
night, guys.
between where
I
the
love you.
missile
Thank you for
is
joining. Thank you for
and
hanging
where it
out.
wasn't.
I'll be back
If
tomorrow. Same
variation
time,
is
same place, same
considered to be a
shit.
significant
Probably.
factor, it too
Probably.
may be
It's still
corrected
going.
by
I
the
don't know.
GEA.
I don't know.
However,
I don't
the
know.
missile must
A
also
steam
know
powered
what it
into new
was.
artifacts. Alright,
The
good night,
missile guidance
guys. Have a
computer
great
scenario
time
works
with
as
Cannibal.
follows.
Goodbye.
Because a variation has modified some of the